Good evening and welcome to the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency's meeting today, Tuesday, September 14th, 2021 at 5:31 p.m. I'd ask everyone to please rise for invocation by Reverend Woodrow Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day and this opportunity to come together and discuss the issues of this great city of Boynton Beach. We ask that you bless the board members and staff, as well as those who are in the audience. We pray, Father, that we will make a decision that will be pleasing in your sight. And we just know that, Father, this is the city of great potential. And so we ask that you guide us, direct us, so that we may go to higher heights and deeper depths. We pray for those families who are affected by the earthquake in Louisiana. And there's just so many tragedies going on. We pray that each of us will be able to handle the COVID-19 and all the issues that are facing those who are bereaving, the loss of loved ones. Father, we just turn it all over to you because you know that you hold us in the hollow of your hand and that you're able to do all things but fail. All these blessings we ask in your Savior's name we pray. Let every heart say amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call, please?
Stephen B. Grant, Chair.
Present.
Rohay, Vice Chair.
Present.
Board Member Christina Romulus.
Present.
Board Member Ty Penserga.
Present.
Board Member Justin Katz. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And moving on to agenda approval. Board Member Romulus, you said you'd like to move some items around.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I do apologize for my presence not being in chambers this afternoon. I am not feeling well, but I did want to make sure I was still in attendance for certain discussion items. Twee, if you could assist me in just pointing out some of the items that we discussed earlier so that we can get those items moved up and we can get a full board vote on them prior to me stepping out for the afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The item that would probably need attention would be the fiscal year budget 16A, 16B, consideration of the resolution for adopting the CRA budget. Also, item 16G, project update for the properties located at 511, 515, 529 East Ocean Avenue. Also, I'm sorry to go out of order, but these are the orders that would probably need to be taken. Item 16E, MLK Junior Boulevard Corridor Commercial Redevelopment and Affordable Multifamily Rental Apartment Project Update. Item F is the, the item I, discussion, consideration, and letter of intent from the Barber Family Companies, LLC. And together with that, we would probably need to discuss item 17A. And I believe those are the critical items.
So if the board would be okay with moving these items to right after public comments, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So may I have a motion to move up items 16A, 16B, 16E, 16G, 16I, and 17A after public comments?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Legal.
Good evening, board. I am just giving you an update from last month's meeting regarding the requirement for the developer of Ocean One to commence construction of a public plaza as required by the purchase and development agreement. As requested by the board, I issued a letter to the developer and their legal counsel notifying them that we were seeking an update on status of their pursuit of a permit from the city to permit the public construction of the plaza. Miss Bonnie Miskell, counsel for the developer, responded to me the same day the letter went out to say that they had submitted an application and since that time had been working with the city regarding what type of application was actually necessary. She has explained to me that a site plan application is being sought, which the developer feels is a little overkill given the scale of the project. So in that vein, we have a meeting, the CRA staff has a meeting with the developer's attorney, Bonnie Miskell, this Thursday at 3:30 to discuss further those issues, and we'll have additional information to provide next month. If there are any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Tara, could you specify what kind of information should we be expecting?
It's the purchase and develop, from a legal perspective, the purchase and development agreement required commencement of construction of the public plaza as of March 2021. Commencement of construction means the receipt of a permit to commence construction and then diligently pursuing the construction to its end. By virtue of their having applied, given the discussions that were being had with the board hasn't taken the step to formally notice them in default because they have seen the pendency of the application as steps towards meeting the requirement. But technically, they have not met the steps of the requirement until a permit has been pulled and they begin construction and continue through completion. Did that answer your question?
It did.
Great.
Are there any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. And so now we will move on to informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff. Board member Romulus, do you have anything to disclose?
Yes, Chair, I did have a brief conversation with Harvey Hoyer prior to our meeting today.
Okay. Board member Pensurga.
Yes, I have several disclosures. The first item relates to agenda item 16E. I've had conversations with Lewis and Elizabeth Sweezy. Regarding 16B, I've had conversations with Harvey Hoyer. And 17A, I've had a conversation with Mr. Brian Fitzpatrick. Let me just double check I didn't miss anything. And I think that's it.
All right. Vice Chair.
Just like to disclose helping out with the feeding South Florida, but other than that, I have no other disclosures.
And as for myself, I have spoken with Harvey Hoyer, Kim Kelly, James Barton, Tom Warnke, Azure Equities, Habitat for Humanity, and reserve the right to supplement any of the other people that I've spoken to in the past month.
Chair,
Yes.
you'll forgive my foggy brain and memory. I also did speak with representatives from the Cottage District and also Kim Kelly as well. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you. I'd also like to get a motion from the board to accept board member Romulus's reason of not feeling well for not attending. So may I have a motion for that?
So move.
Second. Being no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. In addition, I did speak with Bradley Miller.
Chair, I need to disclose that as well. I did have a
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah, we've been busy this past month.
Yes.
All right. Oh, good. So if there's no more items and disclosures, our next is the announcements and awards, the 10th annual Boynton Beach Haunted Pirate Fest and Mermaid Splash official proclamation.
Ladies and gentlemen of Boynton Beach, after an absence of nearly 2 years, we're here to herald the long-awaited return of a spectacular and well-beloved event just looming over the horizon. Here to make the announcement, it is my honor to introduce the one, the only, His Excellency, Sir Henry Hyde, Lord Hyde, Lord Governor.
There we are. Esteemed Mayor, honorable councillors, and good people of Boynton Beach, I bid you greetings and felicitations. I have traveled far and traversed the veritable corridors of time to come unto you to proclaim the most extraordinary news. Upon the last weekend of October, and approaching swiftly, indeed upon the very weekend of All Hallows Eve itself, the haunt shall be upon us. Ghostly pirates, sea witches, sirens, and other creatures benign and malevolent shall rise from the depths and cross the gulfs of eternity, and shall invade the streets of downtown Boynton Beach for 2 full days of spectacular fun, adventure, thrills, chills, and continuous excitement. My men have informed me that the sirens have released their enchanting melodies to lure lads and lasses of all ages to enjoy fun, free festivities this Halloween weekend in downtown Boynton Beach. Yes, I said free. Anybody good for free? I'm good for free, always. Well, actually, I'm quite expensive. Never mind. Up and down East Ocean Avenue between Seacrest Boulevard and Federal Highway, all shall be transformed into a bustling port town from 300 years past. There shall be a plethora of continuous entertainment, interactive activities, including live music, stunt shows, the firing of real cannons, the Wheel of Death, that's my favorite, comedy and magic, dancing, a live mermaid grotto track. All right, that's my favorite too. Treasure hunts, children activities, costume contests, and much, much more. After dark, beware, because the Halloween haunt begins. It will bring a deep fog that will transform the pirates and mermaids into the ghastliest of creatures. The curse of centuries past shall descend upon the pirate town encampments therein, and the true forms of the denizens thereof shall fright those that brave the path, and the veil shall be lifted. Frightening, right? I thought it was frightening. Prepare your best pirate, mermaid, or mythical attire and mark your calendars for the 30th and 31st of October. And thus I, Lord Hyde, do hereby proclaim the 10th annual Boynton Beach Haunted Pirate Fest and Mermaid Splash Halloween Haunt. Remember, if thou dost seek more information, go to bbpiratefest.com. I had to put that in. Thank you all very much.
Yes, all right.
Never gets old.
Very exciting. All right. Moving on to our next announcement is the 2021 Florida Festival and Events Association Sensational Awards.
Good evening, board. That was quite an act to follow. I can't guarantee I'll be as exciting. Renee Roberts, Social Media and Communications Specialist. The Florida Festivals and Events Association, FFEA, recently announced the winners of its annual Sunsational Awards during their 27th annual convention and trade show. The program recognizes members' innovation, individuality, and creative collaboration. A total of 170 events submitted their materials for consideration. The CRA staff is thrilled to share that the agency was awarded first place in the category of community response to pandemic for the Bon Appetit Boynton Beach campaign, which was a social media campaign that ran in the fourth quarter of 2020 to promote 5 restaurants located within the Boynton Beach CRA area and encourage residents and visitors to patronize them during the pandemic. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you. All right. After informational only, we are moving on to public comments. I'll invite people to speak on items not on the agenda, or if you'd like to speak on an item on agenda, please let us know now.
Good evening. Kim Kelly, Hurricane Alley, 529 East Ocean Avenue. Sunday, we had a very nice fundraiser held at Hurricane Alley, and we had a lot of local businesses donating to our cause. And I'm very proud to announce that at the event, we raised $4,000, with also $1,000 going onto the City Link. And I'm here to present a check from Hurricane Alley and their customers and their other businesses, Boynton Beach Sister Cities, in the amount of $4,000. Sorry. I also want to thank Jeannie and her group for coming out on Sunday. Very, very hot, 6 hours. I sat there and did raffles and took money, and we couldn't have done it without them. So we really thank you so much.
And I'm Jeannie Hevlin, president of Boynton Beach Sister Cities. Just want to thank everyone in the community. This money is going to provide tents for residents of Lakai, Haiti. As you know, they took the brunt of the earthquake last month, followed by Tropical Storm Grace. So we'll be sending $5,000 down. We're working with the Gascoff Clarish Foundation, who is on the ground there, has already purchased some tents. This will be going on for a long time, the need for tents, for temporary housing for people down there. So our website is still collecting donations, or if you want to go on to the Boynton Beach City website, that will direct you directly to Sister Cities. So we appreciate it. We appreciate the collaboration between the city, local businesses like Hurricane Alley, and our organization. Thank you.
And I also want to thank a lot of the DBC members that gave gift cards, and to Commissioner Christina Romulus for coming out in the hot sun also. We hope you get better real fast and see you soon. And yes, I want to be transparent about one more thing. I am putting my hat in the ring for the potential purchase on 211 East Ocean for a relocation of Hurricane Alley. Thank you.
Tina Hevlin, is there a physical location where people can drop off supplies for Haiti?
No, I believe the city was accepting medical supplies at Firehouse 1, is it?
That's right. Yes.
Still accepting those or not. Our understanding from our contacts in Haiti, they do not need clothing, water, or food. The main issue right now would be medical or tarps and tents.
Good. I just wanted you to speak to that for the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Romulus, Board Member Romulus.
Thank you. If I may, I just want to thank Kim Kelly, along with the other DBC members who participated in that event on Sunday. It was very well attended, great atmosphere, great music, and all the people who were just so generous to give. So it was a wonderful event. Thank you to the Sister Cities members, Jeannie and Jane and Melissa, I think her name was, I can't remember, but for just being out there during the whole time and helping to receive funds. So thank you to everybody who was involved. It was a great event.
Yes.
I am James Barton at 533 East Ocean, and I just wanted to ask if I could participate in the conversation for item number 17, ENOI.
Yes, thank you for letting us know.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bradley Miller of Urban Design Studio. I too want to be participant in the 17A discussions.
Thank you so much.
And Board Chair Grand, if I may, the options for virtual audiences have been enabled. And if you wish to speak, please click on the raise hand icon or type your message, question or comment into the question section. Both will be addressed accordingly. Thank you. Right now, I do not see anybody that's wishing to either speak or has a question.
Thank you, John. And so for moving on from public comments, we're going on to item 16A, which is approval of the fiscal year 2021-22 project fund budget.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Board members. Vicki Hill, CRA Finance Director. Last month, you pretty much approved the budget, but I wanted to go back over it if that's okay with everyone. And before I get started, I just want to make sure that you understand that staff recommended that we move the residential grant program. The funds that were there were $95,000. We moved that to MLK. And the signage grant that we had for $25,000, $20,000 of that went to MLK, $5,000 stayed with economic grants, development grants. So everything is pretty much the same. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that that's what transpired last month. With that being said, for MLK Junior Boulevard, the corridor redevelopment projects, we have where we had rollovers of 1.3 million. We're allocating in for 21-22 $631,853, and the imbalance will be $2,025,815. For MLK corridor, the Centennial Project, the local government match, that is rolling over the $625,750. Cottage District, the rollover, $73,825. We will be placing $312,000 in there with the ending balance $385,825. We have for the Palm Beach County Housing Authority lots, the purchases for that. We had in the budget, we'll be rolling over $500,000, and we received from the city yesterday another $500,000 to help purchase some of those lots. So that number will change to $1 million, but just know that if we do not purchase anything, the $500,000 will go back to the city. Okay. Sarah Sims Amphitheater, we already have a purchase order for $150,000 out of this budget for that. For the acquisition for 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard, which will be closing in November, we have $823,000. Boynton Beach Boulevard Streetscape Improvement Project, we will be rolling over $590,580. For, we have an ILA with the city for $250,000. We're rolling $51,525, and we're adding $198,475, which will be $250,000. Property acquisition, we were rolling $77,843. We're adding $2.1 million, and our end balance for property acquisition is $2,247,789. Neighborhood Officer Program, we are rolling $101,283. We're adding to that for $23,344, which is going to give us the ending balance of $524,627, which they asked for. The commercial economic development grants, we're rolling $6,600. We're adding $550,000 to that, which will be an ending balance of $556,600. For now, for business promotions and events, we're rolling $40,000, adding $725,760 that you approved last month, and the ending balance is $765,760. Business and marina marketing, we have we're rolling $59,000. We're adding $16,000, and the end balance for that is $75,000. Site work and demo, we are rolling $71,592. We're adding $125,000. And the imbalance is $196,592. For professional development services, those are appraisals. We are rolling $85,891. We're adding $125,000, which will, our ending balance is $210,891. Our contingency is $150,000, and we're rolling that. Do we have any questions?
Yes, Vicky, could you explain to me and to the public the reasoning behind the closing of the signage grant, the residential grant programs? Is it as simple as not being used, or is there something else behind it?
That is pretty much it. If anybody would like to do anything, they can always come before the board and ask for it, but nobody has. So that's why we're staff suggests closing the program.
And Vicky, if anybody still wants to do it, they have until, was it September 30th to file an application?
Yes, sir.
Vicki, what are we waiting on for the amphitheater? Where do we stand? Are you waiting for anything particular? The
Saracens Amphitheater?
Are we waiting for, we have.
I can answer that. I believe the city is in the process of preparing the bid or looking at the bid documents. The money is already saved in that line item through an ILA as well. But I believe the city is going to be doing the construction and managing that project. So I will coordinate with city staff and I can get back to the board on that.
Thank you.
Any other question?
And I'd like to thank you again, Vicky, for doing the budget. You've done an amazing job. And no, it's exciting. But this will be our last time.
But it won't be your last time.
Look, I had to look up real quick.
If not, we will move on to item 16B, consideration of resolution number 21-02, adopting the CRA budget for fiscal year 2021-2022. Is this me? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Vicky Hill again.
Mhm.
This is just adopting the resolution for our budget, and it will go before the commission on the 21st of this month for approval.
There's no discussion. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve resolution R21-02.
Second.
Thank you.
So much.
Being no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 16E. MLK Junior Boulevard Corridor Commercial Redevelopment and Affordable Multifamily Rental Apartment Project Update.
Yes, good evening, board chair and board members. Tweesha for the record. This item is before you as an update. Last month, the developer Centennial Management Corporation has identified $4.9 million in shortfall for the project. They're in for building permit currently. Centennial cited that there was a shortfall due to the pandemic, where the costs of the materials and labor is approximately 20 to 30% higher than what hasn't been anticipated. Additionally, there's also a shortfall in approximately about $1 million worth because of the decrease in rental income that could be earned based on the state's action as a result of the COVID pandemic. There's also some costs associated with infrastructure improvements offsite that needed to be done as part of the development and also to facilitate redevelopment on the corridor. The board sent us back to meet with the city staff as well as Centennial to see if we can minimize those costs. We can report back to you that of that 4.9 million, there's remaining 3.1 million in shortfall. Of that 3 million, approximately 1.116 million can be accommodated or can be assisted through the city's funding for the ARPA, American Recovery Plan Act. So that leaves us with about $2,063,288.54 that could be considered by the board tonight as part of a TERFA agreement. Centennial has provided all the backup material in attachment 4. Vicki, can you put that up for us? It's an abbreviated summary. Oh, sorry. That's not attachment 4. I'm sorry. Attachment 6, I'm sorry. Transpose my numbers. That details, in short, with spreadsheets on where the numbers and the valuation. The 2.06 shortfall has to do with a lot of the aesthetics to the building. A lot of these, we do agree that they do add quality and durability, as well as a better sense of quality for the area, one of which being the metal roof, which is, again, structurally better than an asphalt and more durable. A lot of the items has to do with the trusses in the roof. And if Vicki, you can go towards the end of the attachment there, you can see the differences between the original elevation and building treatment. And if you go down the final cost, if you go down, yeah, one more, yes. The appearances of that. Ms. Elizabeth Roque is here to go into more detail with that. I do ask that she also touch on what to do with the neighborhood officer program space at the Ocean Breeze East, because we need to kind of close that item out. Previously, Centennial had asked for the 2,300 square foot building to be used for their needs, and the board did not want to do that until they know exactly what those uses are. The chief also wanted to relocate that office to the MLK commercial portion on the north part of this site because he felt that's more appropriate there. Staff agrees, but before we can move forward with that, the Ocean Breeze East property needs to be closed out, as well as reporting some information regarding Boynton residents that currently lives in Ocean Breeze East and that effort and how many of the jobs were bought for that project. So that can be done in the later meeting, so they can report that later. But we need to have some direction on the NOP office.
Okay, beautiful. Hello, everyone. How are you? I have a little handout, if that's helpful, just with bigger pictures, if you want to see, feel, touch them.
Yes,
Would
please.
you like to?
I may add that what she may be handing out, probably we have it on the screen as well. So, but it's better, it's bigger if you prefer.
It's bigger than our screen.
Perfect. I'll wait till y'all get it. I figured bigger was better this time. And I put page numbers.
Thank you. What do you think?
So if you'd like, I can walk you through just page by page quickly so you can kind of get a feel for what I kind of put together here. So obviously page 1 is just the original rendering of what we were proposing for MLK. What we wound up with is what you see on the first page as the final, which is in permitting right now and will be coming out shortly. The second page is just another rendering of what the final look will be. Page 3 is what the building would look like if we took away the $1.2 million in roofing and decorative metal materials. So you can see that it's not a very attractive building. So you can kind of see what that $1.2 million is buying for you. Then if we go to Page 4, 5, 6, they're just the renderings from the architect that are that were in our original PowerPoint presentation. I just left them in. Plan on page 8. Then we get to, I thought last time we were talking, we had talked about the original numbers, I believe that Commissioner Katz had said, well, what would the building look like if we hadn't made any changes to it, and what were the numbers looking like? So what we put together was the original budget versus the current construction budget. And you can see that we were at a grand total of $27,923,566.14 versus the $23,145,000. That's where we are today. I have to tell you that, and you can see the breakdown of the decorative work off to the side that still ties out to your 1.2 million for the decorative roofing materials, trusses, and so on. That 23 million, we're hoping to hold that number. We're still having issues with the contractors and getting all of our bids finalized, but we are holding that number and sticking to that number. We're not going to be coming back and asking for any more than the approximately $2 million left in our shortfall if the city is kind enough out of their Recovery Act to give us the 1.1. So then page 10.
Elizabeth, would you mind if I ask you a question now?
Of course.
So what happens in that situation? Let's say there are changes. Who then absorbs that cost?
We absorb those costs. That there's no, we take on the full responsibility of saying we're committing to the $23 million here. And if we have a cost overrun more of $1 million, that comes out of our pocket. So that's how that works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 10 is just a breakdown again of how we came up to that $1.2 million for the decorative roofing materials. And it breaks it down by building, by truss, by labor, and then each of the 3 buildings. And then what I did is, what you just saw on the screen was just a revised breakdown of the shortfall summary, showing all of the numbers and how we arrived at them. Page 12 is the letter from First Housing showing that we originally had a first mortgage of the $10,685,000 and showing that it was reduced to the $9,659,000. And this is where I'm hoping that this will help us with the city with that Recovery Act fund to be able to fund that portion of the shortfall. Then we go on to the original utility budget where we went back to the city, we spoke to them, we walked through every line item when they were originally coming up with a 700,000 plus number for the utilities. After all was said and done in all of our meetings, that number came down to not little over $90,000, which is on page 14.
And just to add, that is just for, again, Centennial will pay the difference in the upgrades of the utilities, and the city will be continuing to do the upgrades so that it can be facilitated for redevelopment along the corridor as well. That's, again, it's acknowledged it's not Centennial who has to do that, but they're paying the difference for their share.
So then page 15 was just the old spreadsheet just showing where the utility numbers were in there. I just left it in just so you could have it. Then we talk about the material cost, and we had put in 30% of an increase for the material cost based off of our numbers from Ocean Breeze. That 30% number, again, was very conservative. Can't hold these numbers, but this kind of gives you an idea of the increase just from when we finished Ocean Breeze to where we are today with Wells Landing. No control over these costs whatsoever. And then the last page was just the budget for the CRA retail center.
That will be negotiated under a separate agreement, and we'll be bringing back that along with the TURFA at a later date.
Correct.
And that's almost fully funded.
Yes.
With your budget allocation just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
So, Elizabeth, you're saying that you're down to 90,000 now from
that $700,000. There was a lot of work that the city had kind of, utilities had said, hey, we would like to see this done and we'd like to take a pipe and I'm going to put it in layman's terms because I don't know, but take an 8-inch pump and turn it into a 12-inch pipe, or I want you to take it all the way out to the street now instead of taking it 20 feet down the road. Put sleeves in, get an easement, dig up more holes, just a lot of stuff that I guess they were hoping to be able to get done, but that was not something that we had originally discussed during our site plan approval. It wasn't something that we had counted on. Again, had we had those numbers and we knew ahead of time, we could have put in for that type of funding, but we didn't have it. So the city worked very, very hard. The utility company and the CRA and Centennial went back to the drawing board and said, hey, what can we do? How can we do this? And I'm sure, I mean, the work's still going to have to be done at some point, but I think this is enough to get us through.
You're saying is it's more in the infrastructure, not in the material?
This, well, I'm not sure, I don't understand the question.
You've done the reduction. How did you do the reduction?
The reduction came from the utility company saying, hey, we don't have to do this, or we're going to find a different route to run these pipes, or we're not going to make the pipe 12 inches anymore. We're going to leave it at 8 and find another solution, basically. That's all I got.
Yeah.
It's because also it's an affordable housing project, and it is within the census tract that could qualify for the federal, the ARAP or ARPA funding. So for instance, if Elizabeth had to do a 10-inch pipe from an 8-inch pipe, and ultimately to be able to extend that pipe to serve all the needs of that corridor, the utilities department would have required a 12-inch pipe. So she's just getting her difference in the upgrade of what she needs for her property. And then the utilities department in the city will come up with the difference for the larger pipe later on with the ARPA money. So city will be taking care of some of those items as well.
Wouldn't it be more efficient to start off with the 10-inch pipe instead of the 8?
Well, the 8 may be existing. So they'll have to, just for example, they'll have to upgrade to a 10-inch. That's all they're obligated to do. So that 90,000 is only their share of what the improvements needed.
Then the city would have to, I mean, the CRA, yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay.
To the ARPA money.
Okay.
Or other funds as it see fits with the city. I can't commit the city to exactly.
So this is more of just an update of what is going on with permitting right now.
Yes, we're pushing everything through permitting now. We are hoping to have everything out by the end of this month. We'd really like to see us breaking ground by November to get it underway. We're going to be applying for a site clearing permit much sooner than that. So you'll see work starting to go on out there at the site. We already demoed the one building that was on the property about a month or so ago. So we're excited. We're getting ready to move forward and change MLK Boulevard.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
And no, I'm also excited about the commercial component of this. I really think that is something the Heart of Boynton has missed. And you know, if you could speak with us, kind of what we can negotiate for the rents for the new tenants. What kind of tenants do we want to see? I guess, Tara, what can the CRA do for the future aspect of it for the commercial tenants? It's kind of like, can we say that we want to see certain co-working space or restaurant space?
I think as far as we're concerned,
Yeah.
This is your street, and we want to put in there what you're looking to put in there. So by all means, we're just ready to provide it, build out the space, and make sure that MLK is successful in every way, shape, or form.
Because this is a separate agreement and it's not tied to the project that is funded partially through the state, this is going to be a separate agreement for just the commercial space. I think we can set whatever parameters and that you as a board decide to direct us to do as we're funding the endeavor.
And we're hoping, I'm hoping we can start working on that in the next few weeks and have it ready for your October board meeting to review.
Strongly recommend that because the building and the building shell for the commercial component is in permitting right now. So we will work
Yes.
very diligently with Elizabeth to come up with, we've sent her some draft agreements already for the TRFA and then also for the development agreement. But yes, so we will have that, a draft for the board to look at.
I'm planning by the October meeting.
Good. Excited.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I do believe, Tara, we need a motion to move forward with the amount of money and turf agreement.
Yes.
So move.
Second. Is that an acceptable motion of the, can you state the dollar amount?
I would reference the agenda backup and recommend that you are motioning to approve that amount of money be provided to you in a TRFA.
And so Tui is the correct amount, $2,063,288.54.
I would do it, it's not to exceed.
Okay,
We can find more savings.
all right. So the motion that is second is for the amount of $2,063,288.54, not to exceed, for a turf agreement for commercial development.
That's for the residential portion.
This is an amendment to the initial TRFA. That first piece is the initial TRFA.
Actually,
It says a separate turf.
we didn't have a TRFA agreement. We
Okay.
had a purchase and development agreement. There was an opportunity, you can amend that agreement, or you can go with the TRFA, and I think the board chose to go with the TRFA. There'll be a new TRFA agreement.
A new TRFA agreement, I apologize.
All right. And so I'll ask the maker of the motion, that is what you stated?
Yes.
All right.
Second
That is what
again.
is second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Hearing none. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you.
So then the next, Ocean Breeze. We are so proud of this community. We're proud of the people in our community. We've just signed a contract for over $40,000 to put in a upgraded security system where we're going to have live feed directly to the police department, license plate readers. So we're really excited to just make sure that we continue to provide more amenities to that community. The only issues we've had there have been really young kids going in there, pulling fire alarms, running through the hallways, nothing egregious other than, I don't know what you call it, kids being kids. And as far, I'm sorry?
Oh, no, what I was going to say, it's more of the kids without something better to do.
Right, right.
And so I was speaking with a nonprofit that I was trying to reach out to you to hopefully use that additional space as possible community activity center for the future. So I don't know necessarily what Ocean Breezy's plans on doing with that, but I hopefully you've gotten the email.
Yeah, we have no plans for that space. We've been using it for storage. We've had two different people approach us to rent the space. One was a dance studio, and another we had gone into conversation with the daycare that was down the street. Nothing has really materialized from that. Again, we're open to whatever is going to help keep the community safe, to be able to provide, an outlet for the children if there's something there we can do. But right now we're just using it as storage. That's what we're doing with it.
Thank you.
What else?
The residential units, how many Boynton's residents were, and also how much of how much of the construction was given to or bought out?
Okay, we hired, from the construction perspective, I believe we hired two subcontractors. One was Ridgeway Plumbing, another was, I think our electrical company. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot that, so I'm kind of winging it
Bring
here.
it back next
Okay,
time.
but
Us in writing, we would appreciate that.
okay, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm winging it.
Yeah. Right.
But the people that did move in were, most of the people that are living there are local from this community.
It's, yeah, I was able to attend kind of a meet the mayor, welcoming the new residents there. Thank you so much for hosting that and having that discussion. And I do think, you know, SEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, hopefully we do that with Wells Landing so that we don't have the new residents upset that people are just running through their community.
No, we're planning, I mean, it's a little bit different of a community, but we are planning on with the fences and the security and looking at other alternatives for the entrances to the buildings. A new project we're working on down south where they have a beautiful decorative type of entry gate off the street. So when you can't get in unless you have a key fob. So just more security and the ability for the residents to feel safe and comfortable in their community. So. And then the only other thing is I want to make sure that we do some type of, after Thanksgiving, we talked about doing like a grand opening at Ocean Breeze and having something really nice for the community and obviously the city and the CRA and party.
All right, well, we look forward to that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Our next item on our amended agenda is 16G.
Yes. This is the item for an update for the purchase of the properties located 511, 515, and 529 East Ocean Avenue. This property, staff was instructed to negotiate the contract given direction by the board on July 13th. The terms of the initial asking of the contract is for a $3.6 million purchase price and a closing by the end of this year. Staff has been diligent in working with 500 Ocean Properties, the property owner, Mr. Harvey Oyer, the representative, since the August 10th meeting. In the staff report, it details a weekly meeting or discussion with Mr. Oyer, as well as documents that goes back and forth in the negotiating stage. It's also good to note that this property was appraised at $3.4 million. And we worked with the property owner in the appraisal for that. To date, we've received several items, larger ticket items. I don't want to belittle them all, but there's really, it narrows down to four critical items. Since the board packet publication on Friday, we received also a red line item of the draft purchase and sale agreement that we forwarded to Mr. Oyer on August 20th. That document that we forwarded to Mr. Oyer is in attachment 6. The item that I refer to that we received on Friday, last Friday at public packet publication is attached as item attachment number 7. Since then, we have been able to review it thoroughly with our counsel, and I'm going to turn that over to Tara, so she can go through really an abbreviated line or the point that is enumerated in Mr. Oyer's red line. Those really involve the 4 items, and I can briefly look at it or talk about it with you. Right now, it's really the preservation of some of the historical elements in the building, also providing certainty for some of the tenancies, specifically Hurricane Alley Restaurant and the Oyer Insurance Office. Also a deposit and closing. This is more of the critical, this is the deal breaker. The closing by the end of the year is Mr. Harvey Oyer's deal breaker. And then the last item is really looking at renewal of existing leases or compensation to seller for the income loss. A lot of these items we're giving or enumerating to you is outside of what staff would do in the normal acquisition and outside of the asking and request of a normal acquisition. I'll turn it over to our legal counsel, Ms. Dewey, to go over the terms that has been asked based on the red line document provided last Friday.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me through my mask. So as mentioned by Tui, we did receive this on Friday. So I apologize that I wasn't able to provide sooner to you what I have provided you tonight. In front of you is a 3-page document that highlights the terms where the seller is asking for something different than the CRA standard contract, and where appropriate, CRA's recommendation and or what was presented in our standard contract. So to the extent that there is a willingness to go through each of these points and you provide us direction, I can certainly and will happily do that. I think TUI has summarized the bigger ticket items, but in order for us to finalize an agreement, we will need direction on these points, as they do vary from what was proposed in our standard agreement. So if you would like me to proceed, I'm happy to do that.
Please do.
All right, starting at the top. And just for reference, the blue is staff, CRA staff position.
Do we have an extra copy for the applicant?
I do.
And this,
we do.
I'd ask before we beginning to hearing from what our attorney says about what the applicant wrote, you know, give him an opportunity to review it as we're going through it.
Yes, and had we had an opportunity to prepare it any sooner than tonight, we would absolutely have given it to him before tonight. So he is getting it when you guys.
Yes. So, you know, I'll ask the board, do we want to go through everything line by line and hear everything out from our attorney, or do we want to have a discussion with the applicant line by line? Yes, Board Member Katz.
I would definitely want to hear from our representation first. Personally.
Are you okay with hearing from the applicant after each line rather than going through the whole thing and then hearing from the applicant?
My personal preference would be to go through the whole thing, and then by the end we would have identified, if this board agreed with 90% of it, then we would only have the remainder to discuss, I guess.
Chair,
Yes, Board Member Romulus.
I would also make the input that I would like for us to be able to comment or make comments as we go through line by line as a board.
Yes. All right. And so, Tara, I want to, you know, understand make sure the board understands the difference between offer acceptance and, you know, and consideration. This red line copy that we got from the sellers or the sellers is an offer, correct? And so any changes to that is a counter offer from us. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's a negotiation at this point, and until it's signed, it's a negotiation. But yes, these are the terms that they have put before us that they are happy to proceed under. So the red line draft that has been presented, it's my understanding, is a copy of the agreement as they would be happy to execute. We just again received it on Friday. We have some points to go over with you and get counsel from you on how you'd like us to proceed.
Okay. And then I do want to make sure that the board remembers what happened to Family Dollar, where we were looking to make changes to the contract and we lost the ability to come back next month for the contract. Yes.
I will point out that I did not vote on that to reobtain it. So technically for the majority that voted not to reobtain it, we got what we wanted in that.
I understand.
Technically.
All right, I'm not going to belabor it. I think most of this is fairly straightforward. I just felt like as the document is 15 to 20 pages long, it would be easier to do it in an abbreviated fashion for the purposes of the meeting. So first, beginning with the deposit, in the draft prepared by staff, the CRA staff recommended a deposit of $100,000. Given that financing is currently in play, and I will, to the extent there are questions on the status of financing, I'm going to defer to the executive director to answer any of those questions. The seller has increased the deposit to $200,000. The other piece of information relevant to the deposit is the release of the deposit. CRA staff's draft had proposed $25,000 of the deposit to be released to seller within 10 days of the expiration of the feasibility period, with the remainder released at closing. The seller is requesting that the entire deposit be released upon the expiration of the feasibility period and become non-refundable at that point in time. So that is the first bullet with regard to the deposit. Are there any questions?
Yes. How is this normally determined in other contracts? Is it a standard? It can't be a standard number, is it? Or is it some standard percent? I'm trying to understand, is this staff recommendation typical?
In some of the other purchase, for instance, the two that's around the $3 million, so it varies depending on the mutually agreed upon terms and cost. I can point to that's been done. The Congregational Church, the deposit was $25,000, but of course there's a post occupancy, and it was the church, no tenants. The post office, 217 North Seacrest Boulevard, that was 1.4 million. We had the option of closing at 3 years. The companion, 209 North Seacrest, again, both of those, the deposit was 100,000. But again, it was a later closing date. It's not 6 months. It was at least, 9 months or 3 years. So these we try to gauge. There's some other smaller properties that we just recently purchased. For instance, the 401 through 411 building, it's around 900,000, but the deposit was comparable or less than what we're offering right now. And also the Bradley Miller site, which is the 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard. It's a $917,000 purchase, and it was comparable to what we're offering. So that's all we can gauge. We'd be happy to.
When you say comparable, do you mean the same amount or the same percentage?
It's the same amount, and then it's always subject to after the inspection period.
And so the aspect of it is that because this is 3.6 million, it's sometimes required to have more of a deposit because it's more of a price.
Agreed. But at that time when we were doing this, this was not a budgeted amount. So we only had $77,000 in our line item. So we couldn't offer more to be escrowed because we only had 77,000. So that's part of it. And then we always usually put the remaining after the first set of disbursement is released. It's to be done at closing. So it's a little different where the seller would want it right afterwards, all the full amount. So given that we felt that given it's 6 months closing, we think that, it's a reasonable offer, but of course he counter offer as well.
And again, the note is that it becomes non-refundable after the expiration of the feasibility period. I would want to ensure my recommendation on it becoming non-refundable at that time, to the extent that is what the board wants to do, that we ensure that the timing allows this board to have a meeting to convene to terminate the contract in order to, if that's what was the desire, but at least have you the opportunity to convene to consider terminating during that feasibility period. So that would just need to be made clear. Any further comments on deposit, or I can move down to closing?
Yes, I would like to make a comment. So like I said, I wanted to have us give our input as we're going through, so we're not having to go back and readdress these items. So my comment on this particular item is that I will accept one or the either. It's either that we find a way to make the 200 deposit, but that it would be on our terms in terms of the release of the deposit, or it's the converse, that they can have control of the funds, and we would give up our rights in terms of the timing, but it would be 100,000. So it can't be both. It has to be one or the other. Those are my comments on this particular part of the contract.
Thank you.
And I disagree. My goal is to get the purchase and sale agreement agreed to today. And I reviewed it. And so that's kind of where I'm at, is that if we do not have an agreed to purchase and sale agreement tonight, it's unlikely, or there's a chance we don't get it, which I do believe the board wants.
Chair.
So, yeah.
I would echo your sentiments that I'm in agreement that I would like to close this contract tonight, hence why I'm here where I should be in bed. But I do think that the seller has terms that he needs to be willing to agree with us to as well, so that we can both come out on the other side of this feeling whole. So I don't think we necessarily have to bow down on every single term that he's proposed. We can have places where we can find ways to talk about this. And I think that's what we're doing tonight. He will have the opportunity to make his counter. I think it would be behoove us all tonight to have this open dialogue and conversation about what the terms of this contract are. And hopefully we can get to a conclusion tonight. That would be my objective as well, if we can do that. But I do agree that, or I do believe that he needs to be willing to make concessions as well. I don't think it has to only be us that needs to make concessions on everything.
So the reason why I asked the applicant is because, you know, if there's ever a time where this is the item, he says, no, this is it. And if the board doesn't agree to it, he'll find another seller. That's where I would want the applicant. So rather than us going through the whole thing and not hearing from the applicant, if we could go through each item and then hear from the applicant, so that either we can agree to it rather than trying to go back 10 minutes or 15 minutes in the past. Yes, Board Member Katz.
So I'm open-minded to Board Member Romulus's idea. And I think I kind of want to, since we're just kind of seeing this first time or getting input first time, I'm not personally going to treat this like each of these we have to make a decision on, and then it's like, you know, tentatively agreed to as we go through it, like a negotiation at a table. Because maybe 6 or 7 items into this, there's something that could be traded for a previous item. So I kind of want to, my personal view is that I'm not concrete on anything until I hear everything. And then if there's give and take, you know, item 1 might be able to be given to take item 10 is my point, I guess.
All right. Chair,
yes,
if I may.
Yes.
All of this is, if we recall from what Mr. Oyer said in the previous meeting, is really contingent on this actually completing by the end of the year, if I remember correctly. So perhaps we should begin with the question, is this even going to complete within the year? Because why are we negotiating all of these individual terms if that's essentially the threshold, right? Let's begin with the obvious and then work backwards. If we can make it by the end of the year, then let's figure out these other terms. So could we have that discussion first about the banks and the timeline, and let's figure that out first?
Well, the good news is that is actually the next bullet on the list. So so even if that's where we were headed. So I'll turn it over to Twee to talk about that side.
So to date, the board have asked us last month to look at financing with 4 banks. They were slow in responding to us, 2 of which are our own banks that we have business dealings with. And that is Truist. If I can point you to attachment 8, A through D. We also provided just the term sheets or what we received from them to date from each of the bank. So we approached Valley National Bank, Truist Bank, TD Bank, and PNC Bank. Truist and TD banks are the CRA banks. Their term sheet is attached. Valley Bank is a community bank, and they offer, they're the only one that was responsive, and they met with us early, about 2 weeks ago, Vicki, right? They said in their conventional, this would be considered a conventional loan, they can meet our requirement to close December 15th. Generally, they will, once the term sheet is accepted and we ask them to move forward, they'll need 30 days for underwriting and 60 days for close. But what their term is, they don't loan 100%. Their loan to value is 75%. We'll have to go with cash for the other 25. It's a 4% fixed and 0.35% for the loan fee. Again, they do caution there's a lot of caveat to all these term sheets, one of which is that they need to inspect the appraisal, and they may need supplemental information on the 3.4 million appraisal that was given. The next item is, the next sheet, I'm sorry, is Truist Bank. Again.
Wait, Twee, if I may. What does that add to the timeline? The inspection, what does that add to the timeline?
You mean the inspection for the bank?
For the bank, yes.
It doesn't, Valley says that they can do it with the closing of December 15th. The others, in short, they have certain terms as well, but our two bankers are the two banks, Truist and TD, they want to reevaluate our bond to give us the best rate. So there's more than just this loan and here are the terms. The last one, PNC, they want us to move all of our accounts to their bank. And again, it's not, you know, it's not straightforward. It can be done, but again, that has to be going through their underwriting and everything.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of we are not good for the money. It's just their timing, and banks do what they do. They have to go through whatever they need for underwriting. They have to go through whatever they need to secure in terms of getting the closing documents to us.
Thank you.
If I may, I know we're going through the financing and all that, but I just need something cleared up in my head. What is the reason for the rush here? Is it because income tax purposes? Is the seller trying to make sure he can claim it on his income tax, or what is the reason for the rush? We should not be in that big of a rush for this. I'd like to know the answer to that, so it will allow me to receive a lot more of the information that you're giving out. So if I could, Chair.
Good evening. For the record, Harvey Oyer. I'm a managing member of the seller entity, 500 Ocean Properties. I was before you 2 months ago at your July meeting, and I made it, I think, fairly clear that our interest in selling it at this price, which is less than all the developers have offered us, and we think even below market, is to sell it before the end of the year. And that is because if you read the newspapers, President Biden has proposed, and in fact, just yesterday, the House Ways and Means Committee put forward a drastic tax increase. It is no secret. And what form it finally takes, we don't know, but every version that is being discussed includes either completely doing away with the long-term capital gains tax treatment or significantly increasing it. So to our family, $3.6 million in 2021 is about the same thing as $4.2 million or more after the first of the year. So that, sir, was the reason for wanting to get it closed this year.
And this is the reason why it's an absolute showstopper if you can't make that date.
Or the price goes up. And so what we were trying to do is give the city a very fair price, what we think is below market. And but it would have the same net result to us as a family, to my sisters and I, as selling it after January 1st for even more money. Now, that's a bit of a moving target. None of us have any idea what Congress is going to pass or whether they're going to make it retroactive or only prospective going forward. None of us know. But our only chance of locking in today's long-term cap gain rate is to do the deal before the end of this year and hope that Congress doesn't make it retroactive. So we're the one taking the big risk here, because we could sell it for the lesser price. Congress could make it retroactive and we wind up paying the higher tax rate anyway, in which case the taxpayer gets the bargain. So, you know, I feel like we're shouldering that risk, but to answer your question more directly, Commissioner Hay, is it's driven entirely by tax issues. And there are some other issues on lease renewals that we discussed 2 months ago. I'm happy to go into those. Those also have to do with the timing, but the big timing issue is the federal tax issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Chair.
So again, we've noted the closing date has been articulated no later than December 31st, 2021. Title to be conveyed, CRA staff had drafted a warranty deed, and seller has amended that to say special warranty deed. The difference is that this particular type of deed guarantees there are no defects or problems that have arisen during the seller's ownership, but make no promises about the condition of the title before the seller owned the property. Moving on to feasibility period. The length of the feasibility study, period, in the CRA's draft agreement was 60 days. The seller is requesting to reduce that period of time to 45 days. This is important to the extent that you do agree to have the deposit become non-refundable. It would become non-refundable within 45 days.
I would say that if we have the ability after our November meeting, which is, I believe, the 60 days, because otherwise we would have to make the decision in October. Otherwise, it's the money is non-refundable.
Correct. And because there's no financing contingency in this agreement, you would terminate under the feasibility period if you were unable to obtain loan at terms that you wanted to move forward with. So that's also the time it's going to take you to obtain the financing. I would recommend be the feasibility period, because again, to the extent that the deposit becomes non-refundable at that time, you'll need to know where you stand with regard to both the status of the property and the status of the financing for the transaction. Termination prior to expiration. This is, the seller made some technical edits regarding written notice be provided prior to 5 p.m. There were some additional language added regarding default that I do not recommend adding because it's captured elsewhere in the agreement, and it is my preference to deal with one issue in one place in an agreement so there's no potential conflict. If there's any, I can go to, you'll see that under, as I move through each of these, it references the paragraph and page number. If you would like to see the full text of the edit, this is meant to be a summary, but the paragraph and page are cited with each one of these, so you can see specifically what our recommendations are. State of the property, and I think this is the most important. The seller has added language that provides that the purchaser is, for all intents and purposes, purchasing the property as is with no warranties, representations regarding its fitness for any particular use. Again, the importance of the feasibility period for that particular reason, for us to understand where and how the building stands. That's important to you. In most cases of the CRA, you purchase property with the intent to redevelop it quickly and demolish it in some cases and have vacant property. Given something we'll be discussing later on, I don't want to jump to it if that's not next, but if there are going to be tenants, it will matter what the fitness of the building is for the use to which the tenants are putting the property to. So that is why that's an important issue, to the extent that there are continuing tenants of the property for any period of time that the CRA is going to own the property.
Yes, Board Member Katz.
A question: during inspection and knowing that there are tenants there currently with existing leases and subject to excuse me, potential extensions depending on how all this unfolds, would the inspection be more than just an inspection of the building itself, but an inspection of the current uses and concerns relative to the current uses in the inspection?
It will be an inspection of the building and the equipment, not the equipment, the structural, mechanical, electrical, but not for the use approval. Hopefully with the BTRs that we received from the city, the use has been taken care of, but they're going to look at the basic building component, the skeleton of it, and in terms of researching permits that's in the building system, as well as the codes that was in play when these uses were in there and activated. And then also we'll be looking in our normal due diligence period, also the price it costs to repair and the life of each of those components. We've done that already to give you the report when we did the 401, 411 building. We had structural analysis done of each of the component and a cost estimate for repairs or maintenance of it.
So there will be a way through the inspection process, through existing city documents,
yes,
to verify that. And then I noticed that this one thus far is the only one without any CRA language. So if, Tara, you said this is like the most important one, what would be our, if we were not inclined to accept what's proposed, what would our response be?
Well, we would make requirements for specific representations with regard to the fitness of the property to date for the uses for which it's being currently put, meaning any leases that are in existence and would be in existence for the period of time that we take over the property. There would be a warranty from seller that the property is in good condition and standing to support those uses, and there's no potential code enforcement or what have you type of issues that are lurking that they know of. Obviously, you know, this language, warranties, generally is written in the way of what you can reasonably you should know about and reasonably know. So it's not necessarily requiring them to make a huge investigation, but it does, and warranties, representations and warranties of the seller and purchaser survive the closing of the agreement.
So you would be able to fashion some simple language as a kind of.
Yes, was that the short answer you were looking for? Yes, I would be able to do that. You're welcome. Okay, moving on to title and survey, title defects. The title, just to be clear, there are two separate review periods for the CRA to be looking at documents. One is the title review period, the other is the feasibility period. We've already discussed the feasibility period. The title review period, as proposed in the agreement, is a 30-day period for the purchaser to review the title and make any objections to encumbrances or any other defects that a title report would detail. The seller has deleted, pardon me, let me just go up here. I'll start from the beginning. Title defects. The CRA standard contract requires seller to undertake all necessary activities to cure all title defects. Seller has deleted this requirement and will not be required to cure any title defects. Under these terms, the CRA will have the options to close on the property as is or terminate the contract. If this is agreed, and the CRA's position, the CRA staff position is if this seller term is agreeable, we will need to be clear that the time period for title review allows for enough time for the board to convene if there's anything that needs to be brought to your attention during the title review period. Updated title commitment. The seller is requesting a limitation on the ability of the CRA to object to title defects that arise after the initial title commitment. It's standard to have a provision that says you can update title. I don't expect we would do that given the short period of time. But nonetheless, if a defect shows up, we would recommend our standard language and not amending it in the way that is proposed. Given that there's a deadline overall to close by December 31st in the proposed terms, I think there's no reason to change that particular language to address that concern.
Tara, who will be doing the title work?
We have actually already pulled the title. My partner, Ken Dodge, who is working on the title work, reported to us today that he just received it. But I wasn't able to get an update on if there was anything. His initial was that he didn't see anything, but I don't want to stand by that because he had just literally received it. So the hope is there won't be any issues, but nonetheless, we want to make sure that we're able to convene before you if there's anything we need your direction on prior to losing the opportunity to object to any defects and or terminate the agreement. So the survey review is consistent with the title defect language. The seller has added language consistent with its proposed revisions to paragraph 7.1 regarding title, that it will not be required to cure any title, survey, or encroachment encumbrance defects. So that's just a restatement of the as-is provision, which I think a lot of these edits go to that point where I believe the seller's intention is to sell and be done. And again, this is just meant to highlight the changes in the terms that were set forth by the seller for you to consider. Moving on to seller deliverables. The seller is only committing to providing copies of licenses, permits, surveys, et cetera, that are in its possession at this moment. Seller is limiting its cooperation to execute certain necessary documents at closing that may be needed to withdraw from any government approvals. The particular language says they will execute any documents for withdrawal of approvals to the extent public hearings aren't required. I don't recommend we accept that revision because we will need their cooperation with whatever it is we need their cooperation with, and their liability at that point should be over. They're basically signing it away to turn away. If there is some other language they want, or if there's something else they're trying to get at with the language, perhaps Mr. Oyer can address it when he comes up to the podium. But as written, I don't recommend it because we are going to need them to cooperate with us in any way with the government approvals that may or may not be needed. We don't know at this time, so that's just a slightly technical edit. Moving on to conditions to close. The sellers propose to provide the property in materially the same condition at closing as it exists on the effective date. This is, I think, one of the most important topics, occupancy. The sellers, I'm going to start with the seller's request. The seller is requesting the ability to renew existing leases and enter in new leases, provided all new or renewed leases contain a 90-day termination provision. CRA
Do we lose sound or is it just me?
Board Chair Grant, this is John McNally. Seems to be a technical issue. I have the gentleman in the back working on this.
John, I can hear you.
Okay, it's possible that Board Chair Grant cannot though. Okay, to all members of the virtual audience, yeah, we are experiencing a technical issue and it is currently being addressed by my staff. Please hold, thank you. Testing 1, 2. If somebody is in the chambers, can you please respond?
Test, test, this is Bonnie.
Oh, perfect. I hear you in the virtual audience. So thank you. And I see the video. So we should be back online shortly. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
I'm going to return control back to your device down there.
Test, test. All right. I'll ask everyone from outside to please come back to the chambers. We will begin in 2 minutes.
And by the way, Mayor Grant, I hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
I'll ask everyone to please take their seats. We will begin momentarily. Christina, can you hear us? No. We need Catherine here.
Loud and clear, Chair.
All right. John, are we back on and live?
Yes, sir. We are live. Now we've been live the whole time. We did lose audio and we did lose video. Thanks to the staff downstairs, we do have that back in sync again.
Okay. So did we finish up conditions to close occupancy, or are we still in the middle of that?
I had summarized it, completed my summary of it, and was about to move on to the next bullet, but I'm happy to pause if there's discussion.
So the aspect of occupancy is there's certain businesses that this board has wanted to continue, and it's hard for businesses to continue if they don't have a lease or on a month-to-month basis. So the applicant's request for any renewals to have a 90-day extension or 90-day termination provision, is that enforceable?
It would depend on the lease. So to the extent that the board is willing to allow the seller to continue to renew leases and or enter into new leases, because it's both, the request is to do both. As written, it would be to enter into annual contracts with a 90-day termination provision. We as staff would recommend a month to month with a 90-day termination provision that makes it clear that it can be terminated for any reason at the CRA's sole discretion. And we would request the ability to review any lease that was going to be renewed or executed after the contract is executed, this contract is executed.
So you're saying a month-to-month lease with a certain period with a 90-day provision for
That
termination?
can, with 90-day notice of termination, that can be terminated in 90 days, as opposed to an annual lease that has a 90 days.
Chair.
Yes.
So my input on this is that it would be a hard no for me, especially on any new leases. I would definitely be okay with the discussion of renewing leases, as that is something that this board has made very clear that we are open to, especially for the existing businesses here. But if the seller were to take it into their hands to execute new leases in the process of this negotiation happening, that would be a hard no for me.
Well, I'd have to disagree. So part of at the DBC meeting, Tom Orkey of the Florida Surfing Museum would like to enter into a lease into vacant space. And so that's kind of where the 500 Ocean Properties is operating as a business. And according to Tara's explanation, it's month to month with 90 days termination, which seems fair so that the business can still operate. And as she mentioned, we would have the ability to review and for whatever reason decline any sort of new lease. However, I would want that ability so that we don't have more vacant spaces in a location that has the ability to have tenants.
Per the CRA attorney, if those are the terms that the seller were to agree to, I would be in agreement to it. But right now, as the seller has stated it in his contract, it would be a hard no for me.
Thank you. Yes. Is there any other questions regarding? Yes, Board Member Katz.
I'd just say I agree with Christina, Board Member Romulus, that if our conditions pursuant to potential leases were accepted by the seller, then, you know, that opens the door, but otherwise not on the annual lease.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Moving on, I found my first typo, which I knew I'd find since I put this together so quickly. I apologize for that. Proration closing costs and closing procedures, not closing costs. The CRA standard agreement divides the closing costs among the parties. The seller is requesting that the CRA pay all closing costs, except attorney's fees. Seller would cover their own attorney's fees. Moving on to seller. Oops, sorry.
Does the board have any objections?
As a question, what are do we have based on the expected sale price, what would the closing costs be in total? Do we know, or can we estimate?
I do not have that number. I apologize.
Thank you.
The normal, I guess we can decide what we want, I know, but in a situation like that, we can't come up with what the normal practice is for percentages wise, or.
Yeah, the aspect of the closing cost is that the seller normally in Palm Beach County pays the title and picks the title insurance, which means that our title agent, Ken Dodge, would be getting the CRA's funds, whereas the seller would be paying a documentary stamp tax, which would be going to the state. Looking at the agreement that they've always stated to us was 3.6 million is what they wanted from the CRA, that we tentatively agreed. The additional costs are negligible to the total amount of an extra, I believe, anywhere from 10 to 20,000 to the 3.6 million of what the seller's share would be. And so that's kind of where I don't want to lose an agreement over 10 to 20,000. Yes, Board Member Katz.
So if that's true, and if they are marginal relative to the transaction, I would be open-minded to either if it was more or less significant in terms of funding or cost.
If that is the situation, I would have no problem with that either. I wouldn't want this to go south because of something that is not that major.
Thank you. All right, seller warrant.
Is that a reasonable ballpark number, what was mentioned?
We talked to our attorney, Mr. Dodge, and I think there were some numbers that were, initially it was about 25, but I'm not, again, I'd have to double check and give him that opportunity to finalize those numbers for us.
Okay, that's all right. I just need a ballpark. Thank you.
Are we ready to move on to the next?
Yes, please.
Seller warranties. As I mentioned, seller warranties, buyer warranties, these are provisions that survive the closing. Seller requests the ability to offer the property for sale and solicit other offers to purchase the property while the agreement is in effect. That's not saying he's going to do that, but there is generally a warranty, a standard warranty that says while the purchase contract is in place, the seller will not market the property for sale. The seller has stricken that warranty from the draft agreement. Going on to the next one, the seller has stricken the warranty wherein making warranties that there are no pending or threatened litigation involving the property. I would recommend rejecting this revision. I think that should be something that the seller is able to warrant. And then I cited another stricken warranty in the next bullet. It says seller will not warrant that there are no facts believed by seller to be material to the use, condition, and operation of the property in the manner that it has been used or operated, which it has not disclosed to the purchaser herein, including but not limited to unrecorded instruments or defects in the condition of the property which will impair the use or operation of the property in any manner. Seller struck that warranty. CRA staff recommend rejecting that and requiring that warranty be included. Moving on to default, the seller has reduced the cure. Oh, did I hear somebody? Christina?
Yeah, just some clarification on paragraph 11.6, page 9, about the ability of the seller to try to put the property for sale or to solicit it. I'm not sure I heard if there was an opposition to that, or if we're saying we're okay with that. I didn't hear what your comment was on that.
I didn't have a comment one way or the other. That would be for the board. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that that was an edit proposed by the seller to eliminate that warranty, which would indicate to me that the seller wants to have the ability to do that. But again, when the seller takes the mic, I'm sure he can speak to that particular issue. But we don't have a recommendation one way or the other. That would be at the board's direction.
Okay, well, just to put it in the terms that I think a lay person would understand, wouldn't this, in terms of executing this purchase and sale agreement, wouldn't this be the equivalent of going under contract on a home if you were purchasing a home?
Yes, and then having a backup contract, so to speak.
And so having a home under contract, but still receiving or accepting solicitations, is that a common practice?
It depends on the market, frankly, with homes and commercial, and it depends on the circumstances. So it doesn't eliminate the buyer's responsibility to perform under the purchase and sale agreement they would have with the CRA. It would just basically allow them to have a backup offer in place.
So Christina, for example, let's say the CRA is unable to get the financing. They are still able to negotiate with somebody for a cash offer after we did not get the financing.
So would this portion of the contract come into play at a certain point, like after the feasibility period or something like that? Or is it just at any given point throughout this negotiation period?
it's any point up until the closing period, so that the seller is able to have something in place in January rather than trying to start negotiating in January.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And as we heard from the applicant, that the what is it? The cured period be reduced to the December 31st, 2021. So in the sense that
No. In the next paragraph, default, the seller has reduced the cure period and added a restatement that in no instance can the closing extend beyond December 31st, 2021. As that is already a statement in the contract as a condition, as a requirement elsewhere, I would not recommend including it here in the default section. I think that's
Okay.
inappropriate. That's my point there. It's to your discretion whether you would like to reduce the cure period.
what is it currently versus offered?
It's at page 12.3. I will read it. The defaulting party shall have, as I'll read it as proposed and then I'll read it with the edits. The defaulting party shall have 15 days from delivery of notice of default during which to cure the default, provided, however, that as to a failure to close, the cure period shall only be 3 business days from delivery of notice. The seller has reduced 15 days to 5 and 3 days to 2.
And that's for both parties, correct?
Correct, is for the defaulting party upon receipt of notice of the default. You will have 15 or 3 days to cure, depending upon the default, or 5 and 2. I would not reduce the 3 to 2 because 2 is not a very long period of time to mail and make sure notice is provided as required under the agreement. I defer to you on the 15 to 5. I think 5 is still fairly tight, but
And especially because it says calendar days, not business days. I think that, if they get it on Friday, we're talking having the answer by Tuesday.
Correct.
Or Wednesday. So I based upon the calendar days, I do think we need a little bit more than 5 days.
I will move on.
Yes, please.
Paragraph 15, broker fees. Our standard contract has the seller indemnifying with brokers if there's any claims by a broker that they participated in this transaction. We would be indemnified. The seller is making that the CRA would also indemnify the CRA should a claim be made against them that a broker was involved. Next, there are some edits to this section regarding public records that I would delete because the public records law applies. And I would not agree to the striking of our standard public records law paragraph, which allows us to interplead. If there is a claim made that a record is subject to an exemption of the public records or confidential for some reason and should not be disclosed to the public, and the seller makes that claim to us, we have the option to interplead that to the court so that because obviously we are in a strict liability situation either way, so we want to maintain our ability to comply with the law and not be held liable for doing so.
And so you would say that the seller's revisions would put us in a possibility of violating the law?
I wouldn't want to make us liable to the seller for having to comply with the law is what I would like, is the reason I would like to strike that.
Okay.
Going to miscellaneous paragraphs, paragraph 1812, the seller has stricken the paragraph where the seller acknowledges and agrees that seller shall be responsible for its own attorney's fees and all costs, if any, incurred by seller in connection with the transaction contemplated. To the extent they want to change that to deal with the areas where we have said they won't be subject to charges, that's fine, but I would like them to keep the part acknowledging and agreeing to cover their own attorney's fees.
And it's not anywhere else in the contract?
It is stated in, this is why I would like to keep it, because I believe it is covered in closing costs. But nonetheless, if there are other attorney's fees that wouldn't fall in closing costs for whatever reason, it just is a simple statement that I think should be continued to.
Is there a prevailing parties clause in this contract as well?
There is not. 18.8, oh yeah, there it is, 18 fees, 18.8.
Okay.
And just to be clear, we've been reviewing this, put this together. We have not had a chance to talk to Mr. Oyer, so he may be able to resolve some of these very quickly for you.
Thank you.
And then I think another of the larger items for you to discuss, and again, these are just making you note of the additions. There's been an addition of purchasers' representations and warranties. The seller has added warranties for the CRA. Again, warranties made by the purchaser survive the closing. The purchaser is requiring the CRA to warrant that it was validly created and is in good standing, and to warrant that the agreement will be validly executed by an authorized individual. I don't necessarily object to those, but we don't generally make warranties that survive closing, so that would be a change in our policy moving forward, which is why I'm bringing it to your attention.
I mean, nobody has challenged the CRA's creation in the 30 years, is that correct?
That I'm aware of.
But it is a possibility.
So.
Okay.
Then the last paragraph that isn't on the term sheet, but is and I'll let Tui speak to the last paragraph of revision, deals with real estate, the maintenance and preservation of the Oyer Insurance and real estate sign on the east facade wall. And they would like us to preserve and maintain that post-closing, and I'll let Tui speak to that in more greater detail.
Well, before you go, can you describe what best efforts means?
Best efforts is a legal term that is open to interpretation. It means best efforts is somewhere in the world of reasonable, somewhere in the world of, I can't think of another analogy, I apologize, but it means you will make reasonable efforts to live up to the commitment. So it's something less than promising to absolutely do it, but it's not clearly defined. So it's best efforts.
A future CRA board can say that a certain cost to preserve is too much and not reasonable.
I don't know that would if we wanted to have that flexibility, I would define best efforts. So the way I look at terms like best efforts is if you really want to know what it means, you'd have to litigate it, because you can differ on what that means. But if there are circumstances that you want to clearly be able to do or not do something, I'd rather be more specific with an articulation of what those circumstances might look like.
So it'd be better if we put a certain dollar amount. And and if the seller wants to do any amount over that dollar amount, they have the ability to do it.
Yes, I recommend more specific terms in that regard and what the CRA is willing to do in that regard, rather than something like best efforts.
And also to mention there's a difference between preservation, historic preservation, the true preservation versus best effort in, again, do we go and specify the paint that was done back then, or how do we deal with, those are the more
Correct.
specific that the board would need to.
There's paint design, and then there's the actual wall.
Yes.
Which might have the electrical plumbing in it. Okay.
And that concludes my review of the term sheet.
Thank you very much, Tara. I know you had to work over the weekend. All right. I'll ask the board if they have any other questions or comments from Tara before we let the seller come up and discuss his edits to the purchase and sale agreement. All right, hearing none. Mr. Aurier?
Thank you to the board for the opportunity. So there's a lot to unpack here. Let me try to do it. This is the first time I've ever seen this, so I'm not sure I kept pace with it. But I'll frame this with, here's the big idea. You guys have wanted to buy this property from our family a number of times over a number of years. My father was always resistive to it. My sisters and I, after our father passed away a decade ago, were resistive to it. We want to help you redevelop that block. We know our property is a key piece to it. It is the frontage on your historic Main Street, and without it, whatever the redevelopment looks like, we'll have no frontage on the Main Street. You won't have the alley to abandon. You'll have double setbacks. It's not an efficient development of that block. We recognize that, and we want to be part of the solution. And it's in that spirit that I came to you on July 13th and said, if you want to buy it, great. If you don't, that's fine too. We emotionally have a hard time separating ourselves from a property that's been in our family for a century. My grandfather acquired this in the 1920s. But we're willing to do that. But we had two real requirements: close before the end of the year, and it's a net deal, meaning we don't pay any costs. And you all unanimously said go forth, and it took us 5 weeks to get a purchase and sale agreement. So I realize that I have proposed to compress some of the timeframes on production of title, review of title objection periods, title cure periods. That's out of necessity, folks, because if we don't do that, we will not have a closing in 2021. I did not control the release of the standard agreement. If it was standard, I thought we would have had it in a few days, but we did not. So here's where we find ourselves. And I'm happy to go through these one by one. So why don't we follow Tara's list? First is the deposit amount. I think originally proposed was, I don't know, $25,000 or whatever the amount was. I recognize that you only have $77,000 in your current budget. So I agreed to, I guess you originally proposed 50. I agreed to the 50. My opposition was to the second deposit only being another 50. That's only $100,000 up on a $3.6 million deal, which as a percentage of the deal is far below what is customary in a commercial deal, which is usually between 5 and 10%. So 10% would be 360, 5% would be 180. You were proposing 100. I think that should be a higher number, particularly given the other things that your staff was requesting, is that we don't sign any new leases, and the vacancies we already have, we're not allowed to renew, which means we have to sit still for, in July, it would have been 5 months, and not renew any leases in the hope that you guys close. In the meantime, we let our tenants pick up their stuff, find a new place to rent, and move. And should you not close, we've not only lost 5 months of revenue, we've lost our tenants. And that's not reasonable, and that would not be done in any other commercial deal. So the deposit is meant to compensate us should you walk from the deal and make us whole. And I think what I put in there is reasonable. It works in your budget, because 2 weeks from now, you will have more money. So if we agree to a purchase and sale agreement tonight, you have $50,000, you have $77,000, as we heard earlier tonight. And 2 weeks from now, you're going to have $2.247 million. So I don't think the deposits are either out of whack with what is customary. In fact, they're lower, and they are for an intended purpose. And you can compare it to the church if you would like. I don't know who negotiated the deal on behalf of the church, but the church didn't have a bunch of tenants. They were using it once a week. We have, I don't know, 15 or 20 tenants, and we have existing vacancies and vacancies that are about to be created during the period of this contract. So that is the purpose of the increased deposit.
And now I'll ask, would you like to go through? Because, I don't want to get to a back-to-back conversation where if we don't agree to something later on, and this is something that you can't agree with, the deal's over and we move forward. And I appreciate your time. So is this board okay with the $200,000? I just need consensus.
I'm okay with it. Like I said, as long as part 2 of this is we can come to an agreement on that, because that's the part that I'm having a hang up on.
Okay. So we got through deposit 3.1. So the next is 3.2. The release of deposit to seller.
So let me read your staff comment here. So I don't have an issue with only releasing 25,000 after the feasibility period, but what I want very clear is the entire $200,000 is hard at the conclusion of the feasibility period, whether it's released then or not released then. Should you, the purchaser, default, we would be entitled to that entire $200,000, which is 100% customary in any real estate transaction. If you have heartburn about releasing it, fine. The closing is going to be 30 or 45 days later, but it needs to be very clear that should you default and not have a closing, $25,000 is not an adequate remedy for tying up our property and causing us to lose the revenue. So I don't know how your board wants to handle that. And I don't even know if that is what Tara was saying. Tara, was it only about the release of the deposit, or was it saying that only 25,000 would be hard?
I was just making note of the change so they could consider your request, which was different than our standard contract. That's really for the board to decide.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Is your recommendation that only 25,000 be released, but the entire deposit is non-refundable after the expiration of the feasibility period?
I wouldn't release any more than the 25,000 after the feasibility study. To the extent that the board wants money to be non-refundable, that is for the board to decide. I wrote this here so they would be aware that that is a request, and we want them to knowingly accept that term.
So
I mean, this is real estate 101, guys.
Basically, what our attorney is saying is that we need to agree that it is a non-refundable deposit after the feasibility, in which case we release the 25,000, which you've already stated is what normally is the course of business. So I would need consensus that that is okay.
And I just want to make one statement for the board so that you understand that, yes, real estate transactions happen every day between commercial parties. You are not a commercial party. You have different considerations and are governed by different things. So please don't feel like you have to change your behaviors because of this is a commercial transaction. Understanding that you have different considerations. So sometimes we vary from those in our standard contracts given your mandate as a government agency.
So the big thing then is that, we have, as the CRA says, yeah, we don't necessarily have to worry about financing. We have the funds and we're going to, we can borrow, and because of our income stream of it being taxes. So this is kind of the putting your money where your mouth is because of the December 31st requirement that we agreed to in July. So I'm in favor of, after the feasibility study is over, that it becomes non-refundable. Because I do believe that if we do not agree to that, then we do not have to discuss the rest of the contract.
And I cannot imagine you would in any deal. I mean, that is standard real estate 101.
Mr. Oyer? Yes, Board Member Romulus.
Thank you. Chair, I don't think any of us are contesting this. And if I can get confirmation from the CRA attorney, is that what she is confirming as well?
I have no issue if you decide to make that non-refundable, but I would say that the importance to me at that point is that the feasibility period be clearly stated to encompass whatever board meeting you believe you need to have, the date of that board meeting, so that you can consider whether or not to move forward, knowing that that would be a liability against the CRA. So that would be, I'm fine with whatever you decide, but I just want to make sure that the feasibility period would be written in such a way to ensure, and I think you said the November meeting.
So November 10th would be the end of the feasibility study, so that we have our November 9th meeting to see everything and make a decision at that time.
That makes sense to me.
And I do have a question because Mr.
Yes.
Oyer has mentioned it multiple times. He keeps mentioning that there would be a loss of revenue. Mr. Oyer, if you care to clarify, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, I just want to make a note. November 10th would be
The day after our meeting in November, and so by the end of business, Tara, is that enough time, or do you need like to the November the 11th?
well,
which
that's
is
a public
Veterans
holiday.
Day?
That's Veterans
Yeah.
Day.
I would prefer to, just to make sure, I'm sure there's a mailing notice.
Are,
in there, so just
Mr.
to
Oyer, are
make
you okay with November 12th, the day after Veterans Day?
I am, as long as we have a closing by the end of the year.
All right, so yes, then the feasibility study would end at November 12th.
November 10th should be a public holiday too. That's the birth of the United States Marine Corps. So are we ready to move on to the next issue, Mr. Chair?
Question real quick to
Yes, Board Member
Tara.
Katz, yes.
So if we have the meeting on the 9th, that is sufficient time, those 2 or 3 days, sandwiching Veterans Day holiday for
Yes, because if that's the agreed upon date, we'll just make sure that the notice provision of the contract provides it in such a way that if I have to walk it over, we can walk it over.
Chair,
Right. Yes, Board Member Romulus.
I asked a question earlier that was not addressed.
Regarding the attorney,
No, I'm sorry. I think she asked about
the commercial rents
leases.
for a commercial property.
I'm sorry. sir.
Oh, sorry, commercial rents at a commercial property.
Yeah, maybe we could ask her to repeat the question so I get it correct.
My question was that you've made several references to loss of revenue from your leases or from your renters. I just want to understand what you mean by that. You mentioned 5 months of lost rent.
Right. So we have a couple of vacancies right now that we identified when we talked to your staff just a couple of days after your July meeting. And they said, don't fill those because we don't want to have, I'm paraphrasing, but tweak and corroborate this. Don't fill those because we're not in the business of being a landlord. We're likely going to tear your buildings down. My response, particularly as this is dragged on, is we cannot just sit idle and leave viable offices and apartments vacant in the hopes that you might close. Moreover, if you think about the timing, let's say you do close in December and it's your goal to select an RFP candidate, contract with them, enter into a developer's agreement, let them go through your site plan approval process. There is no conceivable way that you all are tearing these buildings down for redevelopment inside of 9 months, and I would say even 12 months. If you think about the time associated with selecting an RFP recipient, negotiating a developer agreement, negotiating a TIF agreement, them getting site plan approval, which is probably a 3 to 5 month process on its own. So it's not good for us and it's not good for you and the taxpayers for us to get all the tenants out so that you will own non-performing buildings with no revenue coming in. So you would have then spent the taxpayers $3.6 million and not have the benefit of the revenue stream after you own it. So that makes no sense for anyone. What I proposed and what seems most logical is let us renew those leases as long as there is a termination right in the leases. So when you're ready to tear it down and redevelop it, you have a way to get them out, not to get them out today.
And our attorney said a month-to-month lease with a 90-day termination.
That doesn't work if you think about it, sir, because who is going to pick up all their stuff and move into either a residential unit or a commercial unit only to have the certainty of 1 month?
Well, that's what I didn't understand what our attorney says. If it's month to month, then we give them a 90-day termination clause. Is that what you said, or?
Yeah, if you want to give it a 90-day term, that's the same effect. It's just a month to month. Effectively you're giving them 90-day leases if you're having a termination. So we are just saying not have a year. That makes no sense either if you're going to have a 90-day termination for any reason.
So effectively, your request is to have a 3 month to 3 month. I mean, they sign for a year, but any 3 month gap, we could say
Correct. The point is that if you sign for a year contract, it's most likely that it's going to go through the year. Whereas, let's say the CRA sells the property to someone else, they have that ability to terminate it within 90 days.
Understood, but our issue is we will be at the time that we take this property on, we will have leases in place for a year. Whereas we would rather renew those leases under terms that we're negotiating with whatever that may be at the time, because we do have RFPs out for this property, the plans will
We
change.
can't, I know that we can renew leases on certain terms, but we can't make new leases on certain terms, because in order for us to make a new lease, we have to do a letter of intent. Is that correct? Or, a notice of disposal, I'm sorry.
If there's an option to renew, we would not have to do that.
But if we wanted a new lease.
Correct. And again, I'm just explaining the policy decisions are yours to make. The question just is, why would we recommend month to month versus annual? It would give the CRA the control over leases once we take possession.
It doesn't matter if it's a 90-day extension. So we can give them a year lease and then the next month give them a 90-day termination versus a month to month where we say the next month you're out in 90 days. It's the same thing, except the tenant has the comfortability of knowing that at least they're supposed to be there for the full year, subject to the whim of the landlord, versus the landlord saying, normally if you're a month-to-month lease, you only have 15 days, according to the law, if I'm not mistaken, for residential to be terminated. And this is residential property as well that they're trying to release.
Well, and that is another issue, is that residential tenancies are much more difficult to end than commercial leases. So that is another reason that we would recommend, from a legal perspective, again, your policy decision is your policy decision. I'm just explaining why we were thinking what we're thinking.
So, Board Member Katz.
I'm open-minded to existing leases being renewed, but I've a fundamental position. I don't know what's going to happen with the building as far as a year from now, 18 months from now, 6 months from now. So I personally am not in favor of signing any new tenants. To me, it might be one thing to say there are existing tenants and we are going to work with them with some sort of extension with our ability, 30 days, 90 days, whatever. But I would be opposed to moving anybody into the building right now with a 1-year lease, because it wouldn't make sense for me to do that, because now we're creating additional hurdles to the inevitability that we do have to clear this building out, and we want to work with some of the existing tenants to address their needs if and when we need to clear the building. I don't want to create more tenants to have to address new needs. That's just my personal view.
The aspect that we're missing is that these are commercial tenants that don't do annual leases normally. They do multi-year leases. And for any existing ones to get an annual lease with a 90-day termination is very scary for a commercial tenant to begin with. I'll ask consensus to say the fact is that if we get the 90-day termination is the main point of what the seller is offering, because whether it's a new one or whether it's an existing one, having that 90-day termination means that we are still in control after 3 months.
Chair.
Yes.
Go ahead, Board Member Ramos, and then I'll go after.
Thank you. Yeah, I think to prevent us from not going around in circles, let me make my point clear. And I think this is what I've said before, and I'll say it again. I simply do not want to enter into any new leases. No new tenants should enter into this building while we are in this contract negotiation. That being said, any other existing tenants that are here, whatever language that needs to be stated that would allow them to be comfortable and that would allow them to be able to stay, and for us to work with them once the building is ultimately conveyed to us, I'm in agreement with that. My only concession, or not concession, but my only point that I would not be willing to bend on is I don't want any new leases created that do not currently exist at the moment, because that, to Board Member Katz's point, that's the part that would ultimately make this even stickier, where we do have intention, let's just make this very clear, we do have intention to raise this building in the next potentially year to 2 years, with the intention of ultimately redeveloping that entire block. So why give the promise and not even be able to deliver to a potentially new tenant that may think that they may be here for a certain amount of time? Let's just not even open that door, because then that creates another problem, another tenant that we now have to work with and relocate and find relocation fees and this, that, and the other, that we're going to have to do for the current tenants that are there now.
Okay, Board Member Katz. So as me and Board Member Rollins has said, I'm in agreement on no new leases. That doesn't mean no extensions. To Tara, if we agree, whatever potential extensions we agreed to, whether we said month to month, whether it's 1 year with a 90-day termination, being this country and the free ability to file lawsuits against anyone for any reason, is there language, if we were to say there was a compromise here, this is just me thinking, if we were to do a 1 year extension for existing tenants, if that was what we agreed to with the 90 days, are we are entitled to put language in there that says that tenants waive their right to file litigation against us for any reason relative to, like, I don't want to get sued by a tenant because we can be sued for anything. Is there a way to, if you renew your lease, you're agreeing that, no,
I think the best that I could offer in that regard is the terms that I said. If you wanted to allow an annual renewal for existing tenants is a different situation than what I was trying to address with the new tenants. So I'm fine with that. If the 90-day period was written clearly that it was to be terminated by landlord solely at their discretion, and that we were able to review and approve the language of the new leases prior to them being executed. Those are the two conditions I would recommend adding to that provision if you are inclined to allow renewals for a year with a 90-day.
so with that being said, and with the understanding that it is highly improbable that we would be taking the building down inside of 12 months because whatever transpires with 115 and all of that will take time, as we've all seen. I wouldn't be opposed to the 1 year extension of existing leases with a 90-day termination, and whatever language you see fit to protect us from an existing tenant, using the litigation or the legal system to.
Again, it would just be reviewing what was signed to make sure it had all of the adequate protections that a lease should have.
Okay, and under that hypothetical, no matter what happens at the end of that 12-month period, there are no rights to remain on premises for any tenant.
So I think what you're saying then is no option to renew after the annual, at the end of the renewal.
We would have the discretion.
Right, you would have the discretion because at that time it would be in your hands. Yes. Okay. Understood.
That's kind of where I'm at, I guess.
I support what's just been said. I'm in favor of the annual with the 90-day termination at our sole discretion. Absolutely. And no new leases. Obviously, we are moving forward. And quite frankly, A, we want to protect the current tenants, but B, with the timeline, with the RFP and development, these things are going to happen in phases. It's not like it's going to happen in a year or a year and a half. So I'm comfortable with the annual with the 90-day termination at our discretion.
Just for the record, I too am in agreement with that annual with the 90 days.
I mean,
unanimous, except.
yeah, no, it's not for me, because I understand that the fact is that we are, as the CRA, we like to think of ourselves as a government and not caring about revenue, but this is revenue to us once we get it. So it's like we're saying, no, we don't want money from January to September for the residential or commercial tenants. As I mentioned earlier in the discussion, spoke with the Florida Surfing Museum, and they would like to have space in the Fashion Shops Boutique to be open for Pirate Fest and have their museum to have a temporary home. But under this clause, they would not have that option for a temporary location. Yes, Board Member Katz.
If that's the desire, isn't that something that simply they could utilize the space at our discretion for a week or the event? If that was,
They were looking to do it for more of the season, from, let's say, the end of October to February. So, but that would be like 90 days. And so if we tell them as soon as they get there that they can't stay after February, that's included in what the seller's offering.
Again, the staff's recommendation was that to the extent new leases would be entertained, it would be on a month-to-month with the 90 days.
Correct. That's what I was actually just about to say. If it's a month-to-month thing, I would be willing to entertain it as long as it's under our discretion. I would want to not have that be under the seller's discretion at this point, because that doesn't give us any ability to negotiate or to control what happens in the future.
I'm sorry, I'm totally lost. I think this is a much simpler issue. We're not talking about a month to month. No tenant is going to move in on a month to month or even renew on a month to month. You're not going to need it in a month. You're not even going to need it in 12 months. And what you're going to need is the revenue so that these people out here, your taxpayers, are getting some benefit from having spent the money to buy this property. The easy solution is what I've proposed, that we have a right to renew the existing leases when they come due, and they're coming due at different times for 1 year each with a 90-day termination right. So once you know when you need the property, you simply provide them a termination notice.
Mr. Oyer, I think the board has agreed with that to the extent that we can be part of the renewal process, renew those renewals.
Yes.
So I don't think that's the issue.
Talking about month-to-month tenancies again.
Talking about new leases, the under discussion currently by the board is new leases. And the board was saying, Board Member Katz, Board Member Hay, Board Member Pinsurga, and Board Member Romulus did not want to allow new leases. The mayor was talking about a particular instance of interest and how to make that potentially happen. I was suggesting to the extent they wanted to address that, that is where a month-to-month for new leases that we would approve, have the right to approve prior to execution would come into play.
so I think there's consensus, one year, 90-day termination, no new leases. Once the property transfers to us and we own it, that's no new leases for the seller. We could choose.
You can do whatever you want to do.
As a totally separate discussion, if no new leases for you to rent, we could sign 10 new leases if that was our prerogative.
Okay, so two questions.
Summarized.
I'm sorry. What is the difference between a new lease for 12 months versus a renewal for 12 months? They would both have the 90-day termination right.
I think we just don't want new tenants, I think is what the consensus was, that it's, if you have existing tenants with existing leases and you were inclined to sign them to a 12-month extension with a 90-day termination for us when we take
You would
possession.
not want that revenue.
My personal opinion is that there are risks and costs associated with bringing in more people, so that whatever revenue might be born from the rented space, we could then turn around and have to hand $50,000 to relocate. So I think that there is risk and reward in that. And also beyond financial is that you're going to have people either owning a business or renting that space and occupying it. And then we might have to kick them out in 6 months.
No, 90 days.
Well, I'm saying in 6 months, we could turn around and tell them to leave. I guess at the risk of belaboring it, I'm in favor of 1 year renewals only, no new tenants, 90-day termination.
And so you would not be willing to accept new leases in the feasibility period for your approval?
I do not want any new tenants to sign because of the unknown future of the property. I don't want new tenants to occupy it right now.
I don't understand the logic, but that's the consensus of the board, that we would accept renewed leases, however, not new leases until, and then the board has the ability to make new leases in January according to the intent to dispose of the CRAs.
I understood. So I get the logic. That leads us back to the deposit. If you're only releasing $25,000 and we have 4 vacancies right now. So we're going to sit on 4 vacancies until the 12th of November and all the way through closing. So, call it 3 months, or if there is no closing, you see what the balancing act that we need to achieve between the amount of money released if you're not allowing us to collect rents in the meantime. That was the very essence of that discussion, is finding the appropriate balance. And your staff was wanting it both ways. Leave everything vacant, don't renew, no new tenants. But by the way, we really don't want to put any money at risk. And it just doesn't work that way.
Do you have tenants waiting to get into those?
We can lease all of them immediately. We've never had a problem because we don't overcharge our tenants. We charge, a fair to below market rate. I could fill every one of them tomorrow. And I've been waiting since July 13th to deal with this. So we've lost 60 days of rent. You're asking us to lose 60 days more. And what if you don't close? That's my issue.
Now, this is negotiation. And, I've been a landlord, I've been a tenant. The fear that the 90-day termination for residential or commercial is going to be $50,000 is outside of the realm of reasonable, according to me. I don't know, there's other attorneys here. Tara, do you feel like that is a reasonable number for a 90-day termination clause, that it may cost the CRA $50,000?
I don't think I understand that question, but.
So I guess the question is, let's say a commercial tenant doesn't vacate. What is the, cost to the CRA to try to do an eviction?
That wasn't my hypothetical. The hypothetical was that if we rent it to a new tenant and they come in here when we say you need to leave in 9 months, that they say, I need $20,000 in moving costs, and this other tenant needs $30,000. So that, again, I've made my position. I'm not going to change it.
Okay.
We can choose once we take possession of the property.
That's the fun part. We won't be here.
And I think the other piece for staff in making the recommendation regarding no new leases has to do with the seller's desire, which is still for you to decide, to sell the building as is. With, during the feasibility period, we'll see what we can see, but there could be issues that we can't see. And we would prefer to enter new leases once we're the owners and can take control of the building and evaluate those premises. So that is an additional concern with new leases in the space versus the existing tenants. That I think, to the extent no new leases are signed, that makes us less concerned with some of the other provisions that we had articulated that were proposed by seller.
We do have consensus on this. Can we move on to the next item?
Is that something that's
The concept is acceptable. I don't think a $25,000 release.
So what would you request for the release to be?
Something greater. I don't know, but I don't think that's fair and equitable.
So we're saying that November 12th would be the end of the feasibility period.
Yes.
And so that is another month and a half or 2 months, because October and November. And I would say that $25,000 is about that amount. So it would go from 25 to 75,000.
25 to 50.
Okay, to 50. Is that reasonable for you? So that
it is. I think it compensates us for that lost revenue should you not close. Look, we're trying to work with you. I get what you're saying, but we can't just be left with, a bunch of empty buildings. We have to pay property taxes and insurance and maintenance.
I fully understand. I'm not opposed to increasing the release. But again, each of these items is not the end of the negotiation. So that's what I kind of said towards the beginning of all this was there are things that could be traded. We're on, 3 or 4 of a dozen plus.
Yep.
So there might be opportunity as we move through to say, all right, in exchange for this concession, that concession, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, to be clear, can I just restate that?
Yes.
So we are comfortable with moving $50,000 to be released to seller within 10 days of the expiration, which becomes at that point non-refundable at that point.
Correct.
Yes.
That would, as long as
Just wanted to say it out loud so we all have consensus.
Contingent on the
higher deposit is non-refundable at the end of the feasibility.
At the end of the feasibility
This
study,
is
but the
just the release of the
50,000
money.
would just be what was released.
Yes.
to 50 is based on the agreement of 1 year
No
extension.
new leases.
Only no new leases.
Only renewals,
90 days.
no more than a 12-month term with a 30-day termination right.
And we get to review them.
Okay, my apologies.
Yes.
CRA can review them prior to execution.
Review the renewals.
Yes, just see
Well,
your.
the aspect of the termination clause, we would like to have our attorney.
Via the termination language, but the renewal has to be on whatever the terms of the current lease are.
Right.
We can't.
Yeah,
give
we
them an
wouldn't,
entire
we
lease.
just would like to see the entirety of the lease that's being renewed, just to make sure we know what it is, but we would only be commenting.
Well, if we get to an agreement tonight, you're going to get every lease,
So,
in the
yes.
next 2 days.
So that's why we would like to see the entirety of a renewal.
Correct. Yeah. So basically, we're requesting that any renewal, our attorney reviews the termination clause.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're comfortable.
But sees all leases in their totality.
You can see them, but I don't think we can tell a tenant,
Just
we're
to be,
going to renew you,
let-
but give you an entirely different agreement.
Right.
let me say it a different way. We would like to review it for any changes made to the existing terms.
Okay.
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 So as long as it's the same terms with the 90 days
Consistent.
termination. Okay. Let's move on. Your next comment is seller is requiring closing no later than December 31st. That's never changed. So that is a deal breaking issue. Next one, title to be conveyed. You're asking for a warranty deed. I asked for a special warranty deed. The difference, to put it really simply in layman's terms, a warranty deed is the seller warranting title from the beginning of time. So from the day Juan Ponce de Leon landed here in 1513 and declared this land for Spain, I'm guaranteeing you that title. Because people don't do that, and I have no way to do that, you buy something called title insurance. And so you offload that risk onto a title insurance company. You are buying title insurance. You rely on the title insurance. So it is not customary to give a full statutory warranty deed in a closing. What's customary is a special warranty deed that says, I will warrant title from the day I bought the property,
I
not
can
from
probably
the time of Spanish conquest.
I don't think we have, that's fine.
Okay.
I have no objection to this as well.
All
I'm
right.
fine with special warranty deed.
Thank you.
All right. So the feasibility study, paragraph 7 at page 3, we're
Yep.
saying November 12th.
Yep, we've already agreed to that.
Okay.
And that's a set date. It's not 60 days, it's the 12th of November.
Termination prior to the expiration of the feasibility.
Yeah, so this I want clear, and it was not clear. You gave yourself a feasibility period, but you did not specify what happens at the end of the feasibility period.
I was agreeable to to just,
Sure.
I don't want to,
Sure.
I'm just,
To the microphone.
sorry. I'm trying to look and talk at the same time. I don't want to misread the document. I'm not saying we wouldn't agree to provide you notice in writing, but there's a restatement of some of the default provisions, which I would simply want to put in the default section and not here.
Well, I think we do need to specify that that would constitute a default, and then it would go to the default provision for what the remedies are. But it needs to be clear that should you fail to give notice and terminate the deal, that
By
it's a
November.
hard deal. I mean,
Right.
that's standard language.
Right. If we don't give them notice by November 12th.
Yeah, that's not the
Hard deal.
problem. That's fine. We'll discuss that. We don't need to discuss that particular provision at the podium, I don't think.
Okay.
Okay, so the next issue on Tara's list is as is. So there's two ways you can do a real estate transaction. You can give a whole bunch of reps and warranties if you're not giving the buyer an opportunity to inspect the property, or you can give the buyer an opportunity to inspect the property, in which case you don't give a whole bunch of reps and warranties except the ones that we have in here. You don't get it both ways. You don't get to kick the tires for 60 days and then also get a whole bunch of reps and warranties as to the fitness for a particular use. That's what you're doing during your feasibility period. And so I put in standard as is language, which is in any agreement that has a feasibility period. You get to kick the tires all you want, hire any experts you want, any surveys, any geotech studies, soil, environmental, You can review everything that we have in our file. We'll give it all to you in 2 days. But we're not going to let you do that and give you reps and warranties that you can use it for a surfing museum, a shoe store, a tattoo parlor. That's not our business.
Again, this one was just to point out that that was an addition to the contract. It's at your discretion to prove it. Given the changes that we're making regarding existing leases, this is one of those that I pointed out because it's important to understand all of the changes. But to the extent that we will have a meeting for you to consider what we've been able to discover during the feasibility period, I'm not objecting to this language.
This is lifted right out of a FAR bar form, folks.
All right. So
which is promulgated by the Florida Bar and the Florida Realtors Association.
Thank you. So our attorney says that, and so Mr. Oyer, some of the things that Tara has mentioned is not an objection, just to inform us.
Okay.
Perhaps it would be easier for me just to go through and ask you for where I need direction, and then Mr. Oyer can say whether or not he agrees.
Okay. Mr. Oyer, is that okay with you?
However, it's your pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
So the next one was just pointing out a change to the title. Again, we don't have an objection. I just wanted to point out that the seller is unwilling to take efforts to cure any title defects that are noted. And so our option will be to either terminate the contract or proceed to closing with the title as it is. So for this particular one, I think the importance is similar to the end of the feasibility study. And I would request that the expiration of the title period be a notification that there's no title defects be after our October meeting, so that we can get your direction and give you any reports on the title at that time. You can give us thumbs up, thumbs down. We can report that to the seller.
So that would be, I would say again, the Friday after our meeting, October 15th.
So you're agreeing to my language, but you want to have me give notice of whether or not we're electing to cure a title defect before a date certain?
Want to give you notice that there's whether or not we would terminate because of a title defect by after the October meeting.
Okay, so that's roughly 30 days away. Does that give you enough time to order title, examine title,
Have title.
object to title?
We received it today, I believe.
Us then reply to you what we're going to cure. Because that was the problem with the timelines in here, is they no longer worked and get us to closing by the end of the year. So I'm fine with that concept, but that means that you have to get us your title objections really quickly to give us enough time to choose whether we're going to cure it or not.
Understood.
Okay, how do you want to word that? And what date do you want to have?
October 15th, I believe, Chair.
We will back up the dates from October 15th at the end, us giving you notice if we're going to withdraw from the contract the date October 15th, 5 p.m. of October 15th.
On October 15th?
So Tara, if that means, so if you notice any title defects, you will.
We received title today.
And so if you so the aspect of the timeline where the seller says 5 days versus 15 days, it's kind of like, you know, if we give them until, it's kind of like notifying them by September 30th for any of the title defects, because otherwise.
Well, importantly, the timeline and their curing is really not an issue because they would like to not have the opportunity. Our options are take it with anything that isn't a payment that needs to be made prior to closing,
right,
or withdraw from the contract. So really it's up to us to look at title and notify them, but they're not accepting any, they're not required under the terms that they have changed to try to cure anything. So it's really just so that we have time to review it, decide if the title, if there's any problems that we can't live with, bring that to you and give us our recommendations. So these, whereas in a normal title review, this may be a little different because you would hold the seller to be responsible for curing. That's not the position that the seller wants to be in. So I think it's more important that we're able to discuss it with you as a board and analyze it as staff, which is why the end of the date is the most important to me in terms of the issues.
Yes, Board Member Katz.
So this scenario with the October CRA meeting and the 15th is the notification to accept title defects or terminate, provides the seller the opportunity at that October 12th meeting, if there were title defects and we were inclined to terminate.
Correct.
You would be here to address if you had any interest in pursuing those defects.
Because we have until the feasibility study.
You have,
Until
another
the next
28 days or
Yeah.
something.
But it's not guaranteed that the seller has to fix defects. The opportunity is presented if termination is the alternative, and you saw.
Absolutely. And just so everyone understands, if there's a title defect that we can easily cure, we're obviously going to cure it. Anything that is a payment of money, a lien, code enforcement, fine, mortgage, we're absolutely obligated to pay off. So any title defect that can be cured with the payment of money, we're absolutely obligated to do. If it's something that we can easily cure, we obviously want to do it for you or any other buyer. Otherwise, we're not going to sell it. The universe of problems that we're talking about here, which by the way, are extremely remote in practical reality, these are things that only lawyers dream up, is if Dewey Park actually sits in the middle of our building, or our property actually sits in the middle of Dewey Park. And the only way to cure that is to go to circuit court and file a quiet title action. We're not going to agree to litigate, undertake litigation, anything that would push us outside of this calendar year. We're just going to tell you we can't do that. And you can then decide we'll either take it as is or we kick the deal. So you're at no risk. You get to decide.
So are we comfortable with the October 15th date then for the end of that?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think then we can move to seller deliverables. I don't have a problem with their only providing us what they provide us. We will deal with that in the feasibility period. And if there's anything that we feel we need to know, we will. With regard to the government approvals, I think the real concern of the seller in that edit was that they don't want to be charged for having to move forward with any sort of withdrawal of an approval post-closing. But we will, what I want that language to say, Mr. Oyer, is that you will execute any documents necessary for us to withdraw from government approvals, but you at no cost to you.
I'm sorry, where are you? Because
I'm on page 5, section 7.34.
Oh, we skipped 7.1, 7.2.
I think we were agreeing.
You're agreeing on my language there?
Yes.
Okay. And now we're at 7.33. Which is copies of all licenses, variances, waivers, permits, etc. This is that we deliver them to you.
7.34, I think is.
Yeah, we agreed to that.
I agree to that. 7.34.
You agreed to 7.33?
Yes, 7.34. The issue is you have said you will only execute documents necessary, if necessary. Again, this is a remote issue. Necessary to withdraw from government approvals as long as there's no public hearings and there's no cost to you. We want it to say you'll execute what we need you to execute at no cost to you, because I think your concern is the cost. But what our concern is that we have you execute any documents we need you to execute.
Yeah.
So long as there's no liability.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay.
I just don't want us spending money going through
Understood.
public hearing processes.
So moving on to conditions to close, I think we covered this. That's the occupancy. Moving on to closing costs.
I'm sorry, you're getting too far ahead.
So yes, so conditions of the property, we're in agreement that it's materially the same condition. The occupancy we've already discussed.
Yes.
The closing costs.
That's where I was headed next.
Okay. And that was where the offer to us in July was 3.6 million net.
Deal.
And so
we just need you to give consensus that is, you approve of that.
You weren't able to answer earlier, but
I believe Ms. Schutz approximated it at about $25,000.
$25,200. It's 7 mills on a $3.6 million purchase
that would
price.
be the total closing cost or the share, their share.
And
total.
And a portion of that is going to our title. So title insurance.
I'm fine with that if it's in
the 25,000 is just the dock stamps. Your title is in addition to that.
Okay.
But you were already paying title anyway. The only thing that was in dispute was the payment of the dock stamps.
Okay, next I'm moving to seller warranties. It's at the bottom of the term sheet, page 2, Mr. Oyer. The first one was the ability to offer the property for sale during the pendency of the agreement.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Before, I'm trying to save you some time and save the board some time because I think they have other agenda items. So the seller is requesting the ability to do that, to delete that warranty. Is there consensus in approving or is there concerns?
I have a question. So we have people responding to an RFP on 115. Does that mean, is that the expectation that while our process is moving forward to purchase, the RFP process is moving forward, that potential submissions or submitters to the RFP could be coming to you and you would be talking to them on the side about a potential backup if something fell through?
Yeah, we would talk to anyone who comes and offers us appropriate terms. I think the key for you is once it's under contract, you have the absolute right to buy it. So your fate is in your own hands. And us talking to everyone in the world or entering into multiple backup offers in no way impairs your ability to close. You hold all the cards. You get to close or not close.
So if
That's true.
So if legal is comfortable with that, I don't know how I personally feel about potential suitors of 115 trying to strike a side deal as a backup plan. But if we're protected, as everyone agrees, and we have absolute control at that point.
You have a right to buy.
We're in primary position with the contract. They still have to comply with the terms of your contract. But if it should fall apart and they have a backup contract, then they can move forward with that, whomever that may be.
I have no objection to that.
Okay. 11, back to warranties. Again, these are things that survive the agreement. This next one is the seller is making no warranties regarding pending litigation. I believe that's a standard warranty because it's upon current facts. It's not it basically, some of these warranties protect the CRA from misrepresentations of the current owners based on their current facts. So it allows you to go back and litigate if for some reason, which is likely not the case, but this is why these terms exist, to go back and litigate against the seller if you discover that they had a material fact that they didn't disclose to you that caused you liability in the future. So with regard to the litigation, I feel fairly comfortable. I could search for that, but it's a standard warranty, so I generally recommend keeping it. I'm more concerned about paragraph 1113.2 staying in as a representation because, again, that's based on the representation is there are no facts believed by the seller to be material. So it's based on current knowledge. So we would recommend keeping that one if you were of all of these warranties.
Can I address both of those?
Sure.
So the reason I did a strike through on 11.7 is because it's duplicative. It's repeating what's in 11.2 already, which is why I put intentionally deleted. And I think I even put that in the cover email that I deleted a few things that were duplicative. I agree it is standard, but you already had it in 11.2. With respect to 11.13.2, I don't recall why I did a strike through, but I'm agreeable to leave that in there.
Okay, then I think we're fine. Right, if the board is fine.
Yep. Now we're into default 12.3, page 12.
Right. I just, again, this is a personal preference, repeating the no extension beyond the December 31st. It's not a huge issue.
And so with the fact that we have date certains.
I prefer, we have the dates, they're provisions of the agreement. They've been stated repeatedly in the agreement, what is the default, what is not. It's just, I don't like repeating in separate places. When you say the same thing, to his point about deleting the duplicative paragraph, when you say the same thing twice, it's interpreted to mean something different. So I like to say it once.
So I'm not going to disagree with Tara that it's not, we don't want to be repetitive, but I think there is a difference between repeating the exact same seller's rep twice and making it clear in a default provision that not closing by the end of the year constitutes a default. And so I want to make that crystal clear that we got to have a closing.
But again, this is in the default section talking about how to cure and manage defaults. So we've got the closing date stated somewhere else. This is saying the cure periods, and then it restates that in no event will you close past December Will cure periods be extended beyond December 31st? So if we want to say it again, we can.
I guess the other question is that defaulting party, how many days from delivery of notice? I do think, a 7 days from delivery of notice.
See, that's why I put this put in no event, because if you start to do the math on this, particularly if you go back to your 60-day due diligence period, which we've already agreed to, you push this potentially into the new year with these notice and cure periods, which is why I said in no event beyond December 31st.
I agree
fine.
to that term as well. I just would want to say that if we are defaulting on the 15th, that we have the ability to close on the 22nd.
As long as it closes in this calendar year, which is why I put the language in.
Yep.
Because I think there is a theoretical case where you could run it out after 2021 by using the number of days for cure and default in here.
Absolutely. And so that's why, as part of the same paragraph, we understand that if you deliver us the default up until 2 days before, that's how much time, but I don't feel that hopefully it's not going to be at that case.
So we're in agreement to leave but in no event later than December 31st.
Correct.
Do you want to change the number of days? I cut it from 15 to 5 and from 3 to 2, only to try to compress all this into this calendar year. But you can make those whatever you want as long as it's done this calendar year.
Yes, Board Member Katz.
So what would the maximum days possible be within this calendar year?
Okay, so that's rather hard to say because default, it's a default. So there has to be a default and cure. So you don't know when a default would happen. My recommendation is to say 10 and 3. So leave the 2 days is too short for anything, given this is a calendar day situation and that could fall on a weekend. So I'm fine with 7 to 10 days for the first and 3 for the second.
And it says calendar days. So can we make sure for that 3 in particular that that's business days?
I think there's another provision that if you hit a weekend
That one
or
is business days.
federal holiday, it
Those-
rolls to the next one.
That is business days, but I'd still prefer 3 days.
Okay.
For the notice isn't required.
So are we doing 10 and 3 or 7 and 3?
10.
Okay. Is that okay for you? 10
Which
and 3?
As long as it closes in this year.
Okay.
Next provision is, I'm sorry, Tara, you were
Broker
leading this.
fees.
It's just we would be indemnifying. It's not our standard practice to indemnify sellers.
So it is a standard practice in all real estate deals that both parties mutually indemnify each other, that if any broker claims through either one of us, that the non-defaulting party is compensated. So if I have a broker come out of the woodwork after I've repped to you that I don't have a broker, I'm responsible for them. After you've repped to me that you don't have a broker, if a broker comes out of the woodwork claiming through you, you're indemnifying me.
I mean, the first sentence is the seller and purchaser hereby state. And so this is kind of the mutual.
Again, it's a pattern in practice. We are a government agency and we don't generally indemnify sellers in our purchase and development contracts. If that's a change you want to make for this contract, you can.
And so
I've never seen an agreement without it. I mean, that would potentially make me liable if a broker showed up and said, yeah, I've been working with the CRA, where's my commission?
correct.
What does it mean then if everybody's indemnified against, I guess, so say that happens and we indemnify you, then are we now liable for your broker?
No, I don't know.
So what happens
You'd be
is,
liable for your own
so-
broker. And if I had a broker, I would then be liable for it.
If we indemnified the seller and then a broker emerged
From the seller.
so what this is protecting against. To be clear, it's rare because it's regarding representations. But if this happened and someone came forward and claimed that one or the other of us had hired them and had deprived them of their brokerage fees as a result of this transaction, they could sue one or the both of us And this provision now provides that we would indemnify each other in that event. So if we were sued, if the seller was sued because of a claim that we had a broker, the claim was that we had the broker, then we would indemnify if they had the broker. If the claim was they had the broker, they would indemnify. Again, this is a typical legal paragraph. It's just not been the practice of the CRA to indemnify sellers as a government agency.
So the risk is minimal.
I would hope so.
It's a theoretical lawyer problem, not a real life problem
Because
usually.
at the beginning sentence is that they both hereby state that they don't have brokers.
Right. So one of us would have to be lying.
Correct.
And you normally indemnify when you've lied.
All right, moving to public records, 17 at page 14. I do believe our attorney has stated that we need to have this sort of language to protect us against strict liability.
That's fine.
And then paragraph 1810.
8, that's another one that I think your attorney is saying that you must have that. So I agree to that.
Okay.
Then 1812, I deleted because it was repetitive. I think you identified that issue earlier tonight.
Again, it's stated in closing costs. I don't think this one, just similar to the restating of the closing, I don't think this is repetitive. So if we can just have it be that seller acknowledges and agrees that seller will be responsible for its own attorney's fees.
Just like how we want, the seller wants the closing on December 31st.
Similar.
If you want to leave it, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. And addition of purchaser representations and warranties.
Again, this is not customary that we make these representations and warranties as a government agency and as a CRA. They are made in a lot of by private entities, but we are not a private entity. I don't think we're violative of either of these representations or warranties, but they do survive the agreement, and that's why I brought them to your attention.
So, by the way, I know you were not involved in this, Tara, but your partner, Ken Dodge, agreed to that. In my first round of comments, I said we need the standard purchaser reps and warranties validly created in good standing, have requisite corporate authority. He wrote back, agreed. That's why I put it in. And your title company is going to require this anyway in your own affidavits.
And it's not in there.
Okay, so thank you for that information. So I'll ask the board, or Tara, do you have any final comments?
I do, because, and I apologize, this one was not on the term sheet, but paragraph 21, I think is fairly important for you all to discuss, which is the Oyer insurance and real estate sign.
So I agree with the mayor that we ought to put a cap on the amount of money so everyone knows what they're getting into. And if you want the background on the sign, it's something that your city staff over the years had asked us to historically designate. We did not do it. And I just find that interesting that the city says you should historically designate this as important, but now we're going to tear it down. And it seemed to me that, you know, we ought to find a way to save it and reuse it. If it cannot be done for whatever reason, it falls apart when you try to take it off, costs too much money. I get it, but I think we owe it to the public.
Yes.
And your historic preservation office and ordinance to at least give it a try. And if you guys don't want it, you know, maybe we can find somewhere to put it, but I hate to lose one of the most iconic commercial signs in the city because we're in a big rush to tear the building down.
So the aspect of the sign and the wall are two different things.
Wall of stucco, it's the sign.
And so, you know, to try to repaint the sign may cost the $20,000.
Or it's taking it down that I think is hard. And that's what we would be
It's painted on the
requesting.
wall, so I don't know.
No, so I'm saying
Yeah.
if we can repaint the sign on a new parking garage or something in that sense.
Yeah, that would be a last resort. That's sort of a recreation. I think what we had in mind is cut the stucco and wood lath behind it out.
Okay.
And just peel the whole piece
Right,
out.
it's not concrete brick.
It's not. It's a wood lath stucco.
And so
then-
similar to what they did at the photo shop in Del Rey, where they put it into slats. I don't know if you're familiar with this,
I'm not,
right
I'm
in
sorry.
Pineapple Grove. Tweet, do you know which one I'm talking about? Where they had Donatel's artwork.
Yes, but I'm just concerned, a cap would be better for me because I know, how it could be done and how it could go really wrong. And,
So, I'll ask, I guess you, as the seller, what kind of amount of money is you feel is best efforts on the CRA's part?
I'm sorry, I have no idea what amount of money. I've never cut a historic sign off of a building, but I do understand why your CRA staff wants to cap their liability on it. So let's just pick a number that sounds reasonable and go with it.
All right. Board Member Katz, you're good with our.
$20,000, I mean, what?
Yeah, I was going to say that, but Board Member Katz?
I would defer to the executive director because I know she's got some historic preservation experience.
20,000 is fine because I'll guarantee it's probably going to cost more than that.
And we'll provide the seller with any additional, with the ability to pay any additional funds if necessary.
Okay.
The only other portion of this is that the relocation is as written, to be relocated and utilized elsewhere in the vicinity and remain visible from a public right-of-way at all times in the future. Those are two locational criteria that are included in here.
And that could be a little more restraining on our part because
do we want to say a half-mile radius as the vicinity? Or within the CRA district would probably make it a bigger vicinity, but not necessarily in the downtown.
I would prefer that if it's cost prohibitive, we give Mr. Oyer a certain amount of time to identify where he would like this sign, and he can then take it and put it where he wants to. We don't really want to have to identify because you only move things once. You really don't move things over and over again, risking it tearing down and really the stability of it. So if we can craft some language like that, Mr. Oyer, that would be acceptable to me because I just really don't want to be responsible for that structure, moving it different places unless you know exactly where that would be. And I would hate to straddle the future development of the property on a piece of a wall that may or may not be of use to them.
I understand. I do think it would be a good goal for your group, and look, after you buy the property, you or your successors decide. But over time, every original historic commercial building on your city's original commercial street, Ocean Avenue, has been torn down except ours. Now, I know you have some houses that you've moved around, but commercial buildings have all been torn down. And I think it would be sad for, the depth and character of your community's culture to just do away with all three of those buildings and the signage on the side of it without trying to reincorporate it somewhere. Ultimately, it's your decision, but I just think it's a lost opportunity. If you look at great communities around this country, they preserve their heritage. Atlantic Avenue in Delray was not torn down to make way for progress. Clematis Street was not torn down to make way for progress. And I encourage you, find a way to adaptively reuse these historic buildings. Not everything needs to be brand new to give your Main Street historic character.
The aspect of our public art tax, to incorporate this design into it is something that we would hope the new developers would do. And so that's something that the language that I guess the staff is asking is, we have a dollar amount of the amount of money that we're doing to save it. The problem is this, whether we put it, not necessarily, we don't want to put it in storage.
I agree.
And so if we don't have a place to put it, that's why they're saying we don't necessarily have an answer to save it.
This is aspirational language. I made it that way purposefully to use best efforts to get it incorporated into the redevelopment of that block. And if you can't, offer it to us, Yesteryear Village, wherever you want to offer it to.
I think that the language would probably be better if you said elsewhere in the vicinity viewable by the public rather than a public right of way, because that's very specific.
I agree.
And that would give more flexibility given that this is meant to be flexible. So I would say in the vicinity within public view of the public.
And if you're not going to use it, offer
would-
it back to our family.
And I would delete the last, or amend the last paragraph accordingly. Yeah. Or last sentence accordingly.
I'm sorry, what are we deleting?
At all times in the future. It remains visible to the public.
The public,
Okay.
and I'm taking out public right of way, so it would be visible to the public.
And then are we also taking out at all times in the future?
Yes.
Visible to the public, but remove right of way
And all times in the future.
and all times in the future. Put a $20,000 cap on it.
And provide you the opportunity to take it or contribute toward moving it wherever.
I think that's a fair resolution. I think this is all of Tara's comments. I have one more thing I'd like to address that I've been very consistent from the beginning when I addressed you on July 13th and in all of my written comments. And it's something outside the bounds of this purchase and sale agreement. And that is the fate of our tenant, Hurricane Alley. And I think you all personally agree with what I'm about to say, but I feel compelled to say it for the record. Kim has been our best tenant and has been fantastic for your downtown and your CRA. You know, you have things happening in your CRA today, but if you go back 25 years ago when she started, there was nothing going on there, and she took a big risk. And we took that risk with her. My father did. And it's been a huge success. It is an iconic restaurant and the heart and soul of your downtown. And I have no control whatsoever after you buy this property, should this close, as to what you do with her. And I just want for the record to say, I think it's critical that she be treated well, be given ample relocation expenses, a place to land and grow her business, because that's her livelihood. So I know I said it last time. I've said it in all my written comments. It is not in this agreement, but let the record reflect that the most important thing to our family is that she have a safe, soft landing somewhere in your downtown.
And, you know, I agree with that. And hopefully, after purchasing of the property in January, February, this board is able to create terms for a longer extension lease for Hurricane Alley, including relocation costs, similar to the ones she mentioned to the CRA board earlier this year.
Okay, and note that I am not asking for anything for our family business that's been there since 1953. You know, we will shoulder the burden of all that ourselves. It's one tenant that we're asking for help for, which
And
is
so
does not inure to our benefit.
I don't want to say that we're going, you know, to treat your family differently. And so we do want to preserve Boyer Insurance and Machiova Insurance in our downtown, because that's kind of the aspect that I would hope this board is that, you know, the businesses are not just businesses, there's people in those businesses. And we want to make sure that we are preserving the feel of Boynton Beach, because, you know, buildings can change, but people, you know, you can't get another one. So that's kind of where it's also, I know you have residential tenants, commercial tenants, and, you know, while I'm here, and hopefully we can work with the RFP, RFQ winner to make sure that we have those ability to make those relocation costs and longer leases as contingent to that RFP, RFQ.
Thank you.
Board Member Katz, do you have comments?
Yeah, I agree. And I met with the owner, Kim Kelly, a couple weeks back. And when the time comes, once this purchase is completed, once the RFP process comes before us and we select, you know, a submission to work with, it, my intent to pursue just what was submitted by Kim Kelly in terms of helping identify a relocation location in the area of Boynton Beach, you know, preferably East Boynton, but whatever we can do in the meantime, helping with costs. And then for me, at least, in whatever development agreement we sign with whoever gets 115 and all of this, to ensure that they have first right of a restaurant space in that building, if that's what I believe is one of their intentions. I don't I don't particularly know of a need to preserve any other tenants. I think that the reason for preserving Hurricane Alley there is because location is important to the restaurant, critically important. Whereas offices or residential tenants are free to find other opportunities in the vicinity if that's their choice.
Right. I agree. And you don't want Hurricane Alley moving to Delray or Lake Worth. They are part of Boynton Beach.
And I'd just like to say for the record, I think everyone on this board will do everything possible to preserve Hurricane Alley, because we know that the contribution that she has made and what it means to downtown area, you just can't put a price tag to it. So, you know, I think we all saying the same thing. We are going to do whatever we can, whatever is possible, to work with Kim Kelly to make sure that she's a part of the downtown going forward.
Thank you.
And so, Tara, if we get a motion to approve the purchase sale agreement as amended in tonight's meeting, subject to attorney's final provision, final review.
With today's date?
To be executed by the chair.
Yes.
With today as an effective date?
No, not until he signs it. He'll sign it as soon as we make all these changes. So probably in a couple days.
So I will be available on Friday, Thursday's Yom Kippur, so.
But the November 12th date doesn't move.
No,
So if it takes the
so that's
attorneys a
kind of
week
it with
to,
the fact that we don't have to worry about the set effective date because we have dates certain for the feasibility and the title.
agree. Okay.
All right. So I need someone to make the motion.
Second.
All right. And I'm sorry. There's other people in the audience, and you know, I have to ask if anybody would like to speak on this item, or anybody online before I actually call the vote.
Thank you, Chair.
Board Chair Grant, this is John McNally. I do not see anybody with their hands raised or any questions posed at this time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Warnke. I'm the Executive Director of the Surfing Florida Museum. I want to commend the City CRA Board, in their ability to work through all the items with the Boyer family represented by Harvey here. I sold the Boynton Beach Star newspaper in front of the post office next door to Hurricane Alley when I was 12 years old. And the sign on the side of the building is an important sign. It was there when I was 8 years old and it's still there and they've maintained it. So I sure hope you can find a spot for it. Sometimes things dovetail. And the other comment that I wanted to make was that I'd like to propose, in conjunction with the Oyer family, a special event with the Surfing Florida Museum at 515 East Ocean Avenue, a temporary pop-up art exhibit, a historic art exhibit featuring the work of 100 photographers on 82 museum quality panels depicting more than 100 years of surfing history in Florida, with an emphasis on Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County. This would be a Boynton Beach CRA special event produced by the nonprofit Surfing Florida Museum. We would also it would also enable the CRA to activate a vacant storefront property in downtown Boynton Beach. That's very important. The partnering with the Oyer family and continuing with the CRA after the CRA's purchase with mutually agreed to event renewal and no encumbrance of the property. It would be a pop-up event, an art gallery, if you will, and we can have the event open in time for Pirate Fest. So I'm asking the board to approve having a CRA staff collaborate with the museum to allow the museum to produce the event. We would have no admission and we could work out the details with the staff. We've had many pop-up events that we've done over the past 13 years in 5 different municipalities around Palm Beach County. So we've got a track record and we can do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So does the board have any comments? Yes.
I just don't think that we just made clear about the seller not making any new agreements. So unless this, I don't see how we can make an agreement with the third party entity, but the seller can't. And we would make that agreement while the seller still owns the property during the process. So I just don't know if I see this working smoothly. I don't know, at least on the fly and on a 3-minute pitch.
That's one of the reasons why I was, part of the minority of not allowing new leases, is that there's vacant space. And if we have the ability to fill vacant space as a CRA, that is our mission of removing slum and blight. But, the Florida Surfing Museum wants to come to the city, and we rebuffed them a couple times. So hopefully they don't stop coming. So the best case scenario would be is that in January, we have them open as part of a pop-up as the new landlord to issue the space. However, in order to do that, we have to do what's called a notice of disposal for a lease. Is that correct, Tara?
It's notice of intent to dispose.
And so that takes a minimum 30 days, and then it takes another 30 days because there may be more people applying, and then there has to be the terms of the lease. And so you're talking nowhere close to this season.
Right. So that's where I'm at. Per the previous discussion on this exact topic, I want us to take possession of the property before we, my personal view, discuss anything with any sort of occupation of empty space. I understand that there's a desire and Pirate Fest and all that, but this is a $3.6 million deal. We had this discussion about 2 hours ago, I feel like, so I'm still where I was then.
Maybe I wasn't clear. We're not proposing any lease at all. We're proposing a CRA special event like Pirate Fest in a vacant spot. And the Oyer family they're here proposing it with us. So it's not a lease. It's a pop-up exhibit, just like the marina event and the other CRA events.
So, Mr. Oyer, is that, what the Florida Surfing Museum is saying is that they're going to occupy the location without a lease, providing you with certain insurances. Is that something that
we're amenable to?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was just hit with this today, so
Yeah.
I haven't really had time to process this. I don't want to complicate what we've already spent 2 hours doing, but if it works for you, we're willing to let them use it as a pop-up space, provided it's at no cost to us. They pay their own utilities, they insure us. I guess we'd have to work out some sort of short-term lease or license agreement.
But that's kind of it, is that, property requires writing, and this board does not want any sort of writing for new leases. So it's kind of like, and so that's kind of the difficulty that we have, is that we can't have it both ways.
So again, my position is I'm sorry, we can't have it both ways.
So, and I don't think anyone else from the board feels like I do.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I'd love to accommodate them. I love the surfing museum. I know a lot of people on your board, and I knew your dad well, who, by the way, is former mayor of this city. And I'd love to accommodate it. It seems like a good fit. It has to do with surfing a few blocks from the water next door to Hurricane Alley, which is filled with surfboards. And Kim's husband, Bert, was a professional surfer. Seemed like a natural fit. It's, not a rodeo museum or something that doesn't fit with our history. It fits with our history. But I would need, I think, some sort of document that acknowledges that we're letting him use the space, whether you call it a lease or not.
So,
I don't know how we would, that'd be kind of irresponsible of me to not have some document.
and so that's, yes, Twee? Into the microphone turned on?
Sorry, I'd like to mention also, Mr. Warnke had indicated some dedicated staff time. We are not able to commit to that. We are in the process, we're already short staffed. If would like to do things on his own time, funded, do all the stuff, Mr. Oyer can work something out, that's great, but we cannot commit any more staff time with Pirate Fest and all the things that's going on.
That's why I said produced by the Surfing Florida Museum. We would not ask for any staff time.
I thought I heard you said something about.
Yeah, they may ask for the help with marketing. But
What is your pleasure? I mean, I want to be cooperative here. But
it's kind of, you know, having attended the Florida Surfing Museum and then detailing the history of Palm Beach County and the discrimination that surfers had to face for the right for their activities because of perceptions, I felt is very important regarding our racial equity study that we're doing, so that people have understanding that it's not just discrimination, you know, that we think of. It's the aspect of a majority trying to hurt a minority. So,
Chair.
Yes.
I think this conversation or this decision is completely outside of scope of what we're discussing tonight. So if this can either be brought back up as another agenda item for discussion, or just discussed separately in terms of what Mr. Warnke wants, because again, it seems like there may be some differentiation in terms of what he's expecting and looking for and what we're thinking, and there's some confusion here, and I think it's getting late for us to make a decision right now.
So, Mr. Warnke, I don't think we're going to be able to accommodate you according to the terms that the board has put with the purchase and sale agreement. All right. All right. And so thank you so much for coming and speaking with us. And so I do not see anyone else speaking. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you all for working through this with us, and thank you to your staff for working through this with us.
And so the next discussion is the term sheets. Twee, or is that something that's going to come back to us?
I thought that we would, as amended, as we go through those items, we'll work with the attorneys to fix that, to have an agreement for your signature by Friday. I thought that was included as part of the term. Oh, you mean the bank?
The loan
sorry.
terms. I'm sorry,
Yes,
not the contract terms.
So right now, the most viable, and I can ask for Vicky's help as well. Valley National seems to be the most viable, the lowest for the 5-year term, and that's in your attachment 8A. The others requires us to re-look at all of our accounts and our bond and those terms as well. This will require us to provide 25% cash, and then they'll loan the 75%.
And so, yes, Board Member Romulus.
Being that we're already rushing this, is there a need for us to rush this part too? Can we not shop this part around a little bit more to see if we can get some more agreeable terms?
No, I would disagree.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking our CRA attorney or our executive director if there is any possibility to open up this portion of it where we can keep allowing for banks to give us options for us to get the best term.
Well, explain how title works and how much time, and you know, the fact that we have a deadline.
I'm aware of all that. I'm simply just asking if there is. If there isn't, then forget my question, but I want to know if there is.
Board Member Romulus, from a legal perspective, I think the most important outside date is the date we set for the end of the feasibility period. So if the executive director feels like she could get more terms or different terms within that period and bring them back prior to the expiration of the feasibility period, that would be the legal answer to the question, but I'm going to look to the executive director to answer the substance of it.
Board Member Romulus, we can sit down with our two other banks, which is TD Bank and Truist, and see if they can be more definitive with their agreement without having to refinance our bond or touch any of the other existing deals that we have with them. And maybe if they can match or even take a look at, some of the terms that was given in Valley. We would definitely be open to sitting down with those two banks to look, because we haven't had the opportunity to do that.
Or any others that may present themselves now that we've had this very public discussion.
Yes, if that's the case, yes. Unfortunately, it's taken us almost 3 to 4 weeks to get just the term sheet, and we've been indicated and provided all the correspondences. I know Ms. Hill has weekly asked, or actually every other day have asked for some of those. And if you remember the last, our former executive director had thought that we had a commitment from our own bank, Truist Bank, a month ago, and it took us that long just to get the term sheet as it is now. But yes, we will be open to talking with other folks if they can comply with the outside date that's given.
Absolutely, as long as we're not mitigating those terms that we've come to after that long belabored discussion. I'm okay with that, but I just don't want to tie our hands if there's an opportunity for us to get a better financial opportunity. So let's just make sure we keep that door open.
So the concern then is that how much, so if we get a new term sheet in October and we select them, then they have to prepare all the documents by December. And then we also have the holidays that they're unlikely to work. The reason to pick someone today is so that we are not forced with the decision that we don't have financing in place by December 31st. It is a risk if you want to see about getting the best interest rate. However, I'm in the position that I was looking at the terms. To going over BB&T, they say the 5-year option is at 1.09% versus Valley National's 4%. So you're saying that we can borrow for $3.6 million for 5 years, and they need to try to refinance our loans with them?
So again, we haven't had a chance to sit down with Truist, and which is BB&T, or the TD Bank representative. Those are our two bankers. We would like to go ahead and sit down and really make sure that they define these terms, and that's what we would like to do.
Towards the bottom, it says that the stated interest rate assumes that the borrower expects to borrow more than $10 million in the current calendar year, which we're not doing.
Right.
So those terms don't necessarily apply. And Valley National says if it is paid off, there's no early payment penalty.
There's no early payment. Correct.
And so if we can make sure that we have the financing in place, it is something imperative, because otherwise we would lose $200,000 if we don't have it in place by December 31st. So I'm not willing to take that risk, but we do have a board member, so I'll ask the rest of the board their thoughts and feelings. Yes, Board Member Katz.
I'd personally defer to staff to make sure that we are able to get the financing in place and whatever they feel is best to get the financing in place to be able to execute the deal pursuant to everything we just discussed.
Because Tara, what is the aspect if we decide to go with Valley National today, but something happens? Does that mean we can still continue to talk to other banks because we'll have a signed purchase and sale agreement?
So if you accept Valley National and authorize her to move forward with that, then that forecloses other options because you've made that decision. And if something else comes up, it would have to be brought back to you to be approved in October, which is, I think, what Board Member Romulus is suggesting. So as a reminder, the $200,000 doesn't become 150 of the 200,000 deposit based on the terms that were just negotiated becomes non-refundable after November 12th. So the question for Twee is whether she needs direction today to ensure that you have certainty that financing will be in place based on the offers presented, or does she believe there's time to bring back other offers in October that may be more favorable and still ensure, give you certainty as of November 12th that financing will be in place prior to the expiration of the feasibility period?
That may be cutting it, because with most of these banks, they do need at least 30 days from the time that they give you the term sheet and you move forward to go through their underwriting. And so if we don't have any other venue to come back to you other than October 12th, that may be cutting a little tight. But I, Vicki, do you know, have you spoken to any of the other two banks? What their timing and their terms are? Sorry to put you in the spot. You may have not.
No, I haven't spoken to any, excuse me, Vicki Hill, CRA Finance Director. I haven't spoken to any more. TD Bank did want to meet with us in the future, but what they wanted us to do was refinance our bonds in order to give us what we needed. But Valley Bank was good, PNC, they were good, but they PNC Bank wanted our
all the accounts,
all of our accounts to come to them. TD Bank wanted us to finance the bonds. So every bank just wants a little something in order to get what we need.
That's right for us.
They're treating us differently because we're a government versus a commercial entity.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And so that's kind of the difficulty that you have. There's also local banks. I know that Mr. Oyer has introduced someone from Seacoast Bank that may have different terms than these national banks. But it's up to the board if we want to take the risk. However, it's normally 30 days to underwriting. And then, Tara, what else is needed?
The bank would do their thing about up to 60 days to close, to get the information together and do the closing.
Sure. I just want to get some clarification from Twee. Twee, you said it would be cutting it close because of the next steps. Is that your way of saying that we really need to pick something tonight? I mean, I need to know, do we need to pick something tonight or not?
Yes, because if we were to speak with Seacross or any other, suitors out there, we still have to sit and talk to them. They still have to give us the term sheet. If they can even, close the gap on the 60 days at the end, we still need to sit with them, to go over what is it. And the information exchange, we still have to give them information they need. So there's a lot of back and forth to get you these term sheets. I'm just saying that. So I can't guarantee that, once I sit with them, they'll be able to produce a term sheet within a couple days. Just knowing what we've been through the last month and a half.
Okay, well, that being said, thank you for the clarification, because that's what I was looking for from the beginning. What would be the parameters of being able to find a better deal? And if that's too precarious, or we don't know if we can get there in the timeline that we need to, then I'll be totally okay with going with what we have. That's what I was looking for clarification on. Thank you.
All right. And, the fact is that I believe our executive director is leaning towards Valley National because of their comments and their ability to have worked with us to get everything. In addition, the bank loan fee of 0.35%, we don't have to borrow the full 3.6 million. We have 2.2 million. We need to borrow 1.4, and then anything else we borrow over is what funds that we have for future property acquisitions. However, if we don't necessarily are using this for property acquisitions and we're looking to refinance some of our loans to get better rates, because
I do feel, Vicky, are rates kind of the lowest you've seen? You know, is this something that we should try to look to see if it's better to refinance some of our other loans and then pay off the loan at 4% because there's no prepayment penalty?
We could, if we looked into it. Yes, sir. We probably could save some money.
So I think because we're dealing with the time crunch, my suggestion would be is that we work with the Valley National to close on this property for $2 million, which is well below the 75%. And that we also speak with the other banks to refinance our current bonds and to see if we're saving, funds over the amount of time that it would actually cost to get the new bonds or loans.
That will mean we'll be depleting our acquisition. If that's what the.
So if I said that we were trying to borrow 2 million, that means
Okay.
we would have 4.2 and we would still have $500,000 for acquisitions.
I just want to make sure it's clear that we're.
And that is the only path forward because we have to put down, 25%. Was that what was stated earlier?
25 cash, yes.
So
Would be how many dollars? Like what's the dollar value?
$900,000.
So what?
So if we're putting down 1.6 million,
The fourth of 3.6, yeah. So we'd have to put 900,000
as a minimum.
cash as a minimum.
Okay. Is that your recommendation?
If we're to close, yes.
Okay. I would make that motion.
I will second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to accept Valley Nationals with 25% down. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right. I think we're done with item 16G. Is that correct? And now we are moving on to 16I and 17A. So I'll ask the board, what would you like to do as we received multiple other offers for 211 East Ocean Avenue? Board Member Katz.
So I guess I'll just make one clarification point on my position that I think I've maintained the whole time, because I know a number of other LOIs have come in. Under no circumstance do I support selling this property. From the genesis of this, when the initial LOI was submitted, my logic was that over time, the goal is to consolidate this with the two adjacent property owners. That could take 5 or 10 years. I have no clue what their horizons are and what downtown development's horizons are. So I do envision this being part of a greater consolidation. So I wanted to entertain a lease to activate the space, but I know a number of the LOIs have come in with intent to purchase, and even if I would reject every single offer that involves purchase, because that's not something I'm willing to commit to. I just want to put that out there. And I've said that to everyone who has approached me about the property, because I do believe that in the long term, it needs to be consolidated, because if we don't, there's a vacant lot next to it. I don't know what will happen there. There's a strip of, tenant residential units behind it. To me, it has to be consolidated over time, and therefore we cannot relinquish ownership of the property.
Yeah, I kind of concur with you in the sense I'm happy to do more of a long-term lease because the property's been vacant, so to speak, for 14 years, and to activate the space. It would be definitely complementary to our amphitheater and would definitely feel like any business would be doing very well in that location. And I I'm excited to see that we have interest. And so those are my statements as well. Does anybody else would like to make statements? And if not, my suggestion is that we allow the Barber families to speak, because we do have other people on the board that may feel differently, and then allow the other members for item 17A to speak before this board makes a decision. And Mr. Barber, I would suggest you go to the left so that you can see this screen if you have your presentation.
Good evening. Anthony Barber. We'll just use 1920 South Federal Highway. Good evening, CRA board and staff. Before you, we should have the presentation for the Barber Family Company's request to purchase the property at 211 East Ocean Avenue to activate the space as a restaurant. As I somewhat expected, that it wasn't as easy for all to agree to sell the property because of certain limitations of basically, maybe I get in the feeling and I don't want to, and I'm in the way of future development, which I completely understand. So there is an option that a long-term lease is available for us, most certainly. However, with the costs associated with the build out and the activation of the space, it would need to be a long-term lease that kind of has a really favorable term. I'm open to all options, but when I say term, I mean it's like a 10-year lease with a 180-day, kind of situation or something like that. That gives me opportunity, because the costs to activate this space are about $750,000. So it's very rare that someone would want to lease a space that they don't and invest $750,000 into a space that they already don't own, and then they can't be there. You offer me a 5-year lease on me investing $750,000. That's doesn't really work for anyone. I don't believe. But so that's where we are. So I've been working with some associates of mine, and we've come up with a plan. And that plan allows us, and that plan, as you see it before you're on the screen, we'll activate the space by adding a porch or patio to the front of the property with seating, using shipping containers as the kitchen, bar area, and restrooms. So there are 5 shipping containers that we have got quotes for that allow us to basically immediately activate this space. We do not need a loan, and we don't have to wait on a loan. Those documents were added into the Dropbox for CRA staff that there's proof of funds to go immediately into the project as soon as it's approved and on whatever level it is. And there's a timeline that we've also added that shows you where we believe that we can get done and how well we can move through the project and get the space activated very quickly. I personally have partnered with a good friend of mine now, who's been a good friend of mine over a year. His name is Rodney Mayo. Rodney Mayo owns Dada, which is in Delray Beach. It's a very popular restaurant. I also have partnership within Dada. So that means that I have probably some of the most secure local restaurant backing supporting me as I move through the project. Not only does the Subculture Group own Dada, they own Honey, they own the Subculture Coffee Shops, they own Kapow, they own the Dubliner. They own Howley's. They own a lot of restaurants in South Florida. And with their support and with my expertise of restaurants and being owner of Troy's Barbecue, which was my father's business that he started in 1996, which I've managed and grew since 2016. I feel that we can make this space very, very popular and activate it not only just for lunchtime, but actually help move traffic through the corridor of Ocean Avenue from one end of the street to the other. So as we're discussing that, we're going to have a mixed use project on 515, I believe it is. So we're trying to get people to move up and down through Ocean Avenue. So having something as awesome as a new mixed use project on one end of our downtown corridor, and then this other project closer to our amphitheater helps to move the traffic. And I think that a restaurant of this nature is exactly, is perfect. It allows the project as it stands right now does not take away from the historic nature of the home. It does. And the only thing that we would change as far as the structure of the home is demolishing the addition on the back of the home, which is not necessarily part of the historic side of it. If you look at it, it was an addition. Doesn't look like it was ever permitted, to be honest. So we want to make, this a destination. If you've ever been up to Guanabanas, we've got a great landscaping plan for it. We've got all the quotes for construction about how long or how much it would cost. And I'm opening a project basically as similar to this on September 24th, which is at completion at this point. It was mentioned yesterday in the Sunsational, where I know that I now see the end of the rainbow. I see the end of the road where I know that I've done this already and I can do this again. So I'm open to all questions and anything that I might need to clarify in regards to it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, were you about to speak?
I am.
Oh, go ahead. Go. I'll hear from you first.
I'll keep it short because I
Okay.
know Stephen doesn't like me to talk too long. Can you bring up the site plan for? No, you're fine. Alan Hendricks, what is my address now? 716 Northwest First Avenue. I'm with Caulfield and Wheeler. I'm the site planner, landscape architect. And before we got too far down the road, I wanted us to look at the site plan that we came up with. It is similar to what has happened before. And I know that Anthony mentioned Guanabanas and he mentioned Dada. And that's really kind of the vibe of what we're doing. It's not the same thing as what we're doing, but a lot of outdoor seating, a lot of kind of a tropical covered area, mostly outdoor dining, if you will. We've tried to activate the space on the street while still providing a drive so you can come into the site and drop somebody off at the front door and they can access the site and park elsewhere and put in a handicap spot. You don't really get that from looking at the picture we were just looking at. I wanted to talk about the site and what the vibe was going to be at the end of the day. So it's funky and it's as Anthony said, and as you all know, it's at a critical place between this place and that place. It's been sitting there for a while. I think this is a great use. I would argue, I understand your point about how we want to maybe potentially consolidate this site. I could argue that it doesn't necessarily need to be that way, and we could build an L around it and keep this site as a restaurant. But that's, it's a conversation for another day. Or it's a conversation for now. Did you understand what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be one block. We can leave this as a restaurant for future terms and build residential and retail around it is what I'm saying. So I just wanted to jump in there and I'm here with Anthony, our architect is here as well. if we wanted to get further into the details. Is that helpful?
And I agree that I do not know what a future consolidation will look like precisely, but I do know that I would not, at least at this time, want to define that future site by releasing the land.
Right.
And I'll, without jumping over your comments, so my personal vision is something along the lines of a 5-year lease with the understanding that an investment would have to be heavily subsidized by us, because I would not ask somebody to invest $750,000 or $1 million and then say you've got a clock on it, which means you could calculate out right now how much money you're going to make off this if things go one way or the other, if you have to walk away and it's a teardown in 5 years. So to me, some sort of extremely favorable terms to lease, to the effect that your cost, because right now the property has no value in terms of revenue to us anyway. So if someone was willing to invest money, and by virtue of charging little or no rent for them to occupy that space for X amount of years, that could cover a good portion of your investment. I don't know if that matters, because that's 5 years of savings if there was a lease that was favorable versus you have to pay startup costs immediately. But I would be willing, as an individual up here, is just my thought, to do whatever it took to activate that space to make your ability to be viable for those 5 years and hit marks to justify the investment and defray all costs, with the understanding that, because I see zero possibility that this is redeveloped in a large scale in the next 5 years. We don't even know if Town Square is going to be finished in 5 years. So to me, 5 years is, I don't expect anything from redevelopment in this area. I'm talking about this property and the adjacent properties. So 5 years to me is a guarantee. And then if in 5 years it's clear that nothing's moving, then that L-shape theory comes into play, or we realize that the whole thing gets to, I won't be on this board, but this is just what I'm thinking in my decision-making process right now.
Right. It's all about the numbers, and all things are negotiable. I'm saying that not as counsel to Anthony, but as a planner, and who has looked at Ocean Avenue for 20 years and has cheerleaded and prayed and tried to make it happen. And we're in the process of making it happen. And I appreciate your service.
And I will add that I think that a demonstration of the successfulness of an endeavor like this would lend itself to then saying, well, yes, an L shape is better than a full consolidation. I think right now in concept, there's these different parcels, and the idea is that if all of the parcels are controlled, you have the most flexibility to redevelop anything. I think by virtue of demonstrating that that house can be activated and successfully operate for years, I think a future commission would look and say, we don't want to tear that down or not extend the lease or sell the property, and we can work around it. Again, that's just my thought process.
Agreed.
Chair.
Yes, Board Member Romulus.
Thank you. My comments on this item, I'm gonna just give me a second, kind of collect it all. I have several comments. So I feel that everything that my colleague has said, Board Member Katz, everything that he has said are exact reasons for why this property should be sold and conveyed for this project. I feel that why play the game of here you can hold it temporarily and then let's see what happens in 5 years, and then we'll figure out what we want to do with it at that time, rather than giving an opportunity for it to be developed, for the eyesore that's currently there now to be redeveloped into something that's beautiful, that's bringing attention and bodies to our downtown, which is what we sorely and desperately need, which is what all this work and all these millions of dollars of investment that we've been making has been for. And to have a project that proposes that very clearly and does it in a way that's very aesthetically pleasing and brings a new vibe and a new crowd to our downtown,
I feel that all these reasons are why we should be entertaining this. The other reason why I feel that we should be entertaining this is because of the pledge that we've made to the residents of Boynton Beach. We've said that we want to be an equitable city. I want to ask my colleagues, how many Black-owned businesses do we have on Ocean Avenue right now? Is there an answer? Does anybody, I'm anticipating it's zero, but if anybody can correct me, I'd like to hear that. Do we have any Black-owned businesses on Ocean Avenue?
I've mentioned no.
Yes.
I think there's only like 5 businesses though.
Are you talking like in between Federal and Seacrest? Or are you talking like on Ocean Plaza?
Between what we anticipate to be our main downtown core, which is between Seacrest and Federal, yes.
The answer is none.
Correct. Thank you. So that said, not to make this a black or white issue, but may I continue?
No, you asked a question and our executive director or.
I can ask Bonnie, because she works with the businesses more, if she knows. I hate to put you on the spot, Bonnie, but she would.
In 500 Ocean, we do the development.
So is it the hair? I think there's a hair salon there. Is that what it is?
And then the barber shop further west on East Ocean.
Okay. All right. So we have those. But I would venture to say that of the restaurants that we have, none of them cater or bring that vibe or that essence that allows a more cultural expansion. So that's what this restaurant would do. And I venture to say that we need that. For so long, we've made investments in this part of the city, and we've done things that convey land over to developers that already have money, that want more money in order to come and build big box, multi-purpose, multi-use purpose buildings in our downtown. But given an opportunity to support one of our local businesses, I feel that we're saying, no, let's instead do what we've always done, what we've continued to be upset by when we don't get the results that we want, which is another mixed use development. So I say, let's move forward with this. Let's give an opportunity for one of our local businesses that happens to be minority owned, that would have a footprint right here in our downtown as we develop and redevelop it, and allow them to grow with the growth that's happening in our city. When we talk about being equitable, when we talk about building wealth in our community, this is a perfect example of being able to do that. We've seen what Hurricane Alley has been able to do over the last 25 years. What could potentially be able to happen for the Barber family here over the next 25 years if we permit this project to move forward? So that's what I'm asking my colleagues to consider, that we're not just trying to only provide our community in District 2 with affordable housing, but then we say that's the investment that we can make. But when we have an opportunity to make an investment here in downtown that allows for a predominantly Black family to build a business and have a thriving business that could potentially work in a predominantly white part of our town, that we don't take that chance. Let's do that. And again, I'm not trying to make this a black or white issue. I simply want to say that this is an opportunity to make something new, make something that's different, bring a whole different vibe and essence to our downtown. And I want to see that. That's a legacy that I'd like to leave behind. And I hope you all would be willing to support me in that understanding. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Board Member Pensurga.
If I may speak.
Yes.
So Anthony, I am a big fan of what you are doing. You are local, you are successful. We want to keep you, you are expanding. And you're completely right. What you and Alan said are completely right. This is the place, right? This is the connection between the marina to town square. We want to drive people to walk in between. And this is kind of what I imagine to be the catalyst for that. And we just need people sitting outside, walking around to push people through that corridor. So I'm a big fan. I've already said this in the past. I support this. But I do want to just be completely honest and be upfront with my concern. The concern is, and you've already said it, on one hand, you don't want to be in the way of development, but you mentioned a 10-year lease. You know, so it is quite a lengthy time, but I understand, right? Because from a business point of view and considering all the investments you have to make, and you don't want to make that investment if you've got to go in a year, right? I mean, totally understandable. I heard what Alan said. You know, maybe we don't need to consider a vision for this area that, you know, that will encapsulate the whole block, but pieces build around it, build the character, build the house. So I see all that. I hear all the arguments. And so the bottom line is I'm supporting you. I'm supporting this plan. But and correct me if I'm wrong, you are seeking to lease. You're not seeking to buy. Or are you seeking to buy?
So my options, I'm open for a significant long-term lease or a 5 with a 5 or a purchase. I just want to be clear. Give me one moment. It is somewhat irresponsible of anyone trying to build a bridge for a legacy for their family or their son or their future family to invest it where you don't really have a stake to the land. It's just not, it's not wise. And I hear what Boardman McCat said. He made that same point very clear to me, and he didn't mince any words. He wasn't cold or heartless about it. But the fact of the matter is that unless the CRA is at a position where they can foot some of that 750, then, you know, how else do we activate the space? If we look at City Place, and some people have their own feelings about City Place, but they built around the church and turned it into a theater. It still works.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, that's a little bit different because they got an eminent domain, a lot of the businesses there. And you know, if we had that capability, you know, we'd hear other things. But I know, Vice Chair, have you made any, would you like to make some comments?
Well, yes. I'm all for Anthony and this project. However, here's my position. I understand that there are other letters of intent. There are other ideas out there, and I want to hear those and make up my mind based on what I feel would be the best for that area. Right now, we've been down this road before where we had others who were interested and we did not want to go with a certain individual at the corner of Federal Highway and Ocean Avenue because we wanted to hear what others had to say. And so it's no different than that. We may end up back here with Anthony, and that's all well and good. But at this point, as far as I'm concerned, I want to hear those other options that we have before I, let me just speak for myself, make that final decision as to what direction that I want to go.
Question.
Yes.
Anthony, I believe you said $700,000. Is that what you said?
For the total project cost?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it's $1 million, but either way, I don't need a loan.
Oh, okay.
I mean, so you don't need a loan for yourself, or?
I don't. The
you mentioned subculture, and so that's kind of.
So my point is, I have proof of funds available that I could, if you said yes tonight, and this is a site plan modification, not full permit, if I'm not mistaken, I could buy me a shovel and start digging tomorrow.
Did I also hear, Anthony, you say you had one that's opening up very soon?
So in West Palm Beach, we're opening on September 24th, the Art Collective and a second choice barbecue location called The Peach. So it's built on the same premise of historic building, off-site cooking, and dining in a space and dining outside. It's a proven concept that's been done other places, but this is, now I'm taking my hand at actually activating my own and looking to do a different concept here in Boynton Beach. I want to be absolutely clear that I'm not looking to move Troy's Barbecue from its current location to this location on Ocean Avenue. We're looking to do an all-American dining restaurant on this street that activates it in an awesome way.
So right now you would have three, the one on US 1 would, and the one in West Palm, and the one on Ocean would, if everything went according to your plan.
Yes, sir, if it's in the Lord's will.
Yes, Board Member Katz. The two questions for staff as it relates to the property itself. One, as it had been explained to me, in some effort to make that property able to apply for preservation funds, it has been given a local preservation designation. My personal position, I said this before, is that there is a difference between that house and the old high school. One is an old house. One was a massive historic structure that's stood in some way, shape, or form and occupied for decades and decades. My question is, does the current designation restrict potential uses? How can we remove the current designation if that is an impediment? And then two, going back to an original question that came up when the proposal was made with regards to shipping containers, I know in the past relative to housing, maybe we had talked about how there are no current shipping container codes in the city. How could we move beyond that obstacle? I know that's a city thing, but that is an obstacle that if we were to move forward on something similar to this, the city would have to be involved to that regard. Mike.
Turn your mic on.
First question is the historic preservation component. Yes, it is locally designated based on what my conversation with city staff. It's really goes to the aesthetics of how you preserve. You would need to make sure that any of the improvements or addition needs to be from the pad, the existing pad, moving back northward. The issue with the building codes, there isn't anything preventing. In fact, the building code may help you, and Miss Julia could help as well. There's some flexibility to that, but what it is the cost of converting a residential structure to a commercial use. That's where you're going to be looking at, even if it is just for a couple seats or just storage. You need to make sure your structural capability of the second floor and your live load, dead loads, all that needs to be investigated as part of that. But as far as the historical content of it, the aesthetics, you need to just restore the building aesthetically in the outside, and they're looking not to change anything or add anything to it. They're looking to just provide seating in the seated area to the back, which would be consistent in concept. And now that we have a concept plan that we can forward to the planning and zoning staff, they can have more input. In the initial talk with planning and zoning, they didn't have anything to react to, but they did say the one thing that needs to be looked at is also the site improvements. And we can also explore that as well. But there will be some zoning application, rezoning, or whatever it is that you need to do with planning and zoning to get the use activated. But as far as historical is concerned, it's not going to prevent him to do what he's planning to do currently if he respects that. As far as taking away the designation, that's something that could always, because it was something that the CRA has done. We can easily just go through the process or explore the opportunity if he needs to make changes to the building or it doesn't fit his needs. From what I understand, he can work with the building as it is. It's just an expense of retrofitting that building, is what I'm hearing. The second, I guess I may have answered the feasibility of the container, shipping container in this location. Staff indicated there are no regulations right now. They would entertain, looking at this maybe as a test case, but again, we would offer our assistance in facilitating a meeting with planning and zoning staff should the board want to explore this opportunity.
Thank you, Twee. So I know that, or at least I don't follow other city commissions closely, but I read when I see articles, and I saw an article that said Del Rey is pursuing exactly this. So just like Boynton Beach wrote the code on breweries and industrial zones for Palm Beach County, essentially we did it first and then everyone took off that. I don't personally object to having staff work to do this, especially because we've discussed it in some capacity in the past, I think, relative to residential, because that is a normal thing now, using shipping containers for structures for residential as well as commercial. So I'm glad to hear that if those items are hurdles, they are not tall hurdles and that we can jump them. To board member Romulus's position, and then obviously being sympathetic to the need for someone willing to invest money to be able to come out of this, either come out of this where they've made what they need to justify it, or to come out of it long term with a permanent structure, you know, and location. I think that, to me, that a 5-year lease with a 5-year option afterwards, a 5 and 5, to me it is the middle ground between, do we sell the property right now and you know, basically decide what future redevelopment will be, which is an L shape around, assuming those adjacent property owners can work together, or do we do a 5 and 5, which basically puts the adjacent properties on notice that you have 5 years to figure out what you might want to do and approach the city, the CRA, in terms of consolidation. And if in those 5 years you have not come up with a plan, you have not sold your property to the CRA or the city, you have not approached us with a consolidation plan, you know, I would think at that time, either a decision could be made by that board to extend that 5 years, or that a purchase agreement could be in an agreement that 5 and 5 could contain a purchase option subject to board, or another 5-year lease. So I'm trying to think of a way that we keep our options open. And as I said earlier, I truly do think that a viable business proving the point that's being made will ultimately end up steering the future of this property, versus us making that decision now and steering the future, because I just don't know. Obviously, I have the utmost hope that this is a successful business that could be there for 50 years, but we don't know. And if we were to sell the land outright right now and something were to happen, because businesses are not always successful by any means, I would not want to have sold the property and now we have nothing as far as future redevelopment. So I do think that concept, and I'm not a lawyer or real estate, but you know, a guaranteed 5 with extremely favorable terms. And when I say that, I won't mince my words. That property generates nothing for the city right now. If you were willing to invest in it, I don't have a problem personally with a 5-year lease that has almost no cost associated, other than the cost of maintaining the property and whatever, you know, hard costs are associated, property taxes, I don't know. But if you're willing to invest a substantial sum of money, not paying rent or barely paying rent for 5 years, eats into a chunk of that. And then there would be other potential incentives. So I won't, again, I'll double down on what I've been saying, is that I'm willing to activate this space and give it a 5-year run and make sure that it's economically viable and justifiable. I'd be willing to do everything I could to make that so.
So, yes, Board Member Pincirga.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. I like this 5-5 idea, and the bottom line, simply put, in that time we'll know if you're a strong business, right? This is an experiment with your shipping containers and this historic home. I'm going to support that 5-5. In 5 years, we'll know for sure where you're going, and if you're here for the long run, I suspect you will be, but I think that will be evidence enough.
So, you know, I'd like to make some comments, and then I'd also like to go forward with what the Vice Chair said, is that to hear from the other people that put out the LOI, because I do think it's, you know, according to the board, it's fair that we hear everything before we make a decision. You know, my comments, you know, I look at, you know, the history of this, where we said shovel-ready projects, let's sell it to you for $255, and then we had to deal with them to try to get it back. And fortunately we were, because, you know, our downtown would be very different if we could not tear down the parking lot for the town square. In addition, I look at now Shea Andrea, where it is on the corner of 4th and Ocean Avenue, and we sold it to somebody, they got their CO. However, you know, they rented to, they leased it to somebody who had delicious food right before the pandemic started, and it's unlikely that we're going to get somewhere there soon, anytime. So I do understand what Commissioner Romulus is saying, and so I do feel like let's have that option where you can, the person that is selected has the ability to, grow their business on extremely favorable terms that only a government can offer. The triple net, it's not much. In addition, having the extension, the first right of refusal, so that any developer that would want to work there has to come with you, because that way you're not subject to another developer coming in and saying, hey, you know what? As soon as you're done, I'm kicking you out. You can say, hey, the developers have to first go through you to say, hey, this is what we're going to offer. You have to match it or exceed it. And so that's kind of my mentality, is that I think the board wants to move forward with development, and it's kind of like, whereas other locations we are building much higher. If we can keep this kind of the old Boynton field next to the 2-story condos, that is something that may work out for the future for the best. So I think those are my comments. If the board has no more comments, I'm gonna ask you guys to sit down so we can let the other applicants who put out an LOI speak to us.
Certainly. Thank you, board. And before I sit myself down, I wanted to answer one thing about the boxes. The boxes they're coming from Miami. They're plug and play, and we stick them on a slab. So they've already kind of gone through the engineering process, if you will. And I just heard somebody sigh, so I'll stop talking. But I'm excited about somebody that, a viable business coming here with a big chunk of money to invest in this property. Thanks.
Thank you.
So looking at the backup, the first letter of intent is from Brian Fitzpatrick. I think he may be online. Yes, he is. Oh. Brian, you are currently self-muted if you'd like to speak to the CRA board now. Going once. Yep, I see you got your microphone on. Brian, we're not hearing any volume.
That him?
Okay, I'm gonna. We have Brian, then Florida technical consultants, Dr. Sammy Dagger and Mr. Salam Dagger. Okay. We'll leave, Brian, if you're able to come on to the meet, speak at the meeting, please let us know. Otherwise, we're going to move on to our next applicant.
Hello again, board. Bradley Miller from Urban Design Studio here representing the Daggers, Dr. Sammy Dagger and Salam Dagger are here. I think there was one other brother out of 6 that was here and had to go. But I am here representing them on their behalf. Over the years of my experience, many years of experience here in Boynton Beach, there are so many times that people would come to me, or the comment would come up, if only the lot next to Magnuson House, the owners would be willing to do something. And here they are. They're willing to do something. They bought the property about 15 years ago, and they did it as an investment for their family. They want to stay here. They want to develop the parcel. They want to do it in collaboration with the CRA's property at 211. So they own the 209 parcel. Do we have a specific plan? We don't. They've contacted me about a week ago, and just from a matter of time to put something together, it would have been a very thrown together plan. What we would rather do is work with you as a CRA board and the CRA staff of coming up with a development plan that satisfies all of the needs, follows the CRA redevelopment plan that was put into place many years ago now, and pursue it in that direction. I think one thing that we're asking for here tonight is time. And Vice Chair, hey, you brought it up. I was involved in the 115 North Federal site with the original LOI operator, and gosh, we wanted that to go through, and it's still in the process. And that's been the track record of this board, is to allow the opportunities of other interested parties to be involved in that process. So rather than jumping right into it, nothing against the Barber family. They've certainly have had great influence here in Boynton Beach. But I think it's a matter of overall looking at the city perspective relative to location of your new city hall here, the amphitheater, and eventually the rest is going to come into play as far as Town Square. It's immediately across the road. So it's an important part of that opposite corner to the city hall. And I agree and ask that you consider that we do it as a consolidated plan. We're willing to, again, work with the CRA staff and board and create those ideas of some most likely a mixed use opportunity here that can bring in businesses as well as residential to support the area and the corridor of Ocean Avenue. Here for any questions that you might have on behalf of the Daggers.
So the difficulty with your proposal is that, you know, the CRA is not necessarily a developer. If the Daggers say, hey, we want to develop that front Ocean Avenue frontage and here's the plan, this is kind of the plan, rather than saying, hey, we want to work with you, but we don't have a plan. That's the difficulty aspect. Brian Fitzpatrick was here a couple meetings before. He says, you know, try to envision the future if we can do all this wonderful things. The problem with still planning it out is that it's a possibility, not necessarily reality. And so that is where the board was looking to what can we do within, you know, the majority of the board's time frame to get something there and active in the short term. And so that's kind of my mentality with that, is that we're trying to activate the space, not necessarily for the long term, but for the you know, kind of what can we do now? And that's kind of where, you know, their space is definitely valuable. I just don't necessarily know what this board is going to say for another mixed use development project within the next 6 months. That's kind of my feelings behind it, is that we definitely want to be part of the, you know, to have them part, but it's kind of like you said, they were doctors, not developers. So are they trying to get the maximum value from their property to try to develop themselves? Are they trying to partner with their own developer? Or are they trying to say, hey, CRA, you know, we spent a lot of money 15 years ago. We want X amount of money to be over and done with it. And according to the conversations earlier, can you do it before the end of the year? Because we're going to have to pay most likely increase capital gains within next year. So that's kind of where I think I'm in the favor of providing the time for next month, but it's kind of like I would want something more tangible than possibilities. I want realities of what can be happen within the next 6 months. Board Member Katz?
Could I respond to that?
Yes.
There were quite a few things in there. And that's what we're asking for is the time to be able to put together a plan, put together pro forma information and be able to come back to you with that information. Because you've shown it in other properties where you gather that information and then you make the best decision across the board. We're just asking for that same consistency. As far as there's one doctor and Salam, I believe, is real estate oriented. So there is a connection there to having some development experience. They also have, I think they were telling me about approximately a half a dozen properties already here in the city that they have and maintain both commercial and residential. So they're an entity that's been in the city for a long time, not only with this property, but Dr. Daggers has office space right by Bethesda Hospital for quite some time. So they're part of the community. So we're looking for that time to be able to put that plan together and give you all of the options available to make a right decision.
The board have any other comments before we go to our next applicant? Yes, Board Member Katz.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to agree with and reflect most of what the chair said. And I think that, and this would apply to basically anyone trying to develop in the downtown right now. I think, at least in speaking for myself, that while I talk about in 5 years a mixed use, in my opinion, a mixed use project here being more realistic, because I do not envision, if someone came to me today and said, we have a $50 million, $40 million mixed use project for this site, I would still not believe that that was realistic in the next 5 years minimum, because I don't see this site being built out to that level when Town Square is not guaranteed to be built out by then. So I fear that my position in being interested in moving forward with either Mr. Barber or an idea to that, I'm not opposed to trying to be consistent with our past practices of whether entertaining all the LOIs. I don't necessarily think this is an RFP type situation, because my trajectory is to activate that space right now for a couple of years minimum or longer. But I worry that if your client presents something that looks like a grand plan akin to what other developers have presented in recent years and never delivered on, and these are developers, not necessarily property owners or smaller time property owners. I worry that if you propose what it might be in 5 years today, for me at least, I'm going to look at it and say that is another big promise, and it's most likely to turn into a big swing and a miss, just like so many others have. And I would prefer to activate the space. So I think, through no fault of anyone's involved in this, that circumstances leading up to this, I believe what can happen 5 years from now. But if someone tells me something's going to happen in the next year that I don't think is going to happen for 5 years based on the past 5 years of experience, I will be inclined to not shift in that direction, because if I see another mixed use project before I believe they're viable, I think you get my drift from the experience we've had.
I do, and it doesn't surprise me at all. Being around here and being involved in some of those, this is the two properties combined are still a lot smaller than the larger mixed use developments that have stung us all. So I think it's coming up with a plan that's not as grandiose as some of those others that require a bankroll that is very small audience to go to, but to be able to do it and be able to support it and come back to you with the numbers. Again, we're looking for time. I understand where you're coming from. It's I think any property along Ocean Avenue, whether it's 115 or whether it's 211, all of these are very integral to the overall plan for Ocean Avenue and how it comes into place. So I would say I like to be the optimist. Maybe I take it a little too far at times, but I too, like my colleague, Mr. Hendricks, have been around Boynton Beach and a cheerleader at Boynton Beach for many years. There's a couple of us here outside of the dais that would love to see all of this boom. And there's things just out of our control to do it. This one is smaller in size and maybe a little more controllable to make that happen faster. So I think if there is a compromise, I do like your opening comments of not wanting to sell, to be able to give that opportunity down the road to see what happens, and maybe there is another opportunity that's better. Maybe it's a new restaurant where they don't have to have their kitchen in a shipping container that's built into the project, something like that. So there's a lot of opportunities and crystal balls out there to keep working on.
And I'll give one final comment before, anyone else who wants to speak is your client and Mr. Fitzpatrick could maybe do everyone a favor and work together to come up with a project that does form that L shape, and that would remove any of the other hypotheticals, and then everyone could get what they want. Because I think right now the thing standing in the way of selling that property potentially to Mr. Barber or someone else is the hypothetical consolidation. The thing standing in your client's way and Mr. Fitzpatrick is our experience that might inform us that a grand plan is unlikely. So I think if we've seen overpromises, I guess we've seen massive projects. I think some of those projects would exist in reality today if they had scaled them back from the get. So that's my recommendation, is that if your client and Mr. Fitzpatrick, who obviously both have a mutual interest in consolidating, might acknowledge that they plan to develop it in an L-shaped fashion, that would pave the way for both plans to exist in reality in a sooner or a quicker time period, I guess.
Understood. And it has been discussed, at least my client and I. We've not had conversation with Mr. Fitzpatrick, but we can reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then Florida Technical Consultants.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. It's James Barton. We're Florida Technical Consultants. We're a small engineering company at above the Hurricane Alley. I created a small presentation to accompany my application. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible to play it on the computer on the screens, but I did make some printouts of it. Can I hand those out maybe just to follow along?
Yes.
And I understand that one of the commissioners is not available, but I'll read it out so there won't be anything lost. And there's 7, so I got one to follow along. All right, so thank you very much. Florida Technical Consultants, we've been in the area for about 20 years. Actually, 10 years ago, me and Alan sat on the green board. I was back with 10 more back then. So right now, we're a civil engineering firm. We focus on geographic information systems implementation for mostly utilities and municipalities, and we do training. So we're a high-tech firm in Boynton Beach. We have 6 employees. We have 3 engineers, 1 general contractor, 1 architect designer, and 1 CAD GIS technician. 4 of those are women engineers. So we looked at the property back in 2019, and we thought it was a perfect opportunity for us to have an office and a training facility, because we have a lot of people that come to our office for training. They come from different cities, typically in South Florida. At the time, it didn't make sense, but now because the Oyer building is being sold, we'll be without an office. So we're looking for office space, and it just looked like a perfect opportunity. We want to stay in the CRA. We want to stay in Boynton. And we want to kind of start a partnership with the city in the training and the technical services that we offer. We like the historic building. Right now, the 2nd floor of the Oyer building is very beautiful. It's beautiful wood floors. It's a historic building. It's absolutely gorgeous inside. And we think that the 211 East Ocean is a great complement to the historical features of the city. As Mr. Oyer said, you know, a historical building gives people context that they're involved in a city that's been around a lot longer than them, and gives them a sense of value. And I think that the CRA would have agreed to that when you purchase it, because you designated historical. So there was obviously a reason for that. So our proposal for this, our vision for this is slightly different. It's not multi-purpose, and it's not mixed use, and it's not a restaurant. We're thinking of a small office. The building is perfect for a small office with a training facility, and even we can do outreach to small business support. So the building is perfect for this because there's no traffic impacts. There is ample parking, as it is right now for what we're in Boynton anyway. We're down the road. So, and we wouldn't really need an investment in growing the property. We don't need additional restrooms to house for restaurant or that kind of thing. We don't need parking for more people. For a training facility, the location is perfect because it's right off the highway. So we often have clients that come and train with us. They usually come and do meetings with us, and it always morphs into GIS training, and they're typically utility clients. We're close to the highway. We are central to Palm Beach County. There used to be a GIS training facility in West Palm Beach, but it closed down years ago. The only other one around here is down in Miami, services the Caribbean, and it's downtown Miami in Coral Gables. So it's really hard to get to. There's nothing else around except when you go to Tampa. But even we know the people in Tampa, so there's an opportunity for them to bring their train. Like it would be very organized training with a different purpose than what we work with, but we could even offer that facility to them. So we also, as a high-tech firm, we often have meetings in the city where we invite other small engineering companies or other small businesses to come, and we usually have these meetings at the Butcher and the Bar, where we kind of on Thursday nights we talk about running a small business and some of the challenges we have. We can't really talk to anyone else about these things, so we kind of have this little group going, which I would love to invite you, by the way. Anyway, so the benefits to the CRA of having a training facility are, number one, we can assume the responsibility of the building. So, we visited a couple of years ago. We visited last month, and it's like significantly deteriorated from before. I mean, it's not going well. It's not being maintained. We're gonna have to do more work to it than we did a year and a half ago. So I'm kind of kicking myself for that. We can attract other high-tech firms to the region. We can offer training to city staff. We can offer training to other residents. We can offer training to schools, and we can also offer direct technical services to the CRA. GIS, Geographic Information Systems, is kind of like Google, but it's very focused on applying these things towards well, we work mostly with utilities, but we work for Boynton Beach, we work for Delray Beach, we work for about 25 different municipalities in the region. So you might not have heard of us because we kind of keep a low profile, but we typically work with the maintenance supervisors. Right now, I think utilities is looking to hire like 25 people, of which if they did GIS training, if people did GIS training, it would give them a much better opportunity to get jobs at utilities or in other city municipal ventures or municipal positions. It's really high tech. It's really fun to work with. So we feel that partnering with the CRA and staying in the CRA, staying in Boynton is what we want to do. The benefits to the community are maintaining the historic link to the city, maybe maintaining a link to the business development that the city is trying to achieve through the incubator program, but we could be more of the professional end of that because we're a small business. So there's a lot of things that you have to know about running a business that are hard lessons that you have to learn. So we could help with that. So we would invest in the building, invest in the community. We would beautify the property, right, with landscaping. We would make it a very green project, so we wouldn't increase the footprint. We would reduce the footprint. We would take out the asphalt remove the asphalt that's in the back and put in grass, so we're reducing the heat footprint. We don't need additional parking. We don't need additional concrete. We don't need additional bathroom facilities. I was going to do a small demo. Obviously, I don't have a computer, but I do have, as I was walking over, I was doing a little kind of sample project of how we could help the CRA by inventorying all your properties and starting to add information about them, especially like doing inventories of different types of businesses and where they are, what's vacant, and I think you already worked with that, but we can certainly add to that portfolio. We did some research on the property, so we reviewed all the documents that were given to us. We did a site visit with a contractor to get cost estimates. A cost estimate for us to work on the property would be significantly less than investing in a restaurant because we don't have to add those additional facilities. But there is a lot of stuff we have to do. So there's a lot of, we have to kind of pick up the past 10 years of maintenance, make sure that everything is to code. We would still have to, we've reached out to the city and we did the document review. We reached out to planning and zoning and the code and whatnot. So that's kind of like the vision of the building. It would be maintained as it is. It would be a professional office. It would be linked to the city. And if that's, I kind of wanted to know if that was like an acceptable type of idea for the CRA, because if it's not, and you said, hey, no, we're not interested, like we'd rather have mixed use and we want to, rip it down and develop it, then I can walk away. But I do believe there is value in maintaining that, and there's definitely value to what our company brings to the city. And we would like Boynton to be a tech hub in the region, and all our clients definitely know who we are, and a lot of other clients know who we are as well. So we would love to tell you more about what we do in follow-up meetings and whatnot, but that was basically, I wanted to highlight some of the points of my notice of intent.
Yes, Board Member Penserga.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, James, for your presentation. It seems like you're a great company. You're doing great things for the city. You're involved in many ways, and we appreciate your commitment, and we definitely want to keep you in the city. And so, I share your mission, trying to build that tech community here. That's wonderful. But I do want to be upfront with you. My concern here is that in that space, being that it's a house, and being that it's in the central location in our downtown corridor, which we're trying to develop, during the daytime, you use it as an office and people go out for lunch, and that's great. But my concern is what happens during the nighttime, right? And if we're trying to grow downtown, we really need to encourage people to walk, to have that nightlife, people going out to restaurants and stores, even at night. And so, it's not that I don't believe an office space should be there. No, absolutely. There should be office spaces in our downtown. But I don't think we need to put an office space for that footprint as the only use. If it was, what your situation is now, if there was a restaurant on the first floor and an office space on the second floor, it would ensure that that area always has activity, daytime and nighttime. And so for that reason, and that's my concern. So keeping it active at night as well.
And I don't know if you heard most of the board, are you okay with the long-term lease versus owning the property?
I would be open to that, yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
Just to continue that conversation, how much minimum square footage would you need for your professional office?
Well, that's a funny thing, because right now on the top floor, there's 2 offices, and then there's a open office area that we can use for desks. Right after COVID hit, most of our engineers work from home, and we don't need to meet all the time. We meet on Teams all the time, like we're constantly meeting, but they are probably not going to be showing up. There will never be, like I think 2 years ago when I looked at it, we were going to run out of space, but now we're not going to have that problem. Plus, as we grow, we have to kind of be close to our clients. And so if we grow geographically, it means that we're going to be growing in Port St. Lucie and with things like that. And those people are not going to be coming down here. So this will be the hub of all the activities, but we don't need more space. And then on the bottom floor, you have the reception area, and you have a large room that would be perfect for a training facility for people to come in. Here's your assignment, sit down, do the work. And then we also have the outside so people could learn the mobile apps. So we wouldn't run out of space. In fact, we could be very creative on how we use the space. And I even had a contractor coming in and telling me that they'd be interested in doing things. It wasn't really my idea, but interested in doing more types of classes at night in the downstairs area, but not necessarily technically, maybe not technical training. But again, you know, if there's high school students or people working that want to get technical training, they can't come over during the day, then it's possible that they could do it at night. And so there's always complications with anything that we think of, because, you know, then you have to worry about access and keys and who, you know, coming and going and things like that. But it's definitely not a restaurant scenario. I just don't think the building it's certainly not inside, not big enough for a restaurant. I mean, there's no space for tables or kitchen, or, you know, there's only one bathroom downstairs. So we can take a look at things at night. We definitely would be interested in partnering with the community for Pirate Fest or those kinds of things. And there's a big lawn out back, so we can certainly help host events. But in answer to your question, we think the facility is big enough for all our needs right now. And then also connecting with the city and growing that training, because the training doesn't have to last for years. It's, you know, maybe 2-week program. And I haven't developed a training program yet, but regardless of if it's this building or another building, that's going to be the direction that we're going to go in. I just want to stay in the Boynton. I want to stay in like the Boynton CRA, and you know, my kids go to school here.
So what I hear you saying is that you don't need a lot of space, but you need adequate. Now, you say you want to stay in Boynton, you want to stay in the CRA district. Would you consider staying in Boynton outside of the CRA area?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you been looking, or have you?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, good. Have you found anything?
No, but we haven't been looking seriously, because, you know, we just found out a month ago about the Oyer, us losing our lease for the Oyer property.
I see. Okay.
So,
okay, well, we would love to have you remain in Boynton. So I guess I asked you that because there may be some other options that you have available to you.
We haven't started looking that seriously, but I am looking in the CRA. I'd be looking to acquire property if possible. I would love to acquire this. It doesn't seem to be the direction you want to go in right now. A long-term lease with support would be fine, because, like, you know, the footprint doesn't have to be increased. So we can take what we have right now and save it and make it really a really useful, really cool environment for work and learning. So, and when we visited 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, like, my entire staff walked over and visited it, and we had like these great plans. It's just that at the time it wasn't necessary, so we stayed where we were. We love our space right now. The Oyer building inside upstairs is beautiful, so there wasn't really a need. But I mean, yeah, I'm reaching out to the CRA to say, hey, this is us. We're here. This is what we do. We're really interested in working with you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Board Member Katz.
I think I'd echo Board Member Pensurga's sentiment that it's not what I envisioned the space for, although I do see other opportunity in the area if office space in this general area is what you're seeking. My vision is this is our main street, and my vision of our main street is activated as many hours as possible and drawing as much attention as possible. So I do think that other office space, whether it's in the CRA or the city, is, for me at least, for this type of business, would be more realistic in my vision.
James?
Anyone else?
No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And I know Kim Kelly, you spoke at public comments. You'd like to speak on this item?
Hello again. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try to be quick. This just came to light to me. Like you said, we were trying to figure out if the CRA was going to buy my building or not my building, the Oyer building. I feel like it's mine after 25 years. So I know what it's like to lease. Leasing 25 years, it's a lot of money. So of course you want to buy something. I would love to be able to purchase this property, just like Mr. Anthony over here would love to purchase it. And I understand he's done a commendable job with his restaurants, and that's a really hard thing to do. So kudos to you. I've been there and done that. You know, the only thing that bothers me about having a lease is that what happens, you know, it's the same thing to me, you get displaced, then where do you go? Then you guys gotta have another problem on your hands. Now you gotta relocate them. You know, so of course we'd like to buy something and have something that it's our own. Being here downtown for 25 years, kind of feel like it's been deserved. So I'd like you to consider that. We have offered, I think, substantially more money than anybody else. And that would also help solve a dilemma. If you do not want to sell the property at all, we would probably like to consider a long-term lease. But of course, it would have to have some help from you guys. You know, we have a year, maybe two, before we have to figure out where to go. And there's not a lot out there to choose from. I've been looking. So I just want you to think about the future of the downtown. And I do believe it should be a restaurant, if it's either me or if it is Mr. Anthony Barber. I think we're both great competitors, and I think we wish each other well. Not here to step on anybody's toes, but like I said, I just found out about the sale a couple months ago, and you know, it's life-changing. So I think you know where my position is. If you know, get real serious, I can get the site plans together as well as, you know, as everybody else has, but I just haven't had the time because this has been very, very quick. So if you have any questions, more than happy to ask. All right, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then Brian Fitzpatrick, I'll give you one more opportunity. You've been unmuted. You're currently self-muted. Going once. Going twice. All right.
Was I successful?
Now you just made it. I was about to click you off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for your time. I mean, you've heard, I pretty much voiced my thoughts on all of this before, and I certainly, not to take anything away from Mr. Barber or Ms. Kelly, they've done a commendable job, an exceptional job in running their restaurants. My dream would be consolidation of the parcels, and you know, I think Mr. Dagger's LOI presents an interesting opportunity. If we were to move the Magnuson House, we'd be able to accommodate, you know, Mr. Barber or Miss Kelly's goals, their dreams as well. And we do have that additional restaurant space at the former, what was that, the Ruth Jones house that's been restored on Ocean Avenue. It's sitting there vacant. That's a perfect spot for a restaurant. Anyhow, so you've got a number of choices here, and I wish you luck in picking the best one. I just would hope you look, you know, we're spending some serious money on our town square there, and let's put something that's going to be, it's going to complement that block. Let's, you know, try and look at the big picture. And I know it's been sitting there for years, that Magnuson house, and nothing's happening. But I just don't feel that that is the right location, the highest and best use, but that's your decision. And I thank you for your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So Tara, I'd like you to inform us of our options. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more?
Julia Chiff, 5255 North Federal Highway. I am the architect for the Barber family. Just wanted to, I know the hour is very late, I just wanted to make two brief points because no one really, of all the great presentations that we heard tonight, addressed the architectural issues related to this particular building.
It's easier to go to the other microphone so you're not bending over.
Does this help? Thank you. Yeah, I don't have to bend over. That's great. Okay, so we all know it's a historical building. Mr. Barber and his team have put together in a very short time, while running businesses, multiple businesses, both himself and his partner, Ronnie Mateo of the Subculture Group, have put together a phenomenally exciting, energizing opportunity that I want to make sure that the CRA realizes they've addressed not only planning and zoning and CRA and historical issues, but also architectural issues at the same time. By honoring the building as a historical building and bringing in the shipping containers, they've married the idea of old and new and brought greenery and landscape and an opportunity that I just don't want us to miss in Boynton Beach. We're not putting in elevators to the second floor and destroying the integrity and the historical aesthetics of this building. We are not creating massive, excessive ADA ramps. We're creating beautifully designed and integrated porches with detailed railings that honor and retain the significance of the building that's been there for so many years, and a small, carefully placed on the east side of the property handicap ramp with one entrance door as a way to greet patrons. In contrast, in comparison, for example, to the Dagger proposal, which talks about relocating the building, the Barber proposal honors the building by retaining its presence and not doing a lot to significantly alter the structure other than making it, as Twisha said, safe and habitable for commercial use. And so I just want to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity to take a team that in a very short time put the funds together, put together a plan, and is ready to go basically tomorrow with your approval and activate this site that's been dormant for so very long.
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Katz. Oh, do you mind if Tara gives us our options?
Yes, sorry.
Hello? Okay. You have previously accepted the letter of intent from Anthony Barber to begin discussions. That is the current letter of intent on the property. As part of that process, we advertised a notice of intent to dispose and received, as you just heard, several other interested parties. Your options are to continue, to direct staff to continue negotiations with the chosen developer and come to terms of an agreement, whatever that may be, or to reject the Barber letter of intent and move forward with, and direct staff to move forward with negotiations with one of the other interested parties.
Or we could put out to RFP, RFQ.
Or you could put it out to RFP or RFQ. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Board Member Katz, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I guess. Tell me if there's a way, Tara. One, we did accept the letter of intent. The property has been noticed. There was ample opportunity for people to come up with plans and come here tonight to present those plans. Now there's a request to extend, a little more time. I'm not opposed to that. I don't necessarily want to go the RFP route because, again, personally, if I think in 5 years, a larger mixed use project might be viable, but if I see a large mixed use project presented today, I don't believe it is viable today. And I don't want to make a decision for someone 5 years from now on this dais when I can make a decision right now to activate the space right now. And then in 5 years, depending on the terms of a lease or whatever, that body at that time could make a decision. The more, I know I came out the gate pretty hot against selling, but as I talked and listened and thought more and got to my last statements about the L shape, I have moved much closer to Christina's position by virtue of a desire maybe to try to force the hand of the adjacent property developers. I don't want to see a premature massive project derail the potential for a project that could exist tomorrow. So I guess what I'm saying, and I only speak for myself, is that I'm in favor of whether it's 30 or 60 days to allow other people more time maybe to propose. I don't want to go to an RFP. I don't want to go down that road. So I don't know what's legally possible because I don't want to tell me, Tara.
Well, there's a couple, I want to make sure I understand because the hour is late and my brain may be muddled. So we have already issued the notice to the public of the availability of the property or our intent to dispose of it. So we have received those interested parties. Is your request to republish for more interested parties or give the people who have already, or selecting a group of people among the ones who've responded to date, some additional time to prepare more information?
That I think.
Okay.
The
I
group,
like that one better.
the existing group now, and I say that in the interest of fairness because we have in the past when a LOI was submitted, even if it took a month or two and more LOIs were submitted, given people an opportunity. But I say that with, again, already having a personal preference for Mr. Barber's plan. And now after this discussion, leaning closer in a direction of my advice to Dr. Dagger, his family, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and Mr. Miller as a representative of at least one party would be to try to come up with a viable plan for your properties that complement this property. I think that is where I've landed, that I don't want to sell the property outright, as I said at the beginning, but I know if I see a grand mixed use project presented anytime in the next month or two, if I see it 5 years before I know it will possibly come out of the ground, I would never support it. That's why I've always favored this 5-year lease. But as I talked more and more, I thought to myself, I could force the issue by virtue of the authority I have up here to make a decision and potentially side with Board Member Romulus, which, if we went in that direction, would force the issue. So I want to give people a fair chance, but I don't personally want to see a grand promise because we have seen so many, they have all been broken. And we have an actual tangible promise before us that I would take over a grand false promise in a heartbeat. So that's my piece.
Thank you. What I would like to say is that I still believe that, it's not like we're talking with multiple property owners there's two other property owners that have been property owners for almost a decade now. And so for me, I feel that getting Mr. Barber more involved, who's been in the city for decades as well, it doesn't necessarily hurt. So I'd be in favor of directing staff to move forward with a long-term lease agreement so that that's something that this board can look at next month to get comments on, to have the rights of first refusal so that we make sure that the investments that Mr. Barber is doing, he has the ability to build wealth for his family in the future. So those are kind of my comments. The aspect of it is that this doesn't mean that I am making a decision for you, Mr. Barber. I do want to make sure that that is clear that, because of the different property owners, because of the property owners to the north and the west, they're saying that, hey, this is what we're going to do, and this is how quickly we can do it. I'd love to hear that. But the fact is that I've been up here for over 5 years now, and they haven't come up with anything. And so that's kind of where, for us, it's kind of in the sense is that, I'm okay with the CRA kind of backing off of the property, in the sense is that we don't have to continue to look at a vacant property because it's been vacant since we bought it 14 years ago. And the point of the CRA, as I mentioned earlier, is to remove slum and blight. Vacant buildings, vacant spaces is considered slum and blight. And so that's kind of my mentality to move forward with Mr. Barber, who had the initiative to get this in front of us and has done the legwork. But it's kind of getting late, and your company advantages that you put as part of your business plan, I think you need to update that.
My apologies. I think the wrong file got uploaded in the haste of trying to make sure that I met the deadlines.
Yeah, no worries. So I look forward to seeing your company advantages.
No problem.
In the next meeting.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm still here. If I may make a few points off of the comments that you and Board Member Katz have made. I want to start with your comments that there is an opportunity here for us to remove slum and blight. I also want to revisit a comment that I made earlier when I asked how many Black-owned businesses are in the on this avenue, on Ocean Avenue, and you guys mentioned the ones that were within 500 Ocean. What the point that I was trying to make by asking that question was how many Black-owned businesses actually own property on Ocean Avenue. And so that makes my point more clear, that my intention here is not to give Mr. Barber a 5-year lease that then can be broken or be renegotiated or have to be removed or relocated when another property owner ultimately comes here, but that he has an opportunity to start a precedent that says that Ocean Avenue is a location that's open for business to all here in Boynton Beach. I think we have an opportunity to do that. Saying that we simply want to stay with a 5-year option and or 5-year lease and then open it up for a 5-year option. Board Member Katz, to kind of call you out on that, I think that's the easy way to go, and to ask you to take a stand with me in terms of making the hard decision of saying, let's do what the actual LOI, which Mr. Barber presented before us was, which is to actually sell the property. And he's taken the initiative. He's done the work. He's provided a beautified option that has not been presented to us in the last 5 years, as you so adequately commented on, Board Chair. We've been waiting for the individuals who are adjacent to this property to do that, to present that. I know Mr. Fitzpatrick on multiple occasions has attempted to. but he didn't have Mr. Dagger coming to the table. And now somehow, some way, because of the proposal that has been presented by Mr. Barber, it's finally brought these adjacent property owners to the table. And so I think this is a great thing. And I think it's setting a precedent to say that we're on the move and either catch up or be left behind. And so I think there's a great opportunity for Mr. Fitzpatrick and Mr. Dagger to get together to develop the remainder of that property. But I think it is also a very positive move to allow for this initiative to reward and incentivize individuals who come before us, who present well-laid plans, who have their finances in order, who do all the diligence and do all the work to get a well-established, well-represented team put together and present us something that is satisfactory, and actually way more than satisfactory. I think it behooves this board to incentivize that, to say to other developers who want to come to the city, get your act together and come before us with something that works, and we'll show you that we're willing to work with you. But if we say to this person, to Mr. Barber, that you've done all this work, but let's hold off for a little bit. Let's see if there's more opportunities. Let's see if there's more options. Let's put you on a spin cycle and reevaluate at a later time. I think that sets a bad precedent, and I think it sends the wrong message. So I am ready. I've been ready. I think we all are too, but we're maybe being a little hesitant because we've been burned, and I know that. We all know that with what's going on in Town Square. But I think this is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for, and I apologize for my terrible voice right now, but please hear the message and not the voice. But please, again, understand that I think this is a positive and strong message that we're sending out to the development community, to the small business community, that we want, that Boynton Beach is open for business. And you come right, you come correct, you'll get what you're looking for in this city. So I'm asking you all to take a stand with me and send that positive message out tonight, and to not sit on our laurels waiting to see if there's other opportunities, because I think this is it. This is it. Thank you very much.
So, waiting for you.
Okay.
But sure.
I'm all for Anthony Barber and his project. I just looking for some consistency in terms of, we've gone down this path before where someone came up with beautiful idea on how to construct and tie properties together. And we stated up here on this board that we wanted to take a look at, have an RFP, which I agree with, and see what other people can do with that property. And I don't see any difference on this one. I will vote the way the board votes, because now one of the things we have to look at is that he owns another barbecue place right around the corner on Federal, and he's getting ready to open up one in West Palm Beach. So in terms of leaving something for your kids and posterity and all that, you have it already. But I know you probably want to keep it home as close as possible. But the concept of I want to hear the other ideas. There's no rush here. We don't have to close by December 31st. What are those ideas? It may end up back with Mr. Barber, okay? But I want to see the other layouts. I want to hear what those ideas are. I want to know what's available. What can be? There may be some other compatibility that of interest, but I'm not ready to give that green light yet, because if we would have if we felt this way before, we discussed this last month. And I think I recall the atmosphere was to see what else is out there. Okay. And we've done that. But now because for whatever reason, we want to close the door on those ideas. So what is it going to be here with us? Are we going to allow people to come and show us their ideas, or are we going to close the door? Because I certainly have sat on this board and seen some people come first with the good idea of LOI, and we went the opposite way. We want to see what else is out there. Now we're going back the other way, and I'm not going to fight it, but I just want to make that point that we are showing a little inconsistency here. But regardless of that, you can forget about all that. I would like to hear the other ideas before I make up my mind.
You know, the other things is that in order for us to sell the property, it's kind of like getting an appraisal done. It's been a while since we got the appraisal, trying to find out the true value of the property and making sure that the CRA is doing their due diligence before disposing of the property. And that's something that I think we definitely need to do if we were looking into disposing of it. The main concern that I have with there is that, you know, Mr. Barber has had issues where certain times that he picked a location, it did not work out. And so that's something that, you know, I look at, and it's kind of, for me, you know, having the 5-year lease with another 5-year extension with the right of first refusal gives him that security, so to speak, that he's going to be a long-term partner here in the CRA. He has the ability to profit, you know, selling alcohol right outside of free concerts and free movies is likely to be a very profitable venture. So that's kind of my mentality, is that I don't know if it's the what he was offering in the $200,000 and $50,000 worth of meals for the next 7 years is the best offer for the CRA to accept. But I would say, you know, moving forward with a lease term of what I believe the consensus of the board was, is something that we should have in our discussions along with the other ideas, because I feel that anything that we would offer to Mr. Barber would be similar to what we would offer any of the other applicants. And so, Board Member Pensurga, do you have any comments?
Yes, I mean, it's late and I feel like we're going in circles a bit, and I just kind of want to wrap this up. One bullet point I'll say is that when I suggested, well, not just suggested, when I outright said that, you know, I support the idea of you having a lease, it's not meant or intended to say I didn't think you shouldn't own property. I mean, that's not the intention. You know, in my mind, it's just that it's a restaurant. Like any small businesses, not all things are successful. And so I just wanted to have that opportunity, you know, in the worst case scenario for you, if it doesn't work out, well, we can then consolidate it anyways. If it works out, they can build around you, right? So there was an option. I do have a question for staff. The letter that he submitted was a letter to lease, intent to lease. Is that correct? It's specified?
I don't think it specified it. It was just to activate it with this concept.
Okay.
But
So
Mr.
there's no
Barber
need
can-
for him to resubmit a letter or any of that? Okay.
No, we've done our notices and everything. It's to just, you've done your 30-day notice already, so it's
If I may, I'm not an attorney here, but it says the purpose of this letter is to notify the intent of the Barber Family Company LLC as well as the Davis Family Co. LLC in acquiring the property at 211 East Ocean Avenue. Acquiring, in my opinion, does not mean lease. It means own.
But that doesn't preclude either. So this is the negotiation. So you can direct us to work with them to put together
Purchase
Because,
and sale
you know,
or lease.
if I could just finish the thought before somebody else jumps in, what would really help, I think all of us, is if we just had some clarity. Do you want to lease? Do you want to buy?
It sounds like we're negotiating. To answer that question as direct as possible, and I don't want to, it is late. I would like to take the property, period. I would prefer to purchase the property. If I am presented the option to lease the property, I definitely would not lease it and own and shoulder the full extent of the build out without that being a possibility of getting CRA help with that. Is that pretty straightforward? And a reverter clause. I'd willingly take the purchase. If there's reverter clauses all the time. If I can't get it off the ground, take it.
Not sure this is where we
You have to speak into the microphone,
are
Alan.
negotiating now.
I just needed some clarity. So
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So I'll, Tara asked our options, and so I'll try to make it a little bit more clarity is that, I need a motion to move forward with the LOI for Mr. Barber or to wait for additional responses from the other LOI applicants.
Actually, I need two separate motions. The first one is with regard to the Barber LOI. So if you would like us to continue.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And then if our decisions are to move forward with the Mr. Barber tonight or move forward with hearing from other applicants, we need to determine whether it is for purchase or for lease, or we would want to table that to the next meeting. So there's a lot of different decisions that can be made tonight. However, we need to make a decision of, do we want to continue negotiations with Mr. Barber for purchase or lease? Do we want to leave open the possibility for other applicants to submit other information? Well, I would not other applicants, only the applicants that have submitted information to continue to submit an updated plan. And then those are the two things.
So we have.
Otherwise, reject them all as the third one.
Well, so we have accepted this letter of intent. So we either stay with it or we reject it or table it if you're going to give more time to everybody. So that's one action that needs to be taken with respect to this. Either give us direction to continue moving forward with discussions and give us more details, purchase or lease, or table it or reject it. Then we'll move on to the next agenda item where you have separate letters of intent. Each one will need to be accepted or rejected, or the whole item will need to be tabled. That's what needs to occur procedurally.
So Commissioner Romulus, do you have a motion? Or Board Member Romulus, do you have a motion?
Sure. I would make the motion that we accept or continue to negotiate with the Barber family and lay out options of both purchase and lease agreements and bring that back to the board for consideration.
Second.
And so if we continue with that motion, then we are not requesting any more information from other applicants.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor,
So, yes.
if I may, from our previous hours-long conversation earlier with the Oyer family, in our purchase and sale agreement that we are currently negotiating with them, they're still allowed to accept or entertain offers from others. Why are we not able to do the same?
Board Member Romulus, that's a good point. So what you can technically do is if you move forward with this motion and you move to the next motion, you can accept another letter of intent and have us begin negotiations with one or more of those individuals to bring back all of those options at the next board meeting. That is also an option in the next agenda item, which is dealing with the other submitters.
So we can accept multiple letters of intent for the same property?
Correct. Until you enter into a agreement, you can continue to negotiate with as many of the parties as you want.
And because we haven't rejected any of them, that means we don't have to renotice.
Correct.
So then I would ask for us to take a vote on my initial motion, and then we can take another motion on the remaining LOIs.
Correct. So we'll have a motion on item 16I, which is Board Member Romulus's, with a first and second. Vice Chair, did you have any further comments?
No comment. I want to make sure what I'm voting on, okay? And
So this
right
is-
now we voted on Mr. Barber to continue that, but we also going to talk about and make a motion about those that we want
So correct. There's this
to
is
extend.
16I.
This is
Mr.
16I,
Barr.
then there's 17A.
Okay.
So I have a first and second. Does anyone else would like to make some comments regarding the Barber families, not any of their other individual LOIs? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Now we're on to item 17A, discussion and consideration of additional letters of intent received for the CRA-owned property located at 211 East Ocean Avenue.
You can either table this item, you can accept one or more of the letters of intent and permit them to begin negotiations for contracts. But at this point, it sounds like what I heard from your previous comments, you want more information about each of the letters of intent. So you can table the item and they can bring back further information at the next meeting to consider. Unless you want us to go forward with taking the next step, which is to sit down and negotiate the terms of an agreement. That would be the other option. If you want us to start negotiating, you would accept them, one or more of them.
Board Member Romulus, yes.
I would just like to make a motion to table to allow for each of the LOIs submittals to clarify as many of them expressed verbally that they would have liked to have more time to elaborate on their proposals. So I would move to just table this item, and if they would like to present a more detailed LOI at a later time, they may feel free to do so. I would also limit the motion to not accept any further LOIs.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
I will second that.
So we have a first and second to table item 17A and to not accept any other LOIs for 211 East Ocean Avenue.
No.
For the date, for the submission date for the October 12th meeting, knowing that we'll have at least 3 more detailed plans to review, we'd like to have it be submitted September, no later than noon, September 30th.
May I ask a question?
Right, because it has to be published on
It's got to be,
published on the 8th.
Yeah.
And so do you mind if they say that you give them the weekend to the October 4th? But no, I would say that
I could, it's just knowing the other items from this meeting will be coming up towards that meeting as well. I'll work with them. It's as complete as they can give me. If I have to go through a lot of,
yeah, I would say that the deadline would be October the 3rd, so that you would have everything by Monday morning.
My
Yeah.
question was going to be to the 3 applicants, I guess you want to call them that, presenters. Do you know what we are expecting from you at our next October 12th meeting?
I mean, why don't you tell them what
there's
you're
a 5-day, I believe it is, you have to have it in at least 5 days before the meeting. Is
No.
it 5?
no, this is really, I mean, this is for us to have enough
Oh,
information
for
to
us.
write our packet,
Okay.
our report,
Okay.
and also to publish it online. So we normally start wrapping up and publishing around the Wednesday before.
Gotcha.
And that, knowing that we have a lot of projects coming back with coordination involved.
So, and yes,
Okay.
we haven't discussed this executive director's new salary. So let's do what she said. I would suggest September 30th as a deadline for the LOI applicants to provide us with any sort of proposals or documents. And so Bradley, you have any questions for Jordan?
A couple of comments. One, it is a lot to put together a plan to answer Vice Board Chair Hay. Knowing what you want is a lot of information, and understandably so. It starts with a plan, which we've heard tonight, of being able to consolidate perhaps my client's property with Fitzpatrick. How does that tie in with the 211 property? Maybe it's a phase plan, and then to be able to put numbers to that in that time frame is it's going to be sloppy. I say that from a professional sense. Plus, I'm looking out for TWE as well.
Right, and I would say it almost feels as if we, as the CRA, are setting up these other individuals to fail by giving them a 2-week turnaround. So I don't want to. If the board would be okay with it, I'm fine with seeing the redrafts or the remakes of these LOIs in November. I'm fine with that.
That would be appreciated.
Is that what you're asking for, extension beyond October? What, November would be better for you? Is that what I hear you saying?
It would. I have to admit, there's also I'm not going to be here for the October meeting. I'm going to be out of the country. So.
Take us with you, Bradley.
Yeah. And so, and then would October 29th be an acceptable deadline?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right. So,
okay.
So part of her salary increase can.
Yeah.
And that'll be noon or 5 p.m.
5 p.m. So that way.
5 p.m. October 29th.
Yes. And so TWE, you will send a letter out to all the applicants with an LOI to let them know that of the new parameters and go from there. And I think the main thing is that because we're dealing with some of them, the LOI applicants are property owners, to speak with your neighbors who are also applying, because a lot of the people, everyone here is in pretty much the Boynton Beach CRA. So if we can get a win-win-win situation, that is something I know I would be in favor of.
And just to make it clear, the information we need based on what the board discussion is at least if it's going to be a proposed lease or sale, what the terms are, the duration or the terms of the lease, the duration of renewal, as well as a conceptual plan with development costs associated with that. Is that fair to say? Because it's similar to what Mr. Barber has assembled.
And the timeline.
Feasibility and timeline of when you choose to activate that particular use.
And
yes, Board Member Katz.
If it is any party's intent to ask for CRA support or resources beyond the property itself, I would strongly encourage putting that information down, because if a plan comes forward and there's no reference to CRA support, and then it emerges over time, somehow you're selected and it turns into, we need the CRA to put $20 million or 100% of TIF for the next 10 years. I do not want to hear that. I want to hear that at that meeting. I would prefer that personally.
And just so you know, as we receive these letters, we give them a little caveat that these are things or whatever else the interested party would like to submit to us. So yes, any asking of the CRA would be greatly appreciated on your costs as well as your development timeline for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second with the deadline of October 29th. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right.
Board Chair,
Yes.
may I make a suggestion here,
Oh, yeah.
if possible?
Uh-huh.
That we only address those items that we have to address tonight because of the lateness of the hour. It's now 11:07, and we could.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say is that I know there are some people that have been waiting here the entire night. And so I'd like to get their items in front of us if they'd like to speak tonight. In addition, but first I'd like to move forward with the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item on the consent agenda? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So I know we have an update of the 1102-111110 North Federal Highway. Do we
Yes,
have the,
so everything's moving as planned. They've submitted for site plan approval. It's just an update, no action needed.
okay, are they here tonight?
No.
Okay,
Board
all
Chair,
right. Yes.
are there any action items that are needed?
I would suggest that we have, yeah. So Twee, besides your salary, I think we should start with that 16C.
Yes. And then also if, I know Mr. Frank Gottsman's here from Azure, we're recommending, the board give us till October 12th, if he's agreeable to some of the changes to work on some of his revision to the exhibit. If he'd like to come up and talk about that when the board permits, that would be one of the items, since he's been patiently.
Okay, so I'm
waiting.
sorry, Mr. Gottsman. So we're going to speak on item, where's the cottage district?
16F.
16F.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry.
I can introduce a quick synopsis of the board wants. We've met with Mr. Gottsman, and diligently, he's given us enough to at least revise the terms of the purchase and development agreement. We still have some reservations, but there's enough information and enough requirements in the purchase and development agreement in there that could safeguard some of the public interest in here. We did do our due diligence and visited some of his sites in Pompano. They're slow to start. I have to, as far as the financial capability, we do have safeguards in the purchase and development agreement to ensure that we don't close on the property until he gets binding financing commitment, and to close on that amount before we turn over the land. There is a reverter clause. We can briefly discuss one of the condition, I believe it talks about the maintenance of affordability, whether or not the board wants to give us direction. Right now, as it works, there are deed restrictions that would be required in the property to maintain that it be home ownership opportunity, owner occupied units, as well as passing the unit forward should there be some sale in the future, so that it prevents any kind of investor to flip the building within a short amount of time. Staff's recommending the 15 years for maintenance of affordability. And if you are to sell within that 15 years, it needs to be passed on to occupants, future occupants or prospective buyers, in the income range up to 140% of Boynton Beach area median income, but it's also to pass it forward in the same category as what that first or the previous owner is in. I don't know if Frank wants to add more to that, but that's really one of the sticking points, so to speak.
Tara, or Tui, what is our decision tonight?
Is to allow us to finalize some of the points with Mr. Gottsman and bring back the purchase and sale agreement at the October meeting or at a future meeting.
All right, Board Member Katz.
And Tweedy, you said you are adequately comfortable that this is moving in a direction.
The numbers seems to work. I'm comfortable. I'm still hesitant in terms of the ability to build the project within the certain amount of time given, but I'm willing to give it a shot if he's in agreement with all the terms as staff has recommended.
I'm just trying to remember back to previous conversations, is the concern about the ability to build within the time given relative to the prospect of selling it on a site-by-site basis, like one of those type?
I think the concern is that this is his first for sale project based on the information given and the ability to do that on our project. And that's really my concern. And it's you know, I believe with the safeguard that we have, it could give him adequate timeline and milestone, and we would know relatively early on his performance. So.
And what would be the consequence if those timelines were not adhered to?
The consequence would be that he will not get his incentive funding from us, $385,000. He will not get the land before he provides us with binding commitment of his financing. And there's also the reverter clause for the units that he hasn't sold once he subdivides the property.
Are there any other potential measures that you can think of that would further safeguard our interests in case? And I mean, no offense, you might have picked up tonight, there have been a series of events over the past couple of years where things have not gone the correct way. And now I think I and some other members are hypersensitive about making sure that in that scenario, we have more covered than we would think.
What I would suggest is maybe a reporting, some kind of a reporting every 6 months to the status that he can come back. We right now have an annual reporting of what has been sold and all the information about the prospective buyers. We also, as part of this time, we really need for him to help us understand what his plan is for local engagement. Because once again, this is unlike some of the other developer builder, where they have more control of the actual, like Centennial, they have control. Obviously, it's a bigger project, but they have control of who and how they build and their pricing. It's a little different with Frank because Frank will be engaging contractors and subcontractors. So that's one of the hesitancy that I have.
Just for a procedural point, if this comes back in October, the terms of the agreement will be outlined for you, and then we could discuss how that would play out given the discussion in October.
Thank you.
The agreement's already included in there with our recommended with strike out and underline. There's probably about a dozen that may have been, discussed. And really there's only about 2 or 3 that needs to be worked out.
Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to ask, Twee, you presented this to us, this packet, supportive documents for this agenda item. Could you explain this to us and tell us what this is about?
Yes, so staff did visit some of the sites that the Mr. Gottsman and Azure has presented in his original packet and his packet that was revised back in April of the projects that are similar to our project. Even though they're rental and there's townhouses, we feel they're smaller in scale. And we did some research of some of one in particular is the Pompano project and the other is the Davie, down in the town of Davie. It seems like from the time in which the development agreement was signed to currently, they're moving fairly slow on that, knowing that there's probably planning and zoning issues along the way. We did notice one of the site out of the projects, and Frank, please correct me if I'm wrong, out of the 3 or 4 projects in Pompano, the one that's under construction now, there's 11 townhouse units. Yes, it's the Kensington, I think there's a picture of it. Permits were issued in July of last year, and to date, there's probably about a little over half of the units, so maybe 7 units, I'm just guessing, that are under construction. Those are the pictures we had, and that was just as late as this past weekend. So that's one of our concern is, to make sure that he's proceeding. Now, they have different circumstances, in all fairness to him, but our reservation is just this may be his first for sale unit. And if he's that diligent, he can get it done, but we don't have any examples that we can touch, feel, or see.
And that was part of my concern. Frank, could you address Kensington Square? What happened there?
A few things happened at Kensington. First of all, we had an issue with the development agreement that we had with the city of Pompano. We purchased the land to build 11 townhomes. By the time we finished our planning and got to zoning, we were told that we could only build 8. Apparently there was an exception that was voted before, and we had to re-go through the whole zoning and planning and actually change the whole zoning and planning because the site would not allow us to build the 11 that we had agreed to with the CRA. We had to go through an RPUD, we had to go through laws and whatever. That has taken a long time. By the time we're ready to build, obviously we got hit with some COVID issues, and we had to really look at try to value engineer some of the project because I don't want to come back to you and tell you we have a shortfall of millions of dollars on the project. We're trying to work very hard at this point. We're still working on value engineering and everything. I know we had some question in terms of the design of the homes and so on and so forth, but this is something that we're going to do while we work with the construction documentations. We have Randolph Construction here that we selected to work with us on that project because it's close to the community and is familiar with that. Just to answer, another thing is it's not the first project. We had a few projects we did in Fort Lauderdale. We did a lot of projects. Our construction, our regular construction partner, SCI, has built over 2,000 homes in the last 3 years. They built for Lennar. They're building for 13 homes. You have the Avalon project here just next to here. We didn't go with them because we wanted somebody from the community, somebody more local to work with us. But in terms of the development team, we use the same people. So we are quite familiar with what we have to do. And we're working hard because right now it's not easy. I mean, I was sitting the whole meeting and I heard somebody coming and say that they have a 4.7 million shortfall, even though they already had permits and plannings. This is something we don't want to get to. So we really have to work very hard to make sure that we can maintain those houses at the prices that we say we're going to come. This is going to require work, and it's going to require us to work with the local people. When I say local, it could be Boynton, it could be a little larger, but we do want to involve as much as possible the community in those projects.
So Frank, speaking of shortfall, I'm sure lots of developers are experiencing something similar in the construction industry.
Mm-hmm.
How do you plan to address that now that we're here? Is there an ask for more money? I'm sure you must have similar issues. You may not, but
we're not. And
how do we address this?
We're not, and we're not asking anything from the CRA, quite honestly, because the land that's donated or that's given for the project, it doesn't come to us. We're just the developers. We're just going to build homes. Each lot basically is going to be given to whoever is purchasing the home. And those are not going to be sold to investors or anything, because some of the guidelines that were put in the development agreement, that has to be sold to the local community or somebody within a certain BMI. They're going to have a restriction on the deed for 15 years. They're not going to be allowed to be rentals. So those are going to be safeguards, if you may, on the product that we have to come up with. So we have to be very, very diligent in terms of the development. We're working very hard, and we're going to continue working very hard, because by the time we get to planning and we finalize the site plan, which we haven't right now, it's still very conceptual. We're going to have to make sure that every house and every inch of that house is designed, built properly, and that we're not going to have shortfalls in terms of costs. The good thing is that right now I think we're pretty much a little bit on top of the wave in terms of pricing. So everything went up a lot. Right now windows keep going up a lot. Lumber is coming down a little bit. Steel is going up. So it gives us a better idea of where we are, and we can base ourselves on that. Hopefully it's going to come down a little bit. But again, this is up to us to work with our builder to make sure that we know what we're doing, we know where we're going, knowing that we don't really have a room. I cannot come to you, in a year and tell you, oh, the house that we plan to sell at 239 is actually 349. It's just not going to work. It's not what we plan. It's not what we can do anyways. So we need to make sure that our numbers work, because we cannot come back and ask for more stuff.
Thank you, Frank. So, Frank, I'd like to continue working with the Azure Equities. Had conversations with him. Basically, there's a lot of different options available for the different for the new homeowners, because that's what a lot of people have been looking for is, homes that are affordable in today's market, and having the certain deed restrictions keeps it that way. One of my concerns is the association that's there afterwards. Do we address that as part of the purchase and sale agreement?
We have plans for an HOA. It's going to be very minimal, because again, we need to maintain it very affordable. So it's not going to be like cable and things like this included into this HOA. If people want to add it later on, they're more than welcome.
Okay.
But we have pretty much just the street cleanings and the maintenance of the lawns, the main electric that's going to be within the community. But this is workforce housing that we want to work very hard to keep the prices as low as possible. And on the numbers that we provided, pretty much all the houses could be below the $300,000 range, which you're not really going to find anywhere right now. And that's thanks to the CRA, because the land, because the help that we're getting also, that we're passing on for the permitting and impact fees. So all those savings are being passed on, I would say, to the end buyers.
Board Chair, there is a section in the Purchase and Development Agreement 20K that requires the creation of a homeowner association with defined and limited authority over common areas. So if you'd like, we can add to make sure we see a draft document, if that's even necessary, before, before they actually turn it over to the HOA.
Something we're going to have to work on once we move through the development agreement. We're going to have to site planning. We're going to have to make sure that the site plan works. Once we have an actual site plan that's approved, and we can start working on construction docs, we're going to have to go through architectural review and make sure.
We can work on that before you turn it over to the HOA. Usually it occurs around 80% sell out. So we can add something like that we can work with you on those documents.
All I'm saying, we have to think about it as we're planning also, because if we had 1 million street lights and parks and everything like that, it's going to increase the cost. So we have to be cautious.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Chair, I just have a comment.
We got Vice Chair, then you, Board Member Romulus.
Yeah, I too want to continue to work with you, but I'm looking at some of these pictures here. It's somewhat disturbing. The project in Pompano, how many units have you completed out of the 11?
Pompano, we're still in construction. We're still under construction.
How many?
No, we're still under construction.
None
This project is not completed yet.
Under construction?
Should be finished in January.
And I'm looking at the pictures of those that are under construction, and fences all torn down and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, not too impressive. But, we've had developers come through and completed over 100 units in about a year's time or less. And you took out the development agreement was executed. Executed 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Over 4 years, and you still haven't completed 11 units.
Well, it took us more than 2 years just to be able to work in.
Will you speak a little louder for me? I got old ears.
I'm sorry. It took us close to 2 years just to be able to even get to planning. Again, we had some law issues that's been documented with the city. We had a development agreement say I'll take this off while I'm here by myself. We had a development agreement with the city says that we had to develop 11 townhomes, but the zoning and the permitting would not allow us to do that. So it took us a long time to work with the city and with the city attorneys and with everything to find, first of all, almost a year just to find a solution. because the land would not allow us to build 11. We had to go through an RPUD, but for that we needed an exception because the lot was not big enough for an RPUD. So
So somewhat
it was a long process to go through that.
It's cooperation with the city officials and all that kind of. Just, can you ballpark this project, the Cottage District? What's your gut feeling as far as a timeline for completion?
The timeline, I mean, we can go as fast as
And
we
if
can.
everything goes okay and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's also going to depend on you because we have to work with the city to get the planning, the zoning, the permitting, and so on and so forth. This we're planning for about a year. We're working with Bradley here is going to help us with this, with the planning. He's used to work with the city to get things going through. We estimate about 6 months to get all the planning and zoning and the site plan approval. Then we have our construction documents. We also tabled for about 6 months. We think we could go faster, but it's better to give us the time to do it correctly. Again, after that, building it's not that complicated. We're not building, you know, the Empire State Building here. There's single family homes, they're townhomes. They should take here, you know, maybe Dwayne can help me in terms of construction, but it should take about 12 to 14 months maximum to complete. Now after that, it's going to depend how fast we sell them. We have a plan to do an aggressive marketing plan. We want to work with the city. Again, this is a product that's not addressed to our traditional investors that we can go to. We have to work with the local community, but at the price there are, because the city is donating the land and helping us on some of the impact fees. I don't think right now in this market, houses going for 239 or 279 I don't think they're going to last personally. I don't think they're going to last very long. If you look in the area, there's only 2 houses for sale. There's one from 1950 something, 1,000 square feet. They're asking 329, and is not in the best shape possible. So if you're offering something new, especially in this market right now, we do believe that we're going to have a lot of people interested. What's the challenge is going to be is to maintain the affordability, and that's something we're working with the CRA to make sure that somebody who's buying a house for 239 is not turning around a year or 2 years later and selling it for 400, because then we're not doing what the CRA wants us to do. We're not maintaining this area for that market. So the solution that we're coming up with is that we're saying if you're going to buy a house, it's going to be about 100% of BBMI, for example, then you can sell it for 100% of BBMI within that range. So of course, this is going to increase in 3 years, 5 years, depending on the indexes and so on and so forth. But you cannot, it's not a product for the next 10 or 15 years. But I think this is where the project is going to go. I mean, once we sell those units, and again, we're going to work with the CDC here. They have a list of people already interested all over the city and all over the county who are interested in housing. I don't think it's going to be very challenging in that perspective, personally, because of the prices, obviously.
Okay, Frank. We have this recorded.
Okay, so
No additional time.
do we need a motion to continue or?
Yes, if you could, please. And to make sure that Frank does resubmit some of the materials.
And then, so Board Member Romulus, it's your turn.
Thank you. I'm tired. But I think the last point that I wanted to make was just that I want to make sure that we direct not only CRA staff, but city staff to work with Mr. I forget your last name, but I know it's Frank. Sorry. To help just make sure that we overcome the hurdles and obstacles that he's had to face in the past few months. I know that he's been given conflicting directions from what we initially proposed in terms of what the site plan was supposed to look like. And I want to make sure that those things don't happen again. The other thing that I want to make sure that we're doing is we're mitigating as much as possible any external costs that would have to be passed on to the homeowner that could ultimately just be waived in terms of utilities, permits, and
impact fees and things like that. So from our previous conversation on the MLK property when, I'm not going to remember her name, that lady from the MLK property, again.
Business group.
Thank you very much. I'm not here anymore. My mind isn't anyway. But she mentioned how we went from $700,000 to under 100 to nearly 90,000. So I know that there are costs that may be being incurred through impact fees and through construction or whatever, utilities fees and things like that. So I want staff to work both on city side and on CRA side to help mitigate any of those costs that would ultimately then have to be bared by the homeowners. So that's the only thing that I want to make sure I add to this conversation, and that we diminish or at least help mitigate as much as possible any of those external fees. Thank you.
We've already forwarded these plans to the planning and zoning development staff, and even before he resubmitted during the progress print, and they are very happy to see that it's meeting most of their requirements. But we'll continue to work, Board Member Romulus, with the city staff as well. There are other, similar to the MLK property, there are options that they can go and get impact fee credit from the county as well. So we can also direct them to those personnel at the county to do so. And there's also some credit that could be given for existing, previously existing homes are on here from our end to get credit for the utility hookups. So we will work with them on that as well. And there is funding from the CRA for infrastructure. That's part of the incentive funding that was allocated in the budget for this project. It's approximately $385,000 that will be released in part as the project progresses.
So I'll ask for a motion to continue. Move. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Look forward to seeing you next month. All right.
Mayor, can we do item H?
Yes. Review of marina parking management.
Teresa Utterback, Development Services Manager. Last month you asked that Brian, the marina manager, monitor the parking situation at the marina slips, and he has done so over the past month, and I will let him report back.
Good evening.
Board Chair Grant, this is John McNally. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. We're not able to hear the proceedings, I think due to the video.
So the video may be taken over. So if you want to just put back the agenda.
Okay, I'll start again.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the mornings were not a problem. They were able to stay there 30 minutes, and again, some went over, but I didn't once notice it where there wasn't another empty space here and there. So I didn't find any problems with letting them do the 30 minutes in the morning. But we do have a new dive boat that's going to start operation soon. And, you know, during season, I have concerns. Some of the pictures up here show some of the traffic and heavy times. And the midday that sometimes the dive boats do, that's when they do their switch over if they have 2 trips. So that can be like at that 1 o'clock when they're switching over and they have to do the double tanks, that can really jam us up. It didn't, the marina itself wasn't that busy, during the sample times. But one time it did get jammed up pretty good. And then some of the people that are on board that need to either load or unload, they end up stopping in the drive area. And of course, the 2 Georges cars are also coming in along with the other patrons. And some of the pictures, during season, I'm a little concerned about going the 30 minutes for the dive operators. But I think the mornings, the 30 minutes will work for the dive operators. The vehicles, they can provision, they can have that time and maybe prepare the boat so they can do the 15 minutes during their switchover time would be my suggestion.
And so on the parking spaces on the left side of the road, are those also 2 Georges parking spaces?
Yes, those are all the 2 Georges. Well, they're designated 2 Georges parking. I think the CRA owns them, but some agreement in the past, we don't have the use of those, and they fill up and just stay full all day long. And then the ones on the right, we keep free for our tenants to be able to do this, so everybody is able to load their gear and unload and function properly.
And so it's, this is kind of the downside of our open space marina where we lost the additional parking spaces. 2 George got additional parking spaces that we used to have.
Yes, sir.
And it's one way. And if, what is it? And that's also for 2 Georges as well. They need to have that moving forward. Is that correct?
You mean our lane? So the drop-off lane that's designated for the Boynton Harbor Marina is 10 spaces. And it's on, as you're driving down, it's the right side. But the loggerhead dive vessel, the way I've managed it in the past, if they can get in and out of there with their people in 15 minutes, we allow loggerhead to also utilize our drop-off lane as long as, and we had some issues a few years ago. I met with the owners of the dive shop that provision loggerhead, and they've been good ever since. And their operator, they rent from the 2 Georges, so their operator usually gets in the 2 Georges side and just parks there, and he doesn't. Sometimes he'll use our lane, but that's working out pretty good with the 15 minutes.
Got it.
But during the holidays, it always gets jammed up. It's not, it was pretty bad Labor Day, but during those seasonal, like in the when it gets kicked up in February through about May and even into some of the summers, I worry about that midday and afternoon doing the 30 minutes.
So it's almost in the sense of a lunch rush or something in that sense.
Right. Goes till about 2. It seems like. I mean, I watched it really close, and I would like to think that they could do extra provisioning, maybe get the gear, some of the things he has to swap out or they have to swap out, maybe on board the vessel, or I don't know, be able to provision more in the morning and do that switch over in the 15 minutes if possible.
Okay.
And what I'd like to also ask is that whatever we decide, we amend the contract to state that so I have something to enforce. A specific time for a specific, if we're going to do it just for the dive operators and no one else, that would probably be the recommended. The dive operators, vehicles, only the ones that are provisioning those boats, because they do take more time because they have more gear. They've got these tanks.
And yeah. So I'd like to say, let's, currently it's 15 minutes.
Been 15 minutes for 10 years, yes.
Yeah. And so the dive operators are saying, hey, we need to figure out at least 30 minutes.
And I'd like to help them, of course,
And so
as long as it doesn't impact the other tenants.
Correct.
And everything.
And that's kind of the mentality is that, sometimes everybody leaves at 8 o'clock and it gets very hectic.
That's right.
And you didn't show us all of the other operators that are coming in and out as well and using the spaces.
You're exactly right. I did,
And so it's kind of like, they may be there 10 minutes, they may be there 20 minutes as well. And like, for me, it's kind of like, let's make sure that we, have it as it's kind of like did we already do the contract for next year?
The dock leases you have already approved.
Okay, so it's not like we can add certain penalties for time over. And it's something that would have to happen next year.
But I think it's a 2-year contract, correct?
They are 2-year leases, yes.
Could we change at least the times in the contract? We don't have them signed yet.
So the board approved those dock leases in July.
Yes.
Or August, and they'll be doing them October 1st.
I've been waiting for this night
So
in case we'll be able to change them tomorrow. I will send them out to the tenants and say, it's time to get your stuff together. Here's the new contracts. We have to have them signed up by October the 1st.
Okay, so this is kind of like we don't have our new, so this is almost amending the contracts that we previously.
So what I'm hearing is we amended the standard lease form that will be sent out to all tenants on October 1st to be executed. So if there are amendments to that standard lease form for the coming year, you can still make those changes.
That might be a good thing.
At the 11th hour, I get to say that because it is actually the 11th hour.
Yes, so let's, do the recommendation of the 30 minutes. I would say outside of lunch hours.
We had submitted until 10 o'clock, but certainly when the 2 Georges opens, this is when the trouble starts and all the other tenants are loading. And so that would be, we said 10, but I would suggest 11 at the latest. And then the afternoons, just keep it at 15.
And that's from 2 to 6 or something?
5. We stopped the management at 5.
Okay.
And then turn that over to the 2 Georges. They get it at night.
So that any of the operators have to pick up whoever they're picking up by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, technically, the 2 Georges doesn't get it till 6, but at 5 during the week we leave, and then on the weekends, most of them are back, and so it's kind of like we just let the 2 Georges guys take it over. But if you could, if we could put penalties in there for the tenants that stay over the time lengths, as well as change the from 30 minutes in the morning till 10 or even 11.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with doing the 30 minutes till 10. The question is that certain penalties as a landlord, I know that we can do.
Take away the fuel discount?
I think I'm looking at Teresa. I believe there's marina rules and regulations that apply and are referenced in all of the leases that you're subject to the rules and regulations. So my recommendation would be to add a penalty and say you may be subject to penalties that's clause in the lease that says you're subject to the rules and regulations. You may be subject to penalties as stated therein, meaning you're put on notice in the lease that you have to abide and that this rules and regulations might allow the enforcement of penalties. Then we could look at add penalties to the rules and regulations as we're going, which gives you the ongoing opportunity to be amending your rules to deal with how things are going, which is generally, I think, a better course than putting it in the lease specifically. And we'll give you a little bit more time to consider what kind of penalties you'd like to apply.
And we could also have our tenants come to us and think what is fair and what is not fair.
Again, yeah, you could amend the rules and regulations during the pendency of leases, meaning as rules and regulations can change, and I'm certain that the lease says something to that effect. So that's where I would put the penalty provisions for failing to abide by any of the rules and regulations, but this one specifically as it's become problematic.
Because the issue of our dock master threatening to call the tow companies is not necessarily an effective penalty, because by the time that the tow companies are there, they could already be gone, or if they're already moving it, it's not necessarily an effective penalty.
Exactly.
So if someone can make that motion to extend the morning time, I would say 30 minutes to 10:30.
Sure, I'll go with that.
And 15 minutes from there on.
What's your position on that? The 15 minutes?
That's the way it's been for 10 years. It's been working. That's what I would like. But for them, I would like to give them this 30 minutes in the morning till 10:30. I think that would be fair. For the dive operators, provision vehicles only.
And I know that's going to be difficult for, I'm looking at the time frame that you had, and we only had, was it 2 that were after, or 3 that were after 11?
Oh, you mean in my spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when I did that I didn't have a great sampling because of they weren't that busy.
Yeah.
I was that whole first week after the last meeting was rained out and none of them went out. So I was hoping to get some better data, but
No, that's fine. That it is what it is. And so it's kind of like making sure that they have the 30 minutes, and we don't want to necessarily have that penalty aspect to say, hey, you're there 31 minutes.
I think we can bring that back to the rules and regulations regarding penalties. The only thing I'd like added to the motion is to update the draft leases to include a reference to the rules and regulations and make clear that failure to abide by rules and regulations could subject you to penalties, including fines.
And you said that you would verify that the contract says that the rules can be amended, penalties can be amended.
But yes, we will make sure that the leases are clear, that as they may be amended from time to time at the consideration of the board. So with those 2 changes or confirmations in the lease, I think we would cover these issues. And I'm looking at Teresa and Brian, so nod at me if I've lost my mind.
I think we're
You're good.
in the right place.
I think that helps a lot. We appreciate that, because I think the biggest thing that I noticed in watching the videos is that if you don't move those people along that loading and unloading in that 15 minutes,
You lose the lane and then they get full.
Nobody moved out of those parking spots, so it backed up, and that's so we appreciate that, because it is hectic over there.
I'll make a motion to support the recommendations as stated by the attorney
And dock master
and document.
to 10:30. All right, we have a first and second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. Tara, do we need to discuss the executive director's employment agreement, or can she be interim for another month?
You can do a motion to continue her under the current terms as interim and table this for consideration in October, or we can do it quickly, whichever you prefer.
Board, what would you like to do? Okay.
I'll be doing the presentation and I'll be quick. The draft agreement that has been reviewed and agreed to by the interim executive director is for the position of executive director under the same terms and conditions as Mr. Simon was operating. So the terms and conditions are the same. The only questions I have for you in terms of whether or not you would like to make changes have to do with the salary, as this is the time when annual increases are usually applied to this contract. I did not know if you wanted to consider that at this time. to the salary. The current salary is $159,214. I believe Vicky has budgeted a 5% increase for staff as general, so that would be consistent with other raises for staff, if that was what you would want to do, or you can leave it as it is. The other change that I would ask whether you, and Vicky recommends, is to increase the car expense from $3,000 to $3,360 to just show an annualized increase in that mileage valuation that happens every year. So you can approve as is, you can increase salary. I'm not going to say decrease salary because after tonight, I don't think that's fair. And increase, leave the car allowance at 3,000 or increase it to 3,360.
I'd increase it to 3,600 so that it's an even number of $300 a month for the car allowance. As for the raises from previous executive director, I kind of what the city's doing, I'd be happy with the 3%, but I'll ask the board what they think. And those are the two things I think, right?
Yep, those are the only two that I need direction on, unless there's something else.
Yes, board member Katz.
So was the statement that the entire CRA is in line budgeted for 5% raises?
Yes. Yes, it's budgeted up to that amount.
But that is what you plan for in the budget? Okay, so one, kudos on that. I'll take that, but I'm not going to get it at the school district this year, I'm sure. I support the incorporation of that raise because had previous director Simon decided to resign in November, that would have been his salary. And if we adopted the existing executive director's contract a month from now in the same situation, it would be in there. So, and if you remained in your current position, you would receive that increase on your current salary. So I'm in favor of the 3,600, I believe the number was on the car, and then in favor of the proposed 5 that is supported by all current raises.
And then it's Tara's the executive director's decision on CRA raises.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, other staff raises, yes. So what? Just motion?
There's no further discussion. Board member Katz, would you like to make the motion?
Don't move what I previously stated.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none. I'd like to table item 16D to next meeting. All those in favor state so by saying aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And then the last is 17B, registration of travel expenses to attend the FRA. I will request that any of the board members that wish to travel have the ability to travel for the FRA. Is there another conference that is possible for the CRA?
I believe the only other conference in October is the IDEC. We're receiving an award there. Just to let you know, this is not for public, but we are also receiving an award at the FRA as well. We were informed last Friday.
That's the International Economic Development Council.
The date is the 3rd, October 3rd.
Okay.
Through the that Wednesday, the 6th, I believe.
In Nashville.
Yes. And that's during packet week. So I will be working on.
Well, basically, I would suggest that we approve any of the board members that would like to travel, and that we did receive a request from the CRA board to send 3 members instead of 2 members. I would say only if the full board does not attend.
I would like to attend.
Okay. I'm not making that decision without speaking to my family first.
I will not be able to attend personally.
Yep. So right before Pirate Fest. But you don't have to say
Don't
yes
make
now. You just have to say in a reasonable amount of time, I believe, like the hotel blackout dates.
Yes. The early bird date is, I think it's October, is it before the board meeting? October 12th? So we'll, yeah, if you could let us know, and we'll make sure we meet the early bird and save some money.
A motion to approve CRA members who wish to attend and up to 3 CRA advisory board members.
Also, perhaps you could also add the mileage, because in the past, we've had them do their own travel expenses, and they usually would ride with staff. But with COVID, I think if they prefer to ride alone, that would be $140 something, I think.
So I would add,
Mileage,
I'll add that as well to the motion.
the 3.
Okay. Yep. All right.
We need a second.
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 You're
Not adjourned yet, but
I mean, that's okay. So all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I'd also request the board to table the CRA advisory boards and any of the CRA projects in progress.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mercedes, for staying all the evening.
Woodrow, 1 minute.
No. All right.
He
So I
just-
don't,
Just gave you a thanks for staying. Yeah,
yes.
other than staff, you are the one here.
All right. Seeing no further items on the agenda, motion to adjourn. All right.
Motion, yeah.
John, can you provide us with a closing?
Yes, Board Chair Grant, thank you. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the CRA's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the CRA's website at www.boyntonbeachcra.com. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Board Chair Stephen Grant, all of our board members, the CRA Director, and CRA staff, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. Be safe and have a great morning.
Thank you so much for your faith.
Everybody.